Good morning and welcome to a sunny Newport Cricket Club down here in South Wales. As we see the cricket team of Wales just coming out. News here this morning is Wales won the toss and they've put England into bat. We've got a really nice sunny day down here. It's a bit of a windy one. You're joining me here, Matt Evans, on commentary with my sidekick Owen Mason, who's got all the team news for you. Morning, Owen.
Hi Matt, yes, great to be here alongside the England seniors team. Of course, that first game we did back in June 2024, the Welsh team as well. So, great to be here in Newport. Yes, let's go through these teams for you. So, for England, Edward Gordon-Lennox, the captain. Simon Ruff, Razi Ahmed, Neil Braithwaite, Phil Deakin, Nick Gaywood, Mel Hussain, Richard Merriman, Nick Newman, Mike Palmer, Paul Radage, and debutant for this afternoon, Mark Wilson. So for Wales as well, we'll give you those as well. The home side this afternoon, Michael Hayden, the captain, Gareth Edwards, Neil Williams, Anthony Smith, Leighton O'Connor, Paul Keneally, John Jones, Jimmy Watkins, Colin Tucker, Paul Murphy, Christopher Hudson, and finally for the Welsh team, Adam Glasneitz. So yes, a big day of cricket, to come here in Newport. As we say, Matt, 11 months ago, these two sides met in Stratford. England got that 102 for free over Wales that day. Can't believe that's almost a year ago, Matt, but it was that was a great occasion, and hopefully more of the same this afternoon.
Yeah, that was our commentary debut on the over 60s cricket, wasn't it? So
That's right.
Looking forward to it. We've gone full circle. Almost got through our university degrees. We'll know the results in the summer. The Wales boys just had your kind of traditional huddle there with their mainly red caps, a few white cricket wide brim ones that's going to be needed in this sunshine today as they take to the field here for the start of the game. We got, if we're going from our lineups, we're obviously looking at Edward Gordon-Lennox and Simon Ruff taking the opening partnership. Is that what we had last year? I think we've got a new debutant, haven't we? And was it Mark Wilson, did you say?
That's right, yes. Mark Wilson from Yorkshire, making his maiden start for England this afternoon. So, all about ready to go here in Newport. It's the start of a big summer for England over 60s. They've got some great games to come this summer, and of course we've had some fantastic weather of it just over the last few weeks. Let that continue as we go into the summer months. But we will, they've got some fantastic games to come against the West Indies, the US, and Australia to come, and Scotland next week up in Hartlepool. So the umpires just giving the final messages, and we are almost ready to go here in South Wales. A nice morning as it turns to afternoon. Fantastic to see. And what we've always liked to see is the real close-knit feeling of when we go to these cricket grounds. A nice little crowd forming here at Newport International Sports Village. I've been here a few times covering Cheltenham Town women just up the road at the Newport Stadium. So it's nice to be back here. Fourth time I've been on this complex now, but the first time on this cricket pitch. So last few messages from the umpire. And as we say, England batting first. And, oh my goodness, almost. Quite close there for England, almost losing a wicket there. Gotta be careful as we tip fins off. That's a better shot. And England will get a few runs on the board. Two there acquired for England as they tip fins off here in the Newport sunshine. Go back to that game last June, as we said earlier, 102 for free. 101 was the score that the Wales, they batted first time out in Stratford-upon-Avon. And only the score of 101, which was easily acquired by England. 102 for free, it finished in the end. In June 2024, as we start again for England. They did not enough to get any runs, but Wales would rather get that quickly again. Matt will be joining me in just a moment. Two for the loss of no wickets so far for England. But yes, a one-off ODI this afternoon for England against Wales, similar to last year actually in that respect, before they face West Indies in a three-match ODI series. That's a great shot. Perhaps a 4 there, and it will be. Apologies, that was only a 2, but that's 4 for the loss of no wicket now for England. A decent start in this first over.
I know, yeah. All got the whites on and that. Thank you so much.
But Matt will be joining me back in just a moment. He's just been getting some insight. That's a nice shot, but it's had to be close with that. There's a few runs, hopefully, can be acquired now for England.
Thank you, Owen. Yeah, just a real massive help there from Peter Doherty, the chairman of the Welsh cricket team. As a few faces have changed since last year. We've just got the team positions from him out there on the field. And that first over was Adam Glasner, who just bowled that first one. A couple of good deliveries in there, and a couple of good shots, but steady old start.
First delivery, Matt. England almost lost a wicket there. It's quite they had to be quite careful there.
Yeah, and I think Colin Tucker is. Thank you. Colin Tucker's going to be taking the second over here from, we're going to call this the windmill end.
Yeah.
From the windmill end. I think there is a football, it's probably the football pitch end, but we're going with windmill end. And it's going to be Colin Tucker who's opening up there from the football ground end, I suppose. We'll try and keep these positions fairly reasonable. Paul has given us a rough idea of where people are standing, but as you know, in the game of cricket, they swap and switch around. Hopefully Rash is watching. Morning to you, Rash. Yeah. You can message young Owen on the on the email and let us know where and who is stood where. So yeah, Tucker's just taking his time here getting the field set. And I think you can see in the background of that picture there just how much those trees are blowing in the background. It's kind of on Colin Tucker's back here as he comes in, so he's going to have an easier run up than Adam Glasner would have had as he gets underway for his first delivery. Dispatch that, yeah, right, too far down leg side, and that's put away for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a great 9 for the loss of no wickets now for England, Matt, and they'll just be looking to get that a really unattainable score for Wales once they take the batting. As we say, Colin Tucker with that shot again.
Yeah, well fielded there. We're just trying to work out if that's Merriman in the centre.
It is, isn't it? It is
Merriman, yeah. But on our sheet we've got Simon Roth, but we think Merriman just nudged that little single down the down the onside there for a single, and obviously skipper Gordon Lennox is going to take his guard now, just having a look around the field, see what's on offer and where the gaps are. Oh, he's just left that there. I was a little bit wide, well left. Yeah, that single was just a kind of silly point gully area, I suppose, for the Welsh fielder with the faded hat to deal with, which I think is Christopher Hudson according to Paul's info, but Colin Tucker comes in for his third delivery. That's cut away nicely, but just into the ground there from Gordon Lennox, and the Welsh fielders all over it, and they'll be hoping for a better result, Owen, than last year's at Stratford. They were a bit of a trouncing, wasn't it, if I remember rightly?
Definitely, yeah. You know, only the score of 101, and they lost all their wickets there. That's a nice shot again, but England looking to do more of the same. But it's all about momentum in a game like this, Matt. Where if Wales were to get an early wicket, that would really change things, wouldn't it? In terms of just the momentum and of just the feel of the game for England. You know, losing an early wicket like that, they won't have really. You know, they want to be well drilled in that aspect, don't they? And they want to try and get a score similar to the likes that we saw against Pakistan. That's a nice one. That'll be a 4 again.
Square cut there. Nailed away from the skipper, Gordon Lennox. Yeah, it's what happened last game, wasn't it? That they lost a couple of quick early wickets. Wales, kind of think 3 or 4 fell in a short time, and then the momentum was England, and some great batting. They never wrestled it back really, Wales. So that's Gordon Lennox, up to 10, I think, there on the board. 16 for none for England after 2 overs. We're just having a few technical difficulties with our scoring system on the iPad, and that's, so bear with us while we get that sorted. I believe it's going to be Adam Glasnier again from the town centre end.
Yeah. And just a mention to the Maltese Falcon, as Rash Mahmood calls him, the England manager Paul Bradley, who's watching on from Malta. Thanks for watching, Paul, and hope you're enjoying this early start of 16 for the loss of no wickets. We will have a message for some international viewers in a moment as well, once we have a bit of a break in play.
Wooden scores in Africa here with our notes and what have you. Let's get some feedback on that now. Right, so Adam Glasner comes in, yeah.
Half of our notes here.
Ooh, dug that out the hole. I think he missed it in the end, actually. It was a bit of a full toss. He had to kind of drop his bat down into the block hole quite late. And in the end, I think it just missed leg side and went through to the wicketkeeper, Roth.
Yeah.
So Glasner comes in again. Oh, he's had a swing at that there. I think Merriman's had a swing and totally missed it. And the wicketkeeper's right up with Glasner's pace not being the most electric. Keeper's right up at the stumps. England have moved on to 17 for naught in the third over. Glasner delivers to Merriman. He's got a little tickle on that. It's, gain, little misfield. Went straight to the fielder. So we get a little update of in the background that with our technical difficulties we had the wrong batting lineup here at the ground as Glasner just sends one down. It's actually...
No worries. Okay, that's brilliant. Thanks for that, Harrison. Brilliant. All right, cheers, Harrison. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So it's Radic and Merriman in at the moment. Our expert Harrison Burridge is on hand, helping us out at home. He's kindly sent us the correct batting order, which we weren't given at the start, which is never helpful. It's obviously our first game of the season, so we're just reacquainting ourselves with some old faces, but we've got Merriman on strike now, and Radic is at the other end. England 19 for no wicket in the third as Glasner comes in for Wales. Sends one down. Merriman was looking for a little dangerous single there, and Radic was having none of it, so that's the end of the third over. As they change ends and just come in the middle for a little whisper to each other. Thankfully we've got the right batsman now in our commentary, apologies for that. It's 19 for no loss of wicket as we head into the fourth over. Owen's frantically scribbling down the batting order so we don't make any more mistakes today, although I'm sure we will.
Hopefully for a great England batting performance, Matt, we'll be well versed on it by the end of the innings.
We'll get it right by the last game of the summer in September. And Tucker comes in again to Radic, who has a good old swing at that, and he's knocked that straight back at the wickets. Knocked a stump over. Don't think the fielder got a hand to it. We had a bit of a cheeky appeal from someone in the field, but Colin Tucker didn't get anywhere. That was driven straight back at him by Radic, and the umpire just has to take a moment to repair the stumps, as you can see on your screens.
.20 for the loss of no wickets for England as they, Pat Radic and Merriman. It's a lovely shot again from Richard Merriman.
Yeah, that was in the air for a moment, and the fielder looked half interested out there on the leg side. Kind of hit it over, kind of silly mid-on area. For half a minute I thought he was interested, but he had no chance of getting in. It just trickled out for a boundary. Another 4 runs on the board for England as Tucker comes into Radic again. He's nudged that. The fielder's interested in a run out here. He's chucked it in and just missed his target. Really eager to get the running going here today, aren't they? There's a couple of little sort of overly dangerous runs they've taken on there when it's not really needed at this early stage in the game.
Yeah, it's a good point, Matt, actually. I've just noticed that in those first few innings where you just look, like you say, it's almost a bit of risk to that. Do you want to be taking that when you're only 25? You don't at all, do you? You want to be taking that when you've got a considerable score behind your belt. And again, they've had to say to themselves, don't do it. Yeah, what do you make of that, Matt?
Yeah, it seems a bit overly risky, doesn't it, so early in the game, whether they've had him some instruction to... we saw some fantastic running at Trent Bridge yesterday with the England team with that dominant start to their test match, but they seem to be going for it here on the... But so early, what are we, 5th over that was, 25 for naught for England. And there, Radic had to scream to Merriman just to send him back because the fielder had got round a bit quicker. From a technical point of view, the outfield might just be rolling a little bit quicker than they were expecting, and the ball's getting to the fielder quicker than they thought, but you thought you'd kind of be on top of that after 5 overs of batting by now.
Very true. It comes in again. And that's nice again.
It's hard to criticise when they haven't had a run out yet, and that was a cheeky little single there, wasn't it? Just kind of drifted down the leg side from Glasner, and Merriman just tickled it. I think he actually missed it. He came off his pads. I think the umpire signalled leg byes, and they just sprinted a cheeky little single again as Glasner comes into Radic. He's tickled that down the leg.
They've been a great duo so far, haven't they?
Yeah, that's gone down to kind of long leg area. It's been fielded by the Welsh fielder and pinged back in, and again they've got a couple on the board there, so really good running. Whether they can keep that up in this warm temperature all day will be another thing we have to wait to see.
That's right. Yeah, 28 for the loss of none. For England now, we're only, 15 minutes in. to this bat-in performance. Ooh.
That's just lifted up on him there, the wicket keeper for Wales. I don't think you marked that down on your sheet, have you? Wicket keeper for Wales. Not sure. I did get told. Oh, Jim Watkins is keeping wicket for Wales. That just rose up and kind of caught him off guard. He had to get his head out of the way before the ball struck him. I mean, a couple that are just lifted up, so I don't know whether there's some awkward bounce in the pitch. We'll wait to see that. But yeah, Jim Watkins looked fairly happy with the delivery till the last minute when he had to duck out the way, and it ran straight behind him. And I think they ran a single off that, England. 30 for no loss at the moment.
Yeah, great partnership so far. To start us off in South Wales, Paul Radage and Richard Merriman. It's going to be Merriman again. And then too short for it to be any chance of a run.
Again, Glasner comes in, just finds a very lovely little clip off the hips there to send the ball right here to square leg. Again, they were shouting about taking two there. 2 runs was never on. I mean, they stopped and just took the single. There's definitely a hint of eagerness about the run chase here by England.
That's right. They almost want to get that total as as high as they can, as quickly as possible. And Radage will take that.
That's a beautiful shot there. Yeah, he just took his time, waited for the ball to come to him, and then cut it down there past kind of backward point area for another boundary. Whether it's a ground that's renowned for high run chases, we need the kind of experience of Rash here to let us know if that's the thing. You need to get runs on the board early. I mean, Wales won the toss and put England into bat, so it's probably a wicket where you've got to get the runs on the board, and it's a little bit easier for the chasing team.
That's right. Radage plies his trade at Cheshire. That's his county. Whereas Richard Merriman, obviously for Derbyshire, Burton Cricket Club. For the former captain, Richard Merriman, of course, Edward Dorden-Lennox taking the captaincy, ready for this summer. It's a packed old summer, as we mentioned earlier, for England, and we'll be following them on most of that journey. It'd be great to go all around the country, going up north. We've got the likes of Ooty Bridge in Sheffield. We've got Handsworth in Birmingham coming up next month. Royal Ascot as well. That'll be a lovely one. And East Nordcastle, which is not too far from me, near in Ledbury.
Yeah, Colin Tucker just sent one down there a little bit short. Big stride forward there again by Merriman, and just fielded well by Tucker to avoid another run being put on the board as Tucker charges in again. Ooh, caught his pads. A couple of appeals around the field, but the wicketkeeper and bowler certainly weren't interested as it was heading down leg side by some distance.
Thirty sits for the loss of no wickets for England. As Richard Merriman looks for another strike, but just about misses a boundary.
Yeah, nice shot there from Merriman, straight back past the bowler. Can't quite see, our cameraman's just right in the line there to see that, the fielder that picked it up. But as you say, there's still no loss of wicket so far in this game. As Tucker sends down a beautiful delivery there, and Merriman's just got to guide that in a forward defensive shot straight back to him. Oh, and again, a cheeky little dangerous run taken by England there, and Merriman had to scurry to the football ground end to make sure he was home and clear. So we're just ticking along the scoreboard nicely there, end of the over. Again, a couple of little chancy runs taken by England from a spectator's point of view, although the boys seem fairly content with their work so far. Glad to see the England boys actually walking round the back of the cameras, unlike everyone else so far this morning. We set up this morning right on the boundary rope and then found that the boundary rope was moved kind of 15 yards forward, so we've had a few wanderers in front of the camera, but I'm sure Nuala and Benny, who are a beautiful camera team on duty today, are going to work their magic around that. As I still, yeah, it's Glasner again coming in towards Merriman. Decent delivery, just makes him prod it back towards the bowler. There we go. Hopefully you can see that on your screens now. Our technical difficulties have been resolved, so not only does it give you more information, it helps our commentary somewhat. We were just wondering who had scored what as they were going along at the same sort of rate, both batsmen, but as you can see from our new fantastic technical system, we've got Merriman on 18 and Radic on 15. Glasner sends another one. That's a cracking little drive there from Radic. Just misfooted the fielder there. He sort of ran past it and had to dive to his left to collect it in the end, but 1 run taken, England 39 for naught.
Yeah, apologies on the few gremlins in the system there, but we've got that ready for you now. The score, it's nice for Richard Merriman, 18-19 now as he's up to 41 for nothing.
Now the wind's blown our papers away. I did say it was a windy old day down here in South Wales. Owen has sprinted to retrieve our paperwork. So
yeah, it's quite forceful, that wind this afternoon.
oh, great shot there. Radic just square cut it that. The fielder, I think Christopher Hudson, dived to his right, got a hand to it, but it was still too powerful, and that's gone for 4 runs, has it? No, it can't. No, I think the fielder in the deep prevented that there. We're just dying to use our new 4 and 6 buttons here for the system. So Merriman just gets on the back foot there and drives it straight back to the bowler as Glasner collects it.
Yeah, 38 overs remaining for England. And the way they're going at the moment, 43 for the loss of no wickets after 6 overs. After 7 overs, I do apologise. You'd like to believe, Matt, that 45 overs will be fulfilled by England this afternoon. Yeah, the way they're going. Only 7 overs in. England will carry on.
Yeah, no, it's a decent little run rate. That I think 6.14 for the starting few overs. England 43 for naught. We've had a.
It'd be great to see how that can go, you know, for England this afternoon as they look to try and make that unassailable score.
Thank you.
Hello. Who doing the interview? Who doing the interviews with the players?
Yeah.
So when they're ready, let me know. I'm Monty Douglas. Yeah?
Monty, yes.
Okay, right, yeah.
Yeah?
All right, Monty, no worries, thank you. Yeah, just had to. Yeah, that was Monty Douglas just came over kindly offered us a interview when we get a break in play. We have had a change of bowler. And it's Edwards who is the new bowler, Gareth Edwards. Gareth Edwards, yeah? Yeah, there we go. Gareth Edwards bowling at the football ground end. Thanks to Monty Douglas there for retrieving that info for us. This is.
He was a great player last year, wasn't he, Matt? Monty Douglas had some great moments in that series against Pakistan.
Yeah, they cut the great knots, didn't he? Sending the ball all over the park as there's just a great little drive there through covers for Merriman. He just makes him tick over to above 20 on his score. 22 in fact for Merriman now.
Yeah, that's brilliant for Richard Merriman.
They haven't really been troubled yet, have they? For
No.
any deliveries, just maybe running themselves out because they seem to be wanting to really get on with it this morning. Saying that, he has a big swing and a miss, and it goes straight through to wicket keeper. So Edwards comes in again, delivers another one to Merriman, just leans onto the back foot and sends it to kind of cover point out here for just the one run because it was well fielded by Wales.
Almost a half century for England.
That is the half century up now there. We're just
yeah, within half an hour, Matt. That's quite good going.
He's gone down the wicket there, Merriman. Couple of little steps and he just got an edge on that. If there had been a slip in play, that would have been first wicket of the day. But yeah, nice little tick over there to get us to 50 for naught for England in the 8th over. End of the 8th over. It's the batsman already calling for drinks, so it's obviously a warm one out there today.
Yeah, despite that wind, when there's no wind, you know, I bet it does go quite warm in that sun. Just touching 20 degrees here in Newport this afternoon. That beautiful summer that we've seen, probably the only summer weather we'll see. Knowing our luck in the British summertime, we've had a fantastic few weeks of it. Really dry spell. But with that wind, I bet it's not nice for us where our sheets go flying. But in terms of when you're playing out there, Matt, you know, for those long, prolonged periods as you do in cricket, then that might be a help. Yes, we're joined at the moment now on the commentary desk by Peter Doherty, the Wales manager. Pete, thanks for joining us. And what have you made of this start so far? Of course, obviously 50 for the loss of no wickets for England now. For England, what have you made of the start from the English boys?
Oh, it's a very positive start from them, and it's on a fine cricket wicket here, so it's no surprise that the ball's going to all parts of the ground. But the boys will stick at it, and we'll soon be changing a bit of pace.
Yeah, that's a 4 for England there. But like you say, the strategy, Pete, you know, in terms for Wales, you know, you'd like to see that first wicket go fairly quickly because you don't want to be trying to reach a score that's almost unassailable.
That's right. It's just trying to get the batsmen before they get too set, and again they'll be changing the bowling around quite a lot in the first sort of 20 overs just to get that breakthrough.
Ah, fantastic.
This is Alan Glasnick's from the Swansea Civil Service Club. Really good stop. Tends to swing the ball around quite a lot in the first 5 or 6 overs.
Yeah, in terms of the pitch as well, Pete, in terms of like England really looking to go for it in some of those runs, you know, is this...
This is a very high scoring ground.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
So I think it's the uphill very quick. Again, since the 1st of April, they've only had one match not go to its conclusion. So it's quite a run, and the ground staff are a bit. It looks like it's the middle of the summer.
Yeah, very true, actually. It's another cracking effort there.
Well fielded by Neil Williams on the boundary.
And what does the rest of the summer look like for the Welsh team, Pete? Obviously, the start of the summer really for them.
Yeah, we got obviously the weekly county championship with 4 teams playing in that at the 60s level, and we got a couple at the 70s level. There's Glasnick's again. Nice shot by Richard Merriman. Yeah, Wales have got a very busy summer. We've entertained the Australian tourists down in St Helens. That's in July. We've got Western Australia. We're playing them in Sudbrook in August, and we've also got the USA. There's also this year we've got a Wales 65 team playing against England in September. So that's a first for us to put a 65s out. And then there's the annual Tri-Nations, which is in the middle of September, and that's in Solihull this year. So it's England, Scotland, and ourselves.
Fantastic.
Gareth Edwards again.
Who's on the bowling side now, Pete?
Gareth Edwards is coming in from the Bangor Cricket Club. Big shout there. The 2 umpires, the 2 Welsh umpires, both World Cup umpires, Bob Spatz and Mike Wales, umpired in a number of World Cups around the world.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. It's another lovely effort there by Radic.
Yeah, Tony Smith, left armour, throwing the ball in.
Yeah, and as you said, Pete, you know, the over 65s team for the first time just shows how, you know, we saw it last year when we were covering the England seniors last year, but just shows the growth in this, you know, in this level of the game, and it's just, you know, year on year you're getting more and more, aren't you?
It's becoming very, very popular now, and we're gradually building our sort of squads up. Oh, there's a quick run here, Neil Williams showing at the stumps. Again, we've got a good sort of base now, and everybody's sort of getting more involved. The social media is out there, so you can see that there's life in the old dogs yet.
That's fantastic. Oh. Yeah, so Mark Wilson is making his debut maiden run for England this afternoon. Is there any debutants in the Welsh team this afternoon?
Alan Glasnick will be the debutant. He's the rising 60s. He's from our development squad, the 50s, and so he's the only one today. But there are 2 or 3 on the horizon that will probably be in this team by the Tri-Nations at the end of the year.
Fantastic. It's nice to see that continuation, isn't it? Because, you know, in terms of, you know, that team is still ever growing, as we just said with the over 65s team as well, and that's just nice to see. You know, all age groups thriving, and yeah, you know, you've got a consistent group of players every year, so it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, it's rejuvenated a lot of us, you know, who played a lot of good cricket over the years, and we were just, you know, drifting down to 3rds and 4ths, and then this has sort of given us a new lease of life.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, there's, you know, even just on the physical side, the social side as well is so important, isn't it?
Oh, very much so. Yeah, and there's you know, people we played against years ago, and now they're as competitors and enemies to a point. But now they're very good friends and lifelong friends.
That's brilliant. 59 for the loss of no wickets now after 10 overs for England.
I think the par score will be here is 250 to 300. So just a couple of wickets might give us a little bit of a boost.
Yeah, obviously, winning the toss earlier in the day, was that always the, obviously making that decision for England to bat first? In terms of, when Wales played in England last year, it would have been 102, 101 was the score that Wales had after batting first. In terms of, obviously, it's just the psychology in that aspect, isn't it? In terms of, what was the decision making behind that?
I think we just felt that we needed to sort of host, post it, for them to post a total and us to chase this time. We were too restrictive last time, and we just got ourselves in a bit of a sort of a hole, and then we tried to dig out. It got worse. So, England played very well that day. Here's Alan Glasnick's again.
Yeah, if I remember rightly, it was a few early wickets, wasn't it? Yeah. And it was sort of to set the tone for the day, didn't it? Unfortunately.
And I think we were flying high in the championship as well. So I think there was a lot of confidence in the boys, and it really knocked the stuffing out of us, to be honest. And we took a long way to come back. That's another good ball from Glasnick. Adams working up a bit of pace now, and he's got a nice rhythm.
Yeah, Merriman had to be careful there, as it was close to losing a wicket.
Again, certainly challenging the batsman with some good deliveries here. Out deep. Simple single there.
Yeah, it's always a good occasion, isn't it, Pete, when you play the England side? Of course, on home soil this afternoon as well. It's always nice to kick off a good summer of sport playing England, a nice local rival there.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, Radic had to be careful there.
We had a pre-season tour to Cape Town. Where we played half a dozen games there, so we had got on a few of the squad were out there, so and some new trialists, so we had a good pre-season out there.
Fantastic.
Balls out wide. Oh, bit of a slip there. An easy second.
.62 now for the loss of no wickets for England. Paul Radic on 30 runs, Richard Merriman on 26 so far.
Yeah, this ground's is Newport Cricket Club. They're Premier League 1, so it's top quality ground, and they host Glamorgan seconds here and numerous junior internationals and senior internationals, so it's a very, very good facility.
Yeah, like you said, Pete, you mentioned earlier, the pitch, we're coming up towards the end of May now. It looks like it's been at the end of a long summer, isn't it? That just shows how much cricket has been able to play because of this lovely weather.
Oh,
and that's a great shot again.
It's gone.
That's another 4.
Yeah, very good use of the feet by Richard Merriman.
Yeah, really impressive by him once again. That partnership has been great since they started out.
Yeah. Also former England captain, Richard.
Of course. Yeah, of course. In other years, you won't have played as much cricket as you would have at this time of the year, because obviously you're not even in supposed to be full-blown summer yet.
No, but it's. I think the boys are playing. I think he hardly missed a game this year.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Oh, he's having a go at this. Yeah, he's really taking on Gareth Edwards. Oh, there's another boundary.
Yes, Pete, thank you very much for joining us here on the commentary. It's been fantastic to get your insight. Thank you very much for your words.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Best of luck for the afternoon.
Cheers. Thank you.
Pete Doherty there, the Wales manager. Big thank you to him for joining us. He's just been overseeing really this start for England and Wales. Obviously for Wales, he's got more of a Welsh persuasion as he's watched his team. And Matt, he was quite impressed, obviously, by the likes of Radic and Merriman, who started really, really well. But I asked him the question: was it, the psychology of choosing England to bat first, obviously after winning the toss, in terms of he wanted them to like. I don't know. It's an interesting bit of psychology because they could have easily batted first, but like he said, compared to Stratford last year, they had the thing where they lost a few wickets. They sort of lost their way, so I don't think he wanted that to happen again.
Yeah, really interesting though. And as you were chatting to him, I just went to the side there and had a chat with Edward Gordon-Lennox, the England captain. He was telling me they would have batted anyway, which is quite unusual. You normally have that's up in the air. No, it's got down to the deck. So, yeah, you normally have both sides saying the same thing. We would have had a field and made them bat. But I think what the skipper wanted to do was give everyone a chance for a good little knock. And as the first game of the season, give everyone a run out. And if like last year, I'm not saying it's going to happen again, Wales got out quite cheaply, it would have cut the game short. I mean, they look like they're doing a lot better this year anyway, run weight wise, although the boys seem to be just opening their shoulders now and going for it. And again, Edward said it is a high scoring ground, so they were kind of told to go for it. And quite funnily, I said they seem to be taking quite a few risky runs. And his summary as well, when you're 60, you've got to run to the ball, you've got to bend down, you've got to pick it up, and you've got to get back up. And he said not always does those four things happen when you're 60 plus. So risky runs aren't as risky at this age as they are at the normal level, which I thought was quite humorous of him. So that was good insight. But yeah, interesting to hear that they would have had a bet anyway to get the runs in. And just while I've got your attention, just from the TV team, we have had quite a few technical difficulties at the start, so we just want to apologise for that. We didn't get our scoring system up. Hopefully you're seeing the 4s and 6s buttons. Well, we haven't seen the 6 button yet, but the 4 button, and luckily from an England persuasion, we haven't seen the wicket button yet. We are having a change of bowler. I think that's Chris Hudson in the faded hat, if I remember what Paul said. I'll have to get some Welsh guy and ask him who the new bowler is when we get a chance, because we've got to look like we might have a little bit of spin coming on here. But solid old start by England at the what are we on now? 12 overs gone, so we're starting the 13th over. You've got Richard Merriman on 35, and you've got Paul Radic on 33. England is 74 without loss. We've been going 45 minutes, a little bit more maybe. Good run rate of 6.17, so a little shuffle in the field here. As you can see, the spin bowler just taking his time to set the field. Owen's just going to find out for us who's starting. And like I said before, we kind of thought we were 20 metres closer to the boundary rope as the bowler comes in, and it's Radic on face. He's just let that go down the outside of his bat. Is fairly wide. Yeah, we were 20 metres closer than to the rope this morning, and then the groundsman kindly come along and moved the rope in. I guess as the one in seniors cricket, and now we're 20 metres off the boundary as the second delivery comes in from the spinner, and Radic just prods forward and defends that quite comfortably. So rather than being kind of what would have been 45 metres from the wicket, we're 65 from the wicket. But along with the technical difficulties in the wind, we shall do our best to bring you some decent coverage. We've got Rash helping us out online, and Harrison Burridge, that just trapped Radic there. That just seemed to skip up forward on him, just up to pace. He looked like he was quite comfortable, then it just slid through quite quickly. I think there was a quicker delivery there from the bowler, and just caught him unaware, and again he just had to drop the bat in the gate and stop it getting through. I think I heard a little bit of bat. It's quite difficult with your commentary earphones on. He's coming in now. What's this, the third, fourth delivery? Just send it down, and again another swing of the bat from the England batsman. He's just hit that out to kind of wide mid-off, and they've run a single, which puts Merriman on strike. It's Anthony Smith there. Tony Smith is his Paul was calling him earlier. So Anthony Smith is throwing a few down from the, I think it's the town centre end towards the. Oh, he's skipped down the pitch there. Merriman's really looking to go at a lick here today. He's had 2 or 3 little skips there to meet the ball on full toss, and he was just trying to launch that over mid-wicket towards our commentary position for another boundary.
Yeah, we can give a big thanks to the 59 of you who are watching so far here on YouTube, including our normal current commentary partner Rash Mahmood, who's wished us the best of luck on the commentary, and he's commented on how well of a start it's been by the England Openers. He said rotating the strike nicely, he's putting pressure on the Welsh boys. Scoreboard pressure being applied even at this early stage. Very true, Rash. It's as we mentioned, 76 for the loss of no wickets now. If you're looking to then reach that century, Matt, early on within that first hour, that's a fantastic start.
Yeah, lovely to hear you're listening in, Rash. We're missing your expertise, as you probably gathered from the first few overs and some technical difficulties, but we'll have him back soon, hopefully, for to guide us through this. But yeah, he's absolutely right. Again, like I said, the skipper Gordon Lennox was just saying that was the game plan, to get the scoreboard ticking over. This is their kind of first run out of the season, so I guess they want to stretch their legs and see how much they can put up on the board and give Wales a target to hit at. And they're certainly swinging the swing in the bat any chance. These two bowlers seem to have just curbed the run rate, which is down to 5.77 on your screens. Yeah, it was up at 6.18 a minute ago. So the spin of Smith at one end and Edwards at this end is coming in a little bit quicker. Oh, it's a swing and a miss there. Great delivery. Merriman looks down at the pitch in disbelief as he's had a little swipe at that, and it's gone past the outside edge straight into the wicketkeeper's gloves.
Yeah, like you say, Matt, they've shaved that run rate down, and that's all credit to Wales. As I say, that was a run rate of over 6 per over just a moment ago. But now, preventing that boundary, wasn't it, just then?
Yeah, I think it was a single, wasn't it? I think Radic just knocked that down to mid-on, and a good chase around the boundary there where the Welsh fielder just to get it back in for. I think it was just a single, but we got England's on 77 for naught. We've had 13.3 overs. Merriman on 37. Radic fades in on 34, and he's launched that, unfortunately, straight to the fielder from an England point of view, who's done well and sent it back, and they've just kept that down to a single as well. I thought that was going to be our first 6 of the day, but he's hit it straight at the fielder.
Also got a few more comments. One from Sales Presentation and Sales Pitches. Great to see this match being covered live. Is DRS being used? That's a good question. We've also got Noah Jones from the UOG Sports Journalism. We've just graduated. Well, we're yet to graduate in November. We've just finished our course. He's just said, great commentary, lads. Thank you very much, Noah. Thank you for listening in. Watching in.
Yeah, I believe he's oh, that's up in the air. There's a field underneath it. Whether he's got the length on it, there's a Welsh field underneath it. Oh, and he just didn't get his run right there. And that's just gone for 4 runs. Yeah, Merriman just put that a little bit high up in the air. I thought the Welsh fielder looked very interested for a while, and then almost just lost sight of the ball as it came down. And Merriman adds 4 to his total. Yeah, I think Noah Jones is on the train headed home to smoky old London today for the last time. He was packing his suitcase up last night, having finished his first bit of coursework and handed it in yesterday, and he's off to Wembley on Sunday for the Charlton game, as he's a massive Charlton Athletic fan. So we wish him the best of luck for that.
Yes, 83 for the loss of no wickets. As that run rate has just gone up to 5.93. Now really hovering, around that 6 mark, isn't it, at the moment, Matt? And that just shows Merriman with 38, Radic with 39. Very, very good partnership to start things off, Matt. And like you say, that's the crucial part of any, when you start off, you've got to have that really good partnership, because if someone falls away fairly early on, like that Welsh team last year that we saw in Stratford, that just sets the tone for the whole game. In England, they just want to get. Look at these two now. For the loss of no wicket, they've had a fantastic start, the both of them.
Yeah, it's a great point, Owen, actually, because we saw it yesterday again at Trent Bridge with Duckett and Crawley getting off that massive first wicket partnership. That's a lovely little cut there. Straight to the fielder, but 1 run on the board for England. Yeah, cracking partnership, and it just builds confidence in the batting lineups, certainly for the openers, which is their job to put runs on the board. Gives them the confidence with a massive summer of cricket ahead of us.
Yeah, we've also got another comment. We've got some international viewers coming in from Athens, Greece. Calafia Sitzers Cricket Club in Athens. Thank you very much for listening in and watching along. Listening on to our commentary and watching along here. Thank you very much. We've also got another mention. Some more international viewers. And it's something, close to the hearts of the England players from last year in the 2024 World Cup. The street children from Carolina Home in Chennai are watching the game this afternoon. Oh, thank you very much for watching along. Obviously, you were visited by the England team last year. It provides 28 boys and 18 girls aged 5 to 18, and it's fantastic to see the England team last year visited the World Street Children Cricket Champions from 2019. So thank you very much. That is the Carolina Home in Chennai, an orphanage that is watching along the game this afternoon, all the way from Chennai. So from Newport to Chennai, Matt, that's quite some international flavour, isn't it?
Yeah, great to see the game of cricket around the world really having a boom with the input of 2020 and the IPL.
Yeah, that's fantastic to see. We've also got Anand Ramakar. Hello, love from India, he says. Fantastic to see. Just on a drinks break now for both sides. There's 84 for the loss of no wickets. 30 overs remaining. We've played 15 so far in this 45-over game. And the way England are going, you'd like to think they'd give it a good go of going all the way through to those 45 overs. Fantastic start for them in this opening 54 minutes we've played here in Newport here in South Wales. Just coming up to 1 o'clock. Here at Newport Cricket Club at Newport International Sports Village. Here on this Friday afternoon.
Yeah, and again, just to summarise, I think England will be more than happy with the start they've made. Obviously, it's always good to get your first drinks break without the loss of a wicket. 84 runs on the board without a loss, going at 5.6, which is a decent rate. Maybe slightly below par if everyone's saying it's a high-scoring pitch. Again, we don't have the insight and experience of Rash to guide us through what would be a par score. But again, no wickets going down would be real good encouragement for Radic and Merriman. And they've looked really comfortable as well, haven't they? Again, risky or non-risky runs, as I would call them, but just that one ball in the air, really, for any sort of wicket and half an LBW shout, which wasn't really any interest from bowler or wicket keeper, just the outfield players for Wales giving a little shout is all that's really excited the Welsh team. So they've got to try and mix it up here and maybe throw something different down at the England batsmen. They are having quite a deep, lengthy discussion as they're enjoying their orange squash, bit of Robinson's. Other squashes are available.
That's right. But yeah, especially on a day like this when the sunshine, especially when that wind goes, it's that constant sunshine that we've been seeing recently. Drinks breaks are required quite frequently. And as Pete made mention to, this ground hasn't missed much cricket, and we're only at the end of May. It looks like he made a great point. It looks like towards the end of a summer, doesn't it? The way that pitch is looking, and that just shows how much of a perfect summer we've had in terms of weather so far. We just hope for those games in June and July and August that we get more of the same, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't cricketed for 30 years now. I don't think I certainly did when I was between kind of 16 and 22. And you had many a game called off in May. It was a bit wet. The wind hadn't got rid of it. It was still cold. You had your hands in your pockets, a couple of hand warmers in your cricket whites, and certainly hasn't been the case this year. I know on the golf course as well, it's been very, very dry, and very interesting to hear the manager of the Welsh team there saying that it was they haven't missed a single game so far, which is normally you've missed 2, 3 or 4 games at this point because of the weather being wet and not very conducive for cricket. But long may it continue, as we say. It looks like a kind of a July cricket wicket out there, and we're only at the start of the summer. In fact, couple of the lads were saying about Penarth, which is close to my heart, as I had my first pro-am at Penarth as a golf professional. They were saying there's big cracks appearing in the pitch, which doesn't normally happen until July and August, and they've cut the games cancelled because the cracks have appeared on the outfield. So a bit like my golf course at home, we're all wishing for a bit of rain very shortly, just not today, while we enjoy this great festival of cricket, I suppose.
Yeah, that's the other extreme, isn't it, Matt, with that weather? It's, in terms of normally hampered because of wet weather, like we've come accustomed to at Smethwick last July, where we only got just half a morning in, and then we had to be rained off, unfortunately, in that compelling series against Pakistan. There's a lot riding on that game as well, because I think England just levelled the series, hadn't they, in Otamore? So, in the end, England did win it, that series. After Pakistan took it at Bradford Park Avenue, and on that first day in July, England got it back at Otamore.
So we've had some refreshments. Umpire has signalled, and I believe it's still Anthony Smith at the football ground end, and facing him is Merriman. So there's again a little shuffle in the field here from the Welsh skipper, just looking to change something up here so Wales can find that breakthrough, just to give them a little bit of encouragement and start the wickets tumbling for Wales down here at Newport Cricket Club. Oh, he's down very early there. Smith put a short one in. Merriman went down really early on one knee and played a little sweep around the corner, and they've run 2 as well. Again, very good running there between the wickets from the England boys.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from England as they go to 86 now for the loss of no wickets.
Another good shot there from Merriman, just drove it straight past the bowler for a single. It's almost quite a defensive field already, Owen, with all those fielders back, unless I guess there's a reason he's dropping it short, and he's driven that straight back past the bowler again. The fielder's on the run, just going to get to it, yeah. Send it in for another single. So really, really positive on the run in here, the England boys on strike.
Yeah, very, very, very good to see from them. So far, of course, that's still that brilliant opening pair of Radic and Merriman.
Oh, in the misfield there, it said the Welsh fielder chucked it in very hard because Merriman looked like he was struggling to get in, and it just eluded the bowler Smith at the end and ran through, and they've run a second run there to get another 2 on the board for Merriman as we hit 90 for naught in the 16th over. Merriman 44, Radic 40, solid start. Anthony Smith comes in to deliver another ball, just nudged away by Merriman on the leg side, picked up in the kind of silly mid-on deep square leg area for Wales and thrown back in. Another single on the board for Merriman.
Yeah, Rash has made a great point on the YouTube comments. He said, with a batting to come at the current rate on a high scoring pitch, a score of 320 should be achievable. I don't think he's far on there, Matt. You know, in terms of, you know, as we say, they're approaching that century just past first, 15 overs gone. You'd like to think that Rash's prediction there might just come true.
Yeah. I mean, it's basic maths as well.
Yeah, exactly.
100 runs per 15 overs makes it 345. So, yeah, I mean, what he's saying, if they accelerate when they get into it and start swinging a bit, they'd want to push 320. Again, it's always the way in cricket. You don't know whether that's a good score till the second team come in and have a dabble. And hopefully they can put up a bit more of a fight than we saw at Stratford last year and give a run chase. And their job at the moment was obviously to keep the runs down. So I think this is Anthony Smith at this end, isn't it, for the bowling? I think we had the wrong end there for Gareth Edwards, my mistake, because he was at the town centre end. Ask Rash if he knows what the ends are called. We've got the football ground and the scoreboard end, I suppose, as Smith comes into... Oh, he's had a big old swipe at that, Merriman, and that's travelling. Fielder's just going to cut it off. They're looking for two. They have gone two as well. Very good run in between wickets, yeah. Not hanging around here at all, the England boys. They really want to get on with this.
Yeah, really, really good. We've got another country viewing us, Matt, from the USA, Ravi Suri. Great to hear from you there. Brilliant streaming.
Shot.
Professional commentary. Thank you very much, Ravi.
We need one of those little scratch maps, don't we? We can scratch the countries off for everyone that's everyone that's listening in. So yeah, nice drive again from Merriman, straight down the ground. Fielder's well positioned because it went straight to him. But they've again rotating strike again. Radic on strike. Smith comes in to bowl. He goes little back foot, nudges it off the hip. Fielder down here at deep square legs, just got to put it back in. Another single on the board. And that was another thing I forgot to say, that the skipper Edward Gordon Lennox mentioned was they wanted to really rotate strike a lot, keep it switching over. They've certainly managed that so far as Smith comes in to face Merriman. He's had a big old sweep of that. I'm not sure deep square leg's going to get that. No chance. He's nailed that. Almost straight at us in the commentary position for 4 runs. As a cracking strike. One of those lovely cricket shots you hear come straight at the middle, and that obviously brings up Merriman's 50. 52 for Merriman.
Yeah, half century for him now.
So 54 balls.
Yeah.
It's a good lick, isn't it, that?
Really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Radic 41 off 44. Yeah, 52 out of 55. 52 out of 55 balls for Richard Merriman. It's brilliant for him.
Yeah, it's nearly 100 strike rate, isn't it? Not
Yeah,
far off it at all.
Always a reliable player that we saw last year. And again this year as we're approaching that century for England.
Yeah, just a little back foot drive there, straight down the ground again. Picked up by the Welsh fielder, thrown in. Another single on the board, which takes the England total through to the century. So that's 100 for naught for England, off 16.5 overs. Merriman on 52. As Radic faces it, just gets it a little bit wrong there. Didn't quite time the shot he was going for there. But that's the end of the 16th over. Yeah, so 100 up for England. Off 17 overs, I think the score was just ticked over to, so we're in the 18th. 53 for Merriman, 41 for Radic. They're just having a little conflab in the middle of the wicket, as you can see on your screens. Still see those trees swaying in the background as the wind is fairly stiff here at the Newport Cricket Ground. What's going on here? They seem to be having a bit of a discussion, to be fair. I think it's actually the Welsh skipper preparing for a new bowler. We will have to get a little insight on that when we can from and the scorers. That's a change of bowler because I don't think that's Gareth Edwards anymore, is it?
So joining us now on the commentary desk, Matt's gone for another walkabout. It's Phil Deakin from the England side. Phil, thanks for joining us. What have you made so far? A century for England after just 17 overs.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent start, Richard and Paul. Yeah, very impressive. Yeah, it's just really good. 100 off 17, that's good. Great start.
Yeah, really, really good. You know, we had the Welsh manager on us. Another great effort there. And like you say, you were saying, even just, you know, looking back to that game in Stratford, where of course Wales only had the 101 all out. Obviously, you guys brought it back 102. You know, looking to just really, you know, get that bid score that, you know, is unassailable for Wales this afternoon. And it's just, you know, it will kick off really a fantastic summer for you.
Yeah, hopefully. Obviously, our player pool is so much bigger than Wales. Yeah. So we do have, and we have a really strong side out. You know, today, you know, it's a very strong side, strong batting lineup. And obviously, with a start like this, it bodes well.
Fantastic. Yeah, and, you know, the great thing is, you know, it can. This doesn't really go. You know, this sort of, you know, the actual cricket doesn't, you know, go. You know, the sponsors are a massive help, aren't they, in terms of just, you know, getting the cricket going. How, you know, how much of a big help are they just to get, you know, you know, England playing?
It's absolutely fantastic. Obviously, we're self-funded, so it's not like we can get money from the ECB, which is quite realistic, really. You can't expect over 60s to be sponsored by the ECB. So it is really important that we can get sponsors.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, and just to mention other sponsors.
So, yeah, there's a couple that luckily I've managed to get. There's a company called MacTech Services Limited, who are based in Shaw in Oldham. They have sponsored us for quite a number of years, to be fair. They specialise in it's shredding machines for waste, basically. So all local, you know, home waste goes to these machines that they provide. And like I said, they looked after us for 3 years. The other company is a company called Pro Bio Energy, and they also have sponsored us a couple of times. They're based in Newcastle. I actually one of the directors there used to play cricket, and he played with me at my club at Littleborough. And he's done really well, and they've sponsored us as well, so it's been really fantastic.
Fantastic, yeah. We've just done another mention of a few other sponsors that are helping us along today, getting this to you. Sporter Tours, Stonehill and NV Play. Thank you very much to those for just getting us really on air, you know, this afternoon. That's always the main thing, providing you with the commentary and coverage of England seniors as they are up to 111 for naught now. What's really a target in mind, Phil, for the summer, would you say? Is there anything in mind, especially for you know, today's that starting point, but is there anything really in terms of for the summer that you know, as a team and obviously individually you'd like to achieve?
Well, yes. I mean, currently we've got a squad of 30 odd, I think. The first objective is to get selected in the England test squad as such. There is Lions cricket this year, so there's going to be quite a lot more cricket. We have obviously got a really busy summer. Starting with the West Indies, who may be a bit unknown, but we did play we played over in Barbados a couple of years ago, and they were quite strong, to be fair. So there's possibilities they'll be quite strong. But it will set us up then for Australia, who are an absolute excellent over 60s team. Currently the world champs and probably the best side. Obviously we want to knock them off the mantle, but we've got 5 games against them. It's really good because it does seem that we are now playing Australia year on year, whereas obviously the Test side will not do that. They'll play them. The full England side will play them once every couple of years. But the Aussies seem to want to play against us because we give them the biggest test, and obviously we're hoping to beat them this year. So, but first job for all of us is to get in the first side.
Yeah, do you think that's closer than ever now, really? Phil, in terms of just, like you say, that you're giving them year on year some fantastic games in that 5-match series. Is it, do you reckon that's even closer to happening this year, for an England win?
We're confident, but we do know that they are recruiting. They are moving forward. They are getting more and more players. Where in the past, I would think Australia probably the majority of the better Australian players don't carry on. So they are definitely improving. But yeah, we've got a good squad, very good squad. So it's going to be difficult. There's going to be some good players who don't play. So we've got a strong squad, lots of backup. So we're looking forward to it.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, and just finally, Phil, the mention on obviously Mark Wilson, debutant today in terms of in the squad. How nice is it, obviously, just to see, someone make their maiden debut for England, and just not, nice to see some new players really, continuing. The squad is like ever building, isn't it?
Yes, I've known Mark for a number of years. Obviously, he's a Yorkshireman, and me being Lancastrian, we do play against each other. Mark has been a quality bowler for a number of years. He's played for the Yorkshire 50s for quite a while as the top bowler. Struggled a bit with injury, but I think he's back now. I've spoke to him and everything's good, and yeah, good. It's a great feeling when you make your debut for England. It's fantastic, but he deserves it because he's very good.
Yeah, and that's a century apiece now for Radic and Merriman. Half a century, I do mean.
I think we've just hit a 6.
Yeah.
Big 6 through mid wicket from Radic.
Oh. Brilliant stuff from Paul Radic. As we say, 125 for the loss of no wickets now. For England, that's a fantastic, they've really boosted that run rate, 6.47. Now, more of the same, Phil, you'd like to see, but obviously a target, obviously we had Rash on, who normally is on our commentary team. He said a target of 320 really is really achievable given how well of a start it's been. Just has to be careful with that.
I think it's just been dropped.
Yeah, close on that.
Yeah, I suppose it's possible. I mean, it's a really good pitch, and obviously it's going to get tougher for Wales with us getting such a good start. It gives everybody free licence who come in to get on, and obviously the batsmen are all wanting to impress because they want to get in the full side. So obviously this is the full side, but there's another game against Scotland next week, which is a different lineup, and then there's also a game for the Lions. So there's 2 other teams with lots of more players. So as I say, it's not a done deal yet. You've still got to work to get in the first team.
Well, that's right. Definitely an interesting test to be able to get into the side for those big test matches in the summer. .127 for the loss of naught now. And Radic once again.
Yeah, they're both chancing their arm now and seeming to get away with it. There's a lot of balls going airborne at the minute, but they're getting away with it. They're just not going to hand, so it's quite fortunate, but good for us.
Yeah.
Surely not going to get away with that one. No, it's out.
That's the first.
Curse of death for me.
Yeah.
So we're getting away with it. Commentator's curse.
First out. And that's Paul Radage there. And that's a shame after such a fantastic start, both hitting that half-century, Phil. But obviously you don't want that now to be sort of that domino effect. Obviously after such a good start, you don't want that to really play into the minds of England. But for Wales, on the other hand of that, on the other side of that coin, this could be the start of their turnaround, really, in terms of this game.
Hopefully not, but it could be.
Yeah, of course.
But like I said, we've got some really top players coming in, so we would hope to keep it going.
Fantastic.
I don't know if you wanted me to give you an estimate, but I think it's possible we'll hit 300, somewhere around that, probably.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to be too optimistic and say we're going to do better than that.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be Neil Braithwaite to come on now. Third in the batting order for England this afternoon in Newport. That's the first wicket loss, though, in Paul Radage. Took 19 overs, and it's 129 for one.
Neil will be quite nervous because he's come back into the squad. He played in my first season. When we went to Barbados, it's quite funny because he played against Barbados, against West Indies in Barbados. Sorry, I know he's nervous because I've chatted to him, but he's an excellent player, Neil, and I wish him well. But I do know he's nervous, but I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah. Rasha said, "Welcome to my world, Dietz." There we go. He's got the.
Thanks, Rash. First time. This is a first for me. I'm actually enjoying it now. I'm a bit nervous at first, and I hope I'm not speaking too quick, which is something that I do.
You might be looking for your job, Rash. Who knows?
No, definitely not. The left-arm spinner bowling for Wales now is a useful bowler. He's probably their strongest bowler, so we do have to show a bit of caution because he's a good bowler.
Yeah, as Wales look to try and take another wicket as quickly as they possibly can. Richard Merriman, Neil Braithwaite. Ooh. Yeah, just wide there. But yeah, Neil Braithwaite plies his trade at Essex County Cricket Club.
Yeah, good bat. Excellent fielder. You'll be able to watch him in the field. Excellent fielder. Doesn't bowl very well though. Have seen him bowl. Doesn't bowl very well.
$132 now for the loss of one. As we just saw, if you've just joined us, Paul Radage just bowled out.
Yeah, he just got under one and hit it straight up in the air and caught him mid-wicket, I think it was. Good catch, to be fair.
Yeah.
So Neil's going to face his first ball from the spinner, who's, as I said, decent bowler. Yes, off the mark, first ball, great effort. Pushed it into the offside, got a quick single. That's something else that we want to be looking at. Running aggressively between the wickets. Positive cricket, that's what the skipper wants, and that's obviously what we're all aware of.
It's another great effort by Merriman.
Neil will get back, no problems. Easy too.
And especially when you play in a team like Wales, Phil, you know, in terms of, you know, you've got familiar faces, haven't you, in terms of seeing players that you've seen obviously last year and many years in the past. How nice is it just to be able to catch up with these players and have that friendly rivalry again? Yeah,
it's really good. One or two of them I know really well. I had some good battles with them. The thing to say about Wales is obviously they go to all the tournaments because they've got their own side, and they're great blokes. They really enjoy themselves. As I said, because the pool's not as strong as definitely as England, then they're obviously not at our standard at the moment. But I can tell you that there's quite a lot of good Welsh cricketers coming through. You know, 40-year-olds. I believe they're over 40s are very good. The 50s are improving. There's a lot of good cricketers that I've seen because we play 40 clubs, some 40 club stuff, and Wales are very strong in that. And it's filtering through now as they get to 50 and then to 60. So whilst the 60s team has not got them yet, they're coming. They're going to be strong in the future.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, especially when you look at the different generations coming through, in terms of just for this sport. As we come, you know, me and Matt were, you know, witnessing this last year. It's just a sport that, especially for your generation, it's on the rise, isn't it?
Definitely. It's
amazing.
amazing.
Really good to see. Even just like, as I said, you know, I said to the Wales boss, even, you know, just physically, but socially as well. It's so important, isn't it?
That's what the game is. I mean, it's fantastic to socialise after the game. Obviously, everybody wants to play to win, but the social side is really good. And like I said, the Welsh boys are really good. It's obviously they're not. Technically, they're going to struggle against our side when we put a full side out, and to be fair to them, we have put a really, really strong side out today. So, but as I said, coming on, they will improve. They won't get worse. And the take up of people coming into the game it's unbelievable. You know, so many people want to play now. Numbers are going through the roof. I mean, I know some of the 50s teams now are getting second teams. So it's definitely. I think the international stuff is the thing that's really brought it, that more people want to play it.
Oh, it's fantastic. Great to hear that from Phil there. And 139 for the loss of one now for England. 21 overs gone. Another one for Braithwaite now. It's another nice effort. He's
yeah, good running. 2-0 there, was it?
Yeah.
It's also good, obviously the sponsorship helps, but it's also good to have you guys here, the commentary. I mean, obviously it's the first time I've done this, but it's fantastic to have the people can watch and then get the commentary as well. I mean, I know it's popular. Obviously, if we think about the World Cup, when was it India and Pakistan? There were thousands, hundreds of thousands watching, so it just shows. So obviously we don't get that for England, but people will be watching today, I'm sure, and having to listen to me. I'm not sure they'll be happy about that.
I can tell you, 62 people are watching and listening to your commentary at the moment.
Laughing at my accent. He's gone deep, but it's safe. Richard's chancing his arm now, Richard Merriman. But he's playing well, he's 71 now.
Yeah, brilliant. 71 for Richard Merriman, as you've just mentioned, Phil.
Richard back in the side as well. Had a bit of a sabbatical and had 12 months off. Still a good player though.
Yeah.
And obviously he's showing that today. Good quick single there. That's what Neil's good at, and good bit of fielding, but he got him well. Sorry, I've not mentioned the score at any stage. You're having to do that, aren't you?
Yeah.
But, 144 for 1 off 21, is it? Yeah,
That's right.
In the 22nd over.
Great return once again as Richard Merriman looks to...
He's getting the reverse sweep out, and
Yeah.
he's played it really well. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, lovely stuff again from Richard Merriman as he reaches 75 now. 148 for 1. Brilliant from Merriman as
300
he...
plus is definitely looking good, isn't it? Sorry.
No, definitely.
It's a great setup here at Newport as well. Have you been here? I've been here. We've played with we had a competition with the 40 Club, and it's an excellent setup.
No, it's fantastic to see. You see the different. I've been here. This is my 4th time on this sport complex because I've been covering the Cheltenham Town Women's Football Club, and I've just been at the football ground up the road when they've had a game here. But like you say, the amount of sport they've got here, even just on this international sports village, it's really good to see. And another fantastic cricket ground like we were witness to last year when we saw the likes of Otamore, Smevik, even though there was a brief time there, and that's Stratford, but always lovely to see. Like you say, the great setups, always so accommodating, aren't they, for these sort of games, and they just love having this sort of occasion here.
Yes, and obviously they've got 2 grounds here. The sporting facilities here are just fantastic. Like you said, there's lots of other sports here as well. Very impressive. The pitches are good. The wicket's excellent. We've got a change of ball in here from Wales. The left arm spinner's come off. I'm not sure who it is though.
No. Sound, mate. 148 for 1. Apologies if you can't see the score on the YouTube stream. We seem to have just lost that momentarily. Get that back to you. I know we got it. There we go. 149 for 1. Apologies there.
Oh, it's the leg spinner ball. Always been dropped. The leg spinner, Paul Murphy, I think, is bowling. Richard Merriman's just hit him down to deep mid off, and he's actually been dropped, and it's gone over for 6.
Fantastic.
Should have been out, but he's got 6 for it.
Yeah, 155 for 1 now. That run rate creeping towards 7 now, 6.94.
Yeah, Richard's going for it now.
Yeah.
Which is probably the right thing to do, because if he gets out, it'll get somebody else in, but he's really opening up now.
Paul Murphy.
Yeah.
From Usk Cricket Club on the bowling now.
Neil's just cut him down to 3rd man. He's going to get 2. Yeah, comfortable 2 for Neil. That'll be 160 for 1. In the 23rd over, is it? Or is it
That's right.
Yes, another quick single to Neil. Moves on to 10. Should be settled down now, Neil. I think he's just got himself in.
Yeah, we've just had a few comments to say, backing up your point, Phil, about the growth of obviously seniors cricket. We've also obviously Had a comment there, 126 county teams competing this year across 4 over 60 divisions and 3 over 70 divisions. That's just fantastic to see, just the growth of the sport in general, especially, you know, that must be just such a, just witnessing that and being a part of it is such an honour for you.
It is. Obviously, I started to play 40 club cricket when I was 40 years of age, which is as it sounds. And I did play with quite a lot of older guys from the south. And they were telling us there were lots of strong cricket and old man's cricket down south, but it's all over the country now, and it's fantastic. And I mean, Lancashire have just started a 70s team this year. They're struggling to get a full side out, but they're doing it, and it's phenomenal how it's growing.
That's brilliant. And a few more comments here. Cricket Legends TV have said, really enjoying the insights inside the England over 60s cricket team. And they're saying, Paul Radage was our player of the Malta Seniors Cricket Festival. It's brilliant seeing him bat. We've also had from Rash, had the pleasure of catching up with Dietz at Elskar earlier this week. A man of the match performance from him. Hey, singing your praises now. Phil, it's fantastic.
Rash, where is he? He should be here doing this. But to be fair, I've enjoyed it. Yes, I had a decent game against Yorkshire Ridings this week. Richard just smashed one through mid-wicket. I think it's 4, it could be 6, we're just checking. It's a 6, yeah, is it? 6 through mid-wicket. Moves on to 89. Yes, it was nice to see Rash and Mel. Obviously, I know Rash does this with you. Does it? He works. How come he's not here today? Is he? Is it just too far?
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, 166 for 1. Now for England, another fantastic return from them. And still 21.5 overs remaining for them. That run rate has gone over 7 now. 7.17 now.
Which has just gone on to 90, single down to deep mid off and brings Neil on strike.
Really looking to reach that target. You know, shooting up towards that 200 now. Plenty of overs remaining, and only the loss of 1 wicket so far, and that was Paul Radage. Oh, now we'll just roll
Lovely
through
shot
for a 4.
Just rock back to just short of a length and hit it through point for 4. Good shot, Neil.
$171 for 1. Fantastic performances. And like you say, great 4-4, Neil Braithwaite. 13 now for him. And Richard Merriman on 90.
Well bowled. Dot ball. Just pushed it into mid wicket. Not been many of those dot balls, but. Yeah, Neil just works it through mid wicket and gets 2. Sorry, we didn't say Chris Hudson is currently bowling. He's just come on at this end, bowling off spin. Oh, it looks like off spin. Yes, another dot ball. Looks a decent over that. 173 for 1 off 24.
Yeah, and I welcome back to the commentary. Owen's taking a little break now and sat here with Phil. You enjoying it, Phil?
I am actually. I would have been nervous doing it, but yeah, I'm quite enjoying it.
And obviously the England camp are going to be more than happy with this start to the season.
Definitely.
Would you say the England side have a stronger batting lineup or bowling lineup? Obviously, being a bowler yourself, you're going to be slightly biased.
It's a strong. I said it earlier. It's a strong side. We are treating Wales we're giving them utmost respect, and it's a very strong side that we've put out today. We do probably bat down all 11. I mean, Razzie Ahmed's batting 11, and he won a game. He smashed. He won a game with Simon Routh in Australia last year in the winter. So, and he's batting 11. Nick Newman's batting 10. He got 100 in the World Cup.
Wow.
Against South Africa. So, but yeah, it's probably a stronger batting lineup. Although there's nothing wrong with the bowling.
So we've got Paul Murphy coming in from what we've called the town centre, and he's just thrown it down to.
Yeah, to Neil, like he's landing it. But it's a good pitch, So, and obviously, such a good start gives you the license to, to play with freedom, and that's what's happening. And obviously, Richard's really trying to take off.
Obviously, Merriman having a great knock moment as Murphy 6-1 down. He has a swing and a miss at that, and
He's
bowled him.
He's been bowled, I think.
He's been bowled. He's gone for a big heave over the bowler's head. Then that's a shame. That on 91, Merriman's going to have to carry his back to the pavilion. But I mean, it's a fantastic knock by him. But he's been bowled there by Paul Murphy on 91. He went for a big hoik over the bowler's head. I think he's got away with that 4 or 5 times already this innings. So it's not to criticise. And at any level of cricket, 91's a good knock.
It is, and obviously it's Richard's first game back for a while, so he's obviously done really well. It's a pity he's not got 100, but I'm sure he won't be too disappointed. He wanted to be aggressive, so to either quicken up the run rate or to get out and give somebody else a go. So
yeah, no, job well done by the opener there. And say it's a well-known name to most people in the cricketing world here, Mel Hussain, which I believe is Nasser's brother. Is that correct?
that is correct.
So
Older brother.
Rash
And
was educating us on last year.
yes, and Mel's an excellent player, obviously. So it's the Welsh boys are not going to enjoy Mel coming to the wicket. He's coming into bat with Neil, obviously both Essex players. So they will have batted together many times, and I would expect the running between the wickets will be fantastic now.
And it's obviously a decent batting pitch, obviously a flat wicket. The way they're scoring the runs, I suppose the Welsh boys have just got to hope to keep the run rate down and the target down around 300, and then come out and do their own thing. They've obviously got a couple of 3 decent batters themselves in the Welsh 11.
Yes, yeah. It's difficult for them because, as I say, such a strong batting lineup we have. But they'll just try and restrict us really if they can keep us under 300. But that with their target, I think now we'll be trying obviously to try and push past that if we can.
So having been bowled by Richard Merriman on 91 cracking innings, it's going to be Mel Hussain facing his first ball from Paul Murphy here, coming in from the scoreboard end or town centre end as he starts his run up. Oh.
An LB shout first ball, but
Yeah.
it's gone down to third man for single. He has hit it. The umpire's not give, so he appealed, but I think he hit it.
He looked quite
So
a
he's
loose,
off the mark for his ball.
loose loopy one, that like it came out the back of his hand a little bit.
Yeah, that's what he's bowling. He looks to be landing it. He's bowling it quite well, to be fair. Bit short. Neil's pulled him, but there's a guy at mid wicket.
Oh, to
horrible
be fair
bounce.
to him, horrible bounce. Yeah, we won't criticise the
No,
fielder. We were
no.
stood right behind the line of that shot, and Neil caught hold of that, and the bounce just before
The
the fielder
bounce.
just shot off to the right and went over his shoulder. But it was 4 runs for Neil Brathwaite.
He's also an excellent fielder. The guy, so
Yeah, we could see that from here when he just took a right angle turn.
there's no
so,
chance.
yeah.
There's no chance. Yeah. So that's 4 to Neil. Moved on to 20. Just dropped that one a bit short, Murphy.
So Murphy comes in again to Brathwaite. He's appealed. He's given it.
Oh, he's giving him. He's got
He's
LBW.
given LBW there. So it's
I think that must have been a wrong one.
yeah. It's just took.
So Neil Brathwaite,
early men's
LBW.
up, so Murphy gets a
Second wicket in the over.
a couple of wickets in the over. I didn't quite see, what was he on, 20 Brathwaite, wasn't
20,
he? So
I think,
Brathwaite's had to walk for. So a little glimmer of hope here for Wales. They've taken a couple of quick wickets. We've got 1 ball left in this over. We're gonna say goodbye to you after this. Thanks for joining us, Phil.
No
Owen's
problem.
going to come back in. We'll let you talk us through this last ball. Hopefully you'll join us over the summer now. You're not so terrified of us sat here
No,
at the
I'm not
commentary table.
It's been very enjoyable. Obviously, Ed Gordon Lights is coming out to bat now.
Do you know Ed well? Where's Ed coming from?
I know Ed is the skipper and he plays for Gloucester.
Oh, of course he does. I was talking to him earlier.
And
decent batsman.
He's a very, very good batsman. He is so destructive if he gets in.
Yeah, he looks to be a
when we
sizable chap.
talk about the score and getting to 300, if Ed bats for 10 or 15 overs, we will score more than 300. Very aggressive player. Needs to get in though.
Yeah, well, I say just a couple. It gives a bit of entertainment for the watchers. At the Welsh, you get a bit of optimism now. A couple of quick wickets.
Yeah, the leg spinner's ball well. He's got two. Oh, it's over. He's not facing. Yeah, he's bowled very well. So let's hope we'll have to show him a bit more respect.
Yeah. So thanks for your time. If you see us any time this summer and you fancy a little chat, just give us a wave because it's been fantastic insight and the feedback from this has been absolutely cracking. So thank you, Phil.
Good. Thank
Take
you.
care, cheers.
Enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
So that was Phil Dakin, everyone, who's given us a fantastic insight here to this game down here at Newport County Cricket Club, and it sounds like he really enjoyed himself, and hopefully that means he'll jump on board over the summer. And I hope you agree that's some really, really good insight. I mean, they've got far more knowledge about cricket than myself and Owen, kind of up at Nash's level, and they know each other, where they play and what they're used to doing and stuff. So hopefully that can make your entertainment watching us on YouTube a little bit better, as we have the bowler coming in from the football ground end, and it's going to be Mel. Oh, Mel Hussain on facing that, and that's taken a little nip and nearly got the edge through to the wicketkeeper again. Yeah, that looks like there's just a little bit of movement starting to happen on the pitch here, because the LB certainly got Neil, and Mel's just went to prod at one there, and it just turned sharply into the wicketkeeper's gloves, and he was fortunate not to get any willow on that before it went into the gloves of the Welsh wicketkeeper, and he's started with 3 dot balls here. So Brathwaite's gone for 20. Oh, he's cut that way beautifully, that Mel. Just rocked onto his back foot. I think it's not going to quite make the boundary. A big slice on that shot when he first did it. I thought it was easily 4 runs, but they've actually ran 3 there, so credit to them. They really are going for it, these boys, on the run in between wickets, as the skipper said to me, who's now going to be facing, and it's Chris Hudson coming from the football ground end, as Gordon Lennox. I think this is his first delivery, is it? Or did he have one? No, he had one at the end of the over, didn't he? No, this is his first delivery, yeah.
Yeah.
So you enjoy it. So Owen Mason, the mighty Butcher of Bewdley's back to join me. Do you enjoy your time with Phil there?
That was really good. Like we mentioned, the insight there, just from, just to get that in game as well while they're waiting to bowl, I think it's just fantastic to see. It's nice to be able to, he's been in and around the squad and gave such a great insight into how that sport, how the sport at this age range, at this age level, 40s, 50s, 60s and into your 70s, it's just growing year on year, which is really, really good to see.
Yeah, and as I said, the comments you had on your thing, that obviously the watchers and listeners are really enjoying the players coming. It's really good of them to give their time while they're mid-match. I know he's still to bat, but for the players to come over and have a chat to us while they're mid-game, it's priceless, really. You obviously wouldn't get it at the top level. The golfers do it, I know, nowadays, with a little earbud in their ears as they walk down a hole and have an interview. But to have Phil giving us that insight, it's nearly as good as having you here, Rash. Nearly as good. So Hudson's going to come in again from the football ground end. We've got the skipper, Gordon Lennox. It must have been going down leg, because I clipped the black pad. We're obviously sat directly at point here when Lennox bats, and that struck his back leg very close to the stump, so it could only have been going down, well, pitching outside of going to leg, but the umpire wasn't interested, and they're going to have a little chat here. And then, as I said to Phil Owen, kind of a bit of excitement we want as a neutral, I suppose, in this game of Wales taking a couple of quick wickets there. Yeah,
that's it. Just in that break, that I had just there, 2 wickets lost, in quick succession. That's an interesting one, really, in terms of for Wales. They'll be looking at that as a positive. They want to try and limit this now. They don't want England to get anywhere near 300, because they want a chance of getting there, don't they, this afternoon? If they can limit if they can limit them to, you know, a 250, you know, that's still within reach, just about. But they need to have a good start against this England team this afternoon after tea.
And it's still Paul Murphy hit the town centre. It's a lovely sweep on Mel. So that was 4 from the minute he left the bat. He just dropped down onto his knee and swept that away towards the pavilion, and it raced across the boundary before we had a chance to see it. And it's yeah, but like Phil says, it looks like a very strong batting lineup. But a bit of glimmer of hope for Wales. They didn't really show that at Stratford last year. There wasn't a point where they took a couple and their tails got back up. But trust me, if you're watching this on the feed, they really are just got a bit more impetus there, taking those two wickets. And again, Murphy just fiddling with his field here. He obviously thinks that Mel Hussein's a bit of a threat as he prowls around in his crease, looking for the gaps and changes going on.
Yeah, 18.5 overs left for England now to add to this score that they've acquired so far in the Newport Sunshine of 187 for free. Still a decent amount of overs, that run rate of 7.15 as well, as you see. Very decent return for them.
And it's about partnerships, isn't it? They talk about it all the time. You know, you've cracked the beginnings of Richard Merriman, and you've got Hussain who's only on 8 here, 5 balls faced. Gordon Lennox only faced 1 ball. So if they can nibble into this partnership sooner rather than later, you just never know.
That's right.
They've taken an early quick run there. The wicket's got to get rid of that a little bit earlier than that. I thought he delayed a little bit there, just collecting the ball there. Jimmy Watkins, the Welsh wicketkeeper, ran through the ball himself rather than letting the fielder take it. He was just a bit hesitant on turning and getting that ball in again. Murphy's just shuffling the pack here and moving the fielder. He's going to be square leg. Bring him more deep square leg now, because surprise really, because Mel's, I know it's Lennox on strike. I thought Mel was on strike. Then he just played that sweep shot. So yeah, he just drove that there, Lennox, off the back foot, but straight to the fielder at extra cover. And the run rate's dropping, isn't it? You know, they're just keeping them tied back here. Wales with a couple of tidy balls. Oh, that's a great stop there again by extra cover, driven straight at him, but it was travelling at some speed, and he just dived in the way there and stopped it going for a probably certain boundary.
Yeah, Phil made a good point as well. At these games, this game today, the one-off international against Wales and next week's games against Scotland, are really those insights for Paul Bradley and of course Ed Gordon-Lennox, just to see who will be in that squad to face the West Indies and the likes of the USA and Australia a bit later in the summer. You know, some big games there. And that is
Out, bowled.
That's another wicket lost.
Straight through the gate, that looked like there for me for Mel Hussain, wasn't it? No, it's the skipper.
Ooh.
Edward Gordon-Lennox has gone for a duck, I'm afraid.
That is a shame.
And that's another little nibble. Again, what we're saying, breaking these partnerships up, not letting England get anything going here.
And that's Ed Gordon-Lennox, like you say, didn't get a point on the board. Bit
Run.
of a... yeah, I should say that, yeah.
Run.
My football commentary expertise there. But yeah, didn't get a run on the board there, unfortunately.
It's not a point in football either.
No. That's right.
But yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, in the space of, 3 or 4 overs, they've gone from no wickets down to 4 down. So the Welsh boys here are going to... And you can see on your screens there, they're having a huddle and a serious old chat here, because they've really put a dent in this England march towards the kind of 320 total we were talking about, as Nick Gayward walks out to the crease and Mel's straight out there to speak to. I wonder if the sunshine that's baking the wicket is just drying it out and making some turn, or something's happening out there, because they just seem to be missing a few more deliveries here, the Welsh boys, than they were earlier in proceedings. But as it stands, we're England 188 for 4. We've had 27 overs. That was the last delivery of a spell of Paul Murphy. I think, has he taken every wicket? He's certainly taken 3 of them for my money. I'll have to check that with the scorers. whether it comes up here. So yeah, we've got Chris Hudson's taken one. So yeah, 3 wickets for Paul Murphy and 1 for Chris Hudson, who's coming in here from the football ground end, and Mel Hussain on strike. England have lost 4 quick wickets here just to give the Welsh team a little bit of hope. That's just pulled round the corner there by Hussain and straight to the fielder for 1. So Nick Gayward will get his look at his first delivery.
Yeah, after looking so comfortable in those, 100 for the loss of no wickets, and you lot, I think that first wicket was lost at about 125 for 1, and you think, my goodness, like in quite a quick turnaround, like you say, especially in the last few overs, this has been, Wales have really been clipping away at that advantage that England have had so far this afternoon. As we just approach, just approach 10-2 here in Newport. 189 for 4 for England, as Wales just look to keep chipping away at these wickets, because if they can do so in that target, it doesn't look so bad now if they can get a few more wickets on the board.
Yeah, I mean, in the space of just 3 overs, it's gone from a 7.16 run rate down to 6.96. So they really are curtailing the England cricket team's charge here. And I don't know if you can hear in the microphones, but that wind is whipping up here again and causing us all sorts of problems in our commentary position. And again, a really deep conversation here for the Welsh team, with Chris Hudson just shuffling the field around.
Yeah, Hussain, 10 runs so far for him. Nick Gayward, so yet to get a run just yet. Of course, he doesn't want to be like Ed Gordon-Lennox and not get a run. But the way Wales are going, can't put it past them.
It's a lovely drive, that straight back past the bowler. 4 runs all day long. Has he saved that? Oh, I think he's dived and saved that.
That's great. That's a great save, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's dived at the last minute and saved that. Good bit of field in there, but it's they were shuffling the field around, obviously, because Nick's a left-hander. As I think he's our first left-hander in today so far, and that's why the field keeps shuffling. That was a cracking bit of field in there from the Welsh player down there, and kind of a long off area.
Yeah, just confirmation of that 2 for Nick Gayward. 191 for 4 now. That's
Swing and a miss. He's had a swing and a miss there. Nick just looking to hook that round the corner at kind of down short leg position. He was looking to feed it through kind of long leg and square leg, and just missed it totally, and it's bobbled out on the onside.
Sorry, dude, he's up in the right place.
Gayward again. Just a little bit on it. Not enough to produce any more runs.
Yeah, and there's plenty of time here, isn't there? For
Oh,
England?
yeah.
They're obviously just steadying the ship. We want 27 overs in. They're just rebuilding here, just having a little bit of a prod. We saw we had there as he just hits the back foot and drives that straight back down the field to kind of mid-on area for Nick. They're having a little rebuild, and obviously the Radic Merriman era is gone, where they were swinging the bat for love nor money, and just rebuild and get a few runs on the board here.
Yeah, it was a blow to lose that first wicket on Paul Radic, but obviously when Merriman went, and that was that trickle effect, wasn't it? Because after that, 3 wickets, as you say, in quick succession, have given Wales and Pete Doherty just a bit of time now, just to be able to almost regroup. They need to, if they can get that one more wicket. Obviously, like you said, they've been shaving that run rate down with 17 overs remaining here in Newport, just approaching 2 o'clock here in South Wales.
Yeah, I mean, still at 91 is a fantastic innings by Richard Merriman.
Fantastic.
Real shame that we didn't see a century here. Hope Monty will have a chat with us later. He's already come over and said, if you want 5 minutes of my time, I'll come and have a word. We certainly saw him wield the bat last summer, didn't we? With a few cracking innings when we were commentating last summer.
Yeah.
Ted's given away here and all sorts as Nick Gay was on facing again. Paul Murphy, they're keeping him on because he had a cracky little spell. Just prodded that forward to the extra cover area. He's just fielded that easily. No run taken. Again, Gay would just presses forward to defend that and taking real stock here, England, as the run rate drops to 6.82. Credit to the Welsh cricket team, really. They've really put them under the cosh here when they looked like they were flying along. That's a bit of a loose, long hop there, yeah, from Murphy, and well fielded again by Wales. Nick Gayward was all over that and just drove it straight out over the covers, and the fielder there, who's kind of at long off, sprinted around and avoided the boundary. That was one of the rare loose balls from Paul Murphy there today.
Yeah, that's right. Hasn't really put too much of a foot wrong. But yeah, as you say, Matt, limiting England now to, there's fours would come in here, there and everywhere really for England, and a few sixes. But since that wicket was took, 188 for 4 that was, up to only 194 for 4. And England will be looking to reach that 200, but Wales just stubborn at the moment, trying to get as many wickets as they can.
Again, another good delivery from Paul Murphy, just making Nick drop the bat down and defend it from the stumps. No run taken. Run rate drops again as Paul Murphy's really having a cracking session with the ball here. Nick's just had a swing at that to try and pull it over there to the kind of deep square leg area, and it missed it. But it was too high for an LB shout, and that's the end of the 28th over. It's 194 for 4.
Yeah, 16 overs remaining for England, and that not as dominant as we've just been mentioning in these last few overs. But as 4 wickets lost, obviously they only lost 3 in that game back in June 2024 against Wales. Of course, they were only chasing a score of 101 that day in Stratford-upon-Avon.
Good run in the game between the wickets, just a little nudge from Mel Hussain there to prod it out there to kind of silly it off. And they run through and taken the single there. Yeah, I mean, Phil was saying how deep this batting lineup goes, and saying that Raz had 100 and down at 11, 10, 9, 8. They've had hundreds in the winter series, so Wales have still got to stay on their toes here. There's a lot of batting to come to the crease.
Yeah, that's crucial to have, Matt. I suppose that's why that batting order is so important in terms of even towards that far end of the batting, to still have people who can produce that level of quality. And that just shows, like you say, putting Wales on their toes right into that 40, 50, until those overs are done.
Hudson put out a really full-length ball there that Gayward just stretched in to defend, and another dot ball, which the more of them the better for the Welsh side, as Hudson charges in from the football ground end again. Very full delivery again. He had to dig that almost in his popping crease there for Nick Gayward to stop it hitting his stumps, but he's gone, whether it's that wind, I don't know if you can hear them, our tent's nearly taking off. It's taking off here like Mary Poppins' umbrella, and the wind's whistling in the mics. I think that's just pushing that ball a bit of a longer length than Chris Hudson would want, and actually causing Nick Gayward a few issues with the wind. It's never easy to play in wind this strong.
Oh, very true. Yeah, without that wind, Matt, like as you say, we've had that mention from Pete Doherty earlier in the day that this pitch, it's got a lot of running in it, as you can see. And it just, you know, Phil Deaton was pleased to play on a pitch like this, as they're, you know, just slowly trickling towards that 200. But Wales just making it difficult for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you look in the background on your feed at home there, you can see the trees swaying and swinging in the distance. I mean, in my world of golfing terms, that's a kind of three club wind here in Newport, and both ends of the wicket. You know, Chris Hudson coming from the football ground end is going to be kind of slightly over pitching his deliveries downwind, and then Paul Murphy coming in from the scoreboard town centre end are going to be under pitching as it's held up in the wind, as we just have some more drinks coming onto the pitch here with a slight break in play at the end of the 30th over. England are 195 for 4. Partnership at the moment is Hussain 2, Gaywood 5. Little bit of a mini collapse that they're trying to just defend their way out of here, England. They were flying at, was it 181 for 0? Around that sort of number, looking really good, and then 4 quick wickets have fallen. Credit to the Welsh bowling and fielding, and they've certainly been a lot better. I mean, I remember the mistakes in the field, weren't they? At Stratford upon Avon last year, there were plenty, unfortunately, and that's certainly tidied up. And they've had some cracking stops in the field of boundaries going over, keeping the run down. And since this little collapse of 3 or 4 wickets, they've certainly had a lot more dot balls on the board. In fact, the run rate's dropped to 6.5. as we stand with 15 overs remaining. And I'm guessing if they get back on track, they'll be looking at still getting to that 300 run mark. We were saying kind of 100, they were going along 100 runs for every 15 overs when we were questioning Owen's maths. But they've made 195, so in all honesty, they're 5 runs behind what we thought, but 4 wickets have fallen, so that's always makes a difference.
Yeah, an extraordinary Welsh run, really, because as I've just double-checked on the stream, 175 for 1 was what they were at when that second wicket went. And like you say, within 20 runs, they have lost those 3 wickets. It's slowed down a little bit for them now. Only 1 run in that last in that last over, for England. You know, where, you know, before we've had, you know, 4s and 6s aplenty for England so far. You think of that, like you say, the era of Radic and Merriman earlier in the day. That first hour, it was a golden hour, wasn't it, for England? Wales have just regrouped a little bit, and really, you know, is it really easily could have run away from them completely? And you know, it still is a hell of a target to reach now. But you know, if they can, you know, with 2/3 of the overs complete, 15 left remaining. Wales now, obviously for England, they just want to get, obviously trying to get past this 200. They, as we say, like you say, only 5 below what we'd expect. You know, in terms of, so that's, they're not completely off it after that many spell of wickets going, but they'd just like to regroup themselves, wouldn't they? They don't want to lose that they don't want to lose another wicket, do they, very soon?
No, like I said before, it's about building partnerships here. They've got to kind of hit the reset button. Mel's on 2 and Nick's on 5. You know, we've had big partnerships today. They've got to forget about that. It's just down to these two to stay in now and keep the scoreboard ticking over, build a new partnership, and get a few runs on the board and do their job basically. But yeah, I think a lot of credit has to go to the Welsh team. Certainly 12 months since they kind of didn't lose it in the field. That's too harsh to say, but the field of mistakes slipped in. They didn't really show a lot of fight back when England were hitting all over the park, and it's been a totally different story today. I think they'll be really pleased with this performance. It could have gotten away from them very easily. And you know, it's the old adage in cricket: you don't really know what the wickets do until both teams have had a bat. So Phil did tell us our batting, you know, England's batting is a lot deeper than the Welsh side maybe, but being as it's looking like a flat, very gettable pitch wicket, you know, you just don't know. Wales have only got to come out and throw up a half-decent couple of partnerships themselves, and we've got a game on our hands.
Definitely so. Yeah, we heard from Phil Deaton. You know, given, you know, it's especially, you know, the contrast between the likes of England and Wales. That pool is significantly different. But in terms of Wales, he said there's many players coming through, especially in the 40s ranks, coming into the 50s and obviously into the 60s where we're watching today, where it looks to be a really bright future for this level of Welsh cricket, which is really, really nice to see, you know, of all levels of these home nations. And England will play another home nation, another test before they play the West Indies, the USA and Australia in the peak summer months. They'll be playing Scotland up in Hartlepool next week. But it's, you know, playing these nations, it really shows, and Paul Bradley will have a much better idea after the end of these two games what team he wants to be facing, the West Indies, Australia, the likes of those to come in the later summer months.
Oh, that's unlucky. That was nearly a really good stop again. Mel Hussain just rocked onto his back foot. Cut it back with a point. The Welsh fielder got down really rapidly and it just crept under his body and has gone for 4 runs, I believe.
Yes.
So that moves Mel Hussain on to 11 off 9 balls, and we creep to 199. So England over 60s approaching the 200 mark. Again, the mid bowler still Paul Murphy, I believe. Looking for another little shuffle in the field. Big early shout from Mel Hussain there of no, as Nick Gay would look to come down the pitch and offer him some support to get the single to get them over that double century target as he bowls again towards Hussain. He catches hold of that out the middle, and that is going to be the double century for England. And is it going to creep over the rope for the boundary? It does. 4 runs. England move on to 203 for 4. Mel Hussain moves on to 15.
Yeah, 203 for 4 now for England, as they're just looking to start to cut with gas a bit more now. That run rate, try and increase it as much as they can towards these final third of the overs of their innings. Their innings that's been over 2 hours now. Yeah, 6.62 the run rate now. Of course, it did reach a high of 7, didn't it, earlier?
7.16 and dropped to 650. Just so hopefully they're just finding their feet from an England perspective. Oh, I thought they were going to take a really risky run there from England side of the fence. Hopefully they're just a couple of overs there just to get their eye back in and stop the wobble, as we have 1 delivery left. This over from Paul Murphy, who's had some good figures here. I think he's hit that really solidly. Again, Mel Hussain just loves to rock on that back foot and drove it right through mid-on for a single. Yeah, Paul Murphy's had some, I think 3 for 30 was the last time I looked at his figures on the scoreboard. He's bowled really well, taking some important wickets and nearly put Wales back in this game if they can just stay on top of England here and have obviously a good afternoon with the bat, as Chris Hudson is going to bowl here from the football ground end again. I think it said Chris Hudson on our screens, but he's half decent figures of 1 for 56 at the moment. I think personally there's a little change, isn't there? No, scorers are not agreeing with me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Gareth Edwards, I thought it was. Yeah, so Gareth Edwards back into the attack here. He had 5 overs earlier, 0 for 37. Again, that wind has definitely got up a knot or 2, so maybe the Welsh skipper just thinking that Gareth Edwards can offer a little bit something different from the football ground end, and it's going to be Mel Hussain facing his first delivery back for his second spell. He's pitched that short, and again Mel rocks back and drives it into silly mid-off area, and the Welsh fielder has a little bit of a stumble there and the ball pops out, but all was well and good.
Yeah, that's another decent effort. We'll see a 2 there.
No, just one.
Oh,
there.
just the one, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lovely, lovely drive again down the ground. Right, it's a long on area for Mel Hussain, but he does look in control, and he certainly looked like a reasonable batsman last summer when we saw him in a couple of innings, didn't he? As the Gareth Edwards just changed to coming over the other side of the wicket to the left-hander Nick Gaywood. 1 ball faced, 1 run got. The second spell from Gareth Edwards.
Yeah, 21 for Mel Hussain. Now 5 for Nick Gaywood. I don't know what they're signalling for.
There's the sight screen's in the wrong way. It
Oh,
plays
right.
to the left-hander's just obviously got a slightly different eye line to a right-handed batsman, so they were just waving at the pavilion for some assistance to move the sight screen a smidge to the right-hand side, just for Nick Gaywood. So an awfully slow over here. We've only had 1 ball, and it's been going on for about 10 minutes as Nick just dabs that down into the ground. Very good running again from England as Mel Hussain charges through to get another single on the board for England as they sit at 205 for 4.
Yeah, that mini spell of losing the wickets has gone from England now. I don't want to be Phil Deakin and be a commentator's curse, but yeah, they've sort of controlled it a little bit more, haven't they, in these last few overs? Got past that 200, and now they're 206 for 4 now, as they really look to try and assert that dominance. There's still, of course, still quite a few left to bat if needed, if a few more wickets are lost. But at the moment, Hayward and Hussain coping well.
Yeah, I mean Nick Gaywood's coming at number 6, so 7, 8, 9 still to bat. You'd consider semi-batsman, and as Phil was telling us that this England team really do feel like they can back down to 11 with the quality they've got in Raz Ahmed in 11 there as Gareth Edwards comes in for his 5th delivery. Nick Hayward face in, and there's some players walking behind the sight screen there, just putting him off. He comes in again, delivers a little cut shot there, just back foot drive out there for Nick Gaywood to extra cover, maybe might been on if it's travelled that far. Another single on the board, and again just ticking over here. Very, very sensible from England after that little wobble. Keep the scoreboard ticking over. Build a little bit of a partnership here.
Yeah, that's what's needed, and you mentioned it, Mal. Like similar to how Merriman and Radic had that early partnership that got them to about 129 not out. 129 for 1. It ended up in the end. It was a cracking first innings, wasn't it? Without losing a wicket.
Oh, he's put his finger up. Mel's gone.
Yeah, Mel
Mel's gone, LB.
has gone there, and that will be a 5th wicket gone for England, unfortunately.
I think you might hopefully get a replay for that. Mel Hussein's just prodded forward there to a decent delivery from Gareth Edwards. He's completely missed it, as you see him running in here now, on the replay. He did stride a long way down the wicket. I was surprised to see the umpire's finger go up, but as you see on your screens now, he's just came down the crease, totally missed it, and it's straight onto the pads. And Mel Hussain has got a walk on 13, so another wicket for Wales.
Yeah, that is that wicket gone. Unfortunately for Mel Hussain.
Yeah, not one of his bigger innings, and he is looking very dejected.
Yeah, gutted with that.
I don't think he's very happy with that decision. I say he was a long way down.
No.
Not that these players at this level of age get a lot of bounce on the ball, so I'm not sure he could say it was going over. I know your cricket fanatics are very dubious when it's a long way down the wicket, and he did take a little skip and hop and caught him on the front pad, but umpires adjudged to it be out, and in walks the next batsman for England, which is Simon Ralph.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. He was in at number 7, so England find themselves 208 for 5. We've had 32 overs. That was Gareth Edwards' last delivery of his overs. He's now taken 2. 208 for 5, last wicket fallen. And Murphy, who's taken 3 for 35 so far. Very diving, athletic effort from Paul Murphy there to stop the drive going past him, but he couldn't do that, and Longoff had to get the ball for him on the cover, as again he just adjusts the field. As the wind again gets up, you can see the shadows on that side screen in the background really buffeting the trees around, and our tent around us is trying to take off again as Paul Murphy tries to compose himself. I think Roth will try and face his first delivery of the summer. Lovely little cut there. Straight out to a kind of deep cover. Guided away, 1 run. And he'll be glad to get off the mark there for Simon.
Certainly so. You know, he wants to be able to have a good innings here, especially losing that 5th wicket in Mel Hussain. Oh, got to be careful there. Almost a kiss of death there on commentary. Crikey. But like you say, right to be aggrieved, Mel Hussain, in terms of, like you say, he was quite ahead on the wicket, but like you say, it's that umpire's call is final.
Let's just flick that around the corner, then it goes, come off the top edge. And again, it's not a very attacking field, is it? I've just had a flashback there from when I was saying that at Stratford. If they'd had a very hard the way the boys were flailing the ball around earlier on, but they've certainly had a little nibble back here, Wales, and Gay was just gone to flick that off the hip and got the top edge. If there had been a little bit of a more attacking field with a silly mid-off wall, kind of silly point, you might have had another wicket there as... Oh, he goes to sweep that off and misses it. The keeper picks it up and looks for the stumping, but luckily Simon kept himself in his crease. That's another dot ball for Paul Murphy. He's on figures of 3 for 38 now. Just 3 off this over. Sharp. Thought they were going to go for the 2 there as well. But again, just good running between the wickets. Last ball of the 32nd over to come in from Paul Murphy at the scoreboard end. Oh, he's got hold of that. He's launched that. Is that 6? Yes, that is 6 runs there. Just rocked back there, Nick Gayward, and crashed the ball into the fence on the far side away from us. Never even touched the grass. And that moves him on to 15.
Yeah, great from Nick Gayward. Once again there, as he looks to just try and get a bit more urgency in this England batting now, just as they are with 12 overs remaining. Still a chance to really get close to that target of 300. Yeah, 219 for 5 as we're 20 past 2 here at Newport Cricket Club in South Wales on this Friday afternoon. Apart from that wind, a glorious day of sunshine.
I don't know if you've noticed, Owen, but those turbines have shifted, haven't they?
Yeah.
The turbines have moved. They were facing us back on now, and they were kind of like at I don't know, a 4 or 5 o'clock position to them now. So there's definitely been a shift in direction in the wind. I haven't got a flag to look at here. There's normally some sort of flag at a cricket club, but we don't have one here today. But that's gone what? That's a kind of 35, 40 degree shift in the wind direction. Whether that helps or hinders the back of this England innings, as the wind's kind of a little bit more across the wicket now rather than straight behind, and whether it'll help England's bowling attack is yet to be seen. So England 220 for 5. In the 33rd over, we've got Gareth Edwards again at the football ground end. Currently sitting on 1 for 42. Again, that little shuffle in the field as we've got the left-hand, right-hand combination at the moment. And yeah, Gay was just rocked onto his back foot, hit a drive straight through mid-off just to get another single. And they really have run well between the wickets there, haven't they, Owen?
Certainly have, Matt. That's been really, as those sight screens go over it, it sounds quite eerie when they're being moved across the pitch, but yeah.
I wonder what that's squeaking. I thought it was the turbines, and that makes sense now. Since the left-hander's been on, I can hear the squeaking.
Yeah.
That's because our camera's positioned over there with the microphone on it, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there, see, that's a little bit better there. That attacking fielder there, they've just brought in a kind of silly mid-off here for Simon Roth, and he stopped what we've been seeing them run really easily for a single so far today. The ball comes down, a good little drive there from Roth out here to the deep cover position, throws it into the bowler's end. He's be pleased to get off the mark, and again, just got to build his partnership now. Gaywood's on what's face 23 and Roth 5 balls. That run rate's hovering around 6.5, which isn't terrible if they can see out the 45 overs here for England.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. If they can see those overs out, get as high a target as possible. I believe, England have a cracking chance of getting this victory, similar to last year, but it will be a different game. As we compare it to last year, quite a difference in the quality that we've seen so far. So obviously, Wales yet to bat. Obviously, they did win the toss earlier in the day and elected England to bat first. If you've just joined us here on the England Seniors YouTube channel, thank you very much for joining us. England 222 for 5 here in South Wales at Newport Cricket Club, on the home of Newport International Sports Village. Plenty of sports: tennis, football, cricket. It's my 4th visit here.
Cycling.
And cycling, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Velodrome.
Yeah, we went into that car park first, didn't we?
Yeah, we got lost, yeah. Those cricket fans obviously keeping an eye on Trent Bridge, as Zimbabwe are 124 for 2. England obviously declared on 565 for 6. So getting themselves a good little season's warm-up as we head towards that all-important Ashes in the winter this year coming up, which we all England cricket fans look forward to. Good shot there. Just slipped there as he took off. Rocked onto his back foot, went for the single, and just had a little slip of his foot. Big change this year in the Ashes, as they're not starting the normal ground due to the changes in the ripped the stadium down for the Olympics upcoming in Australia. So they used the first start. I think it's normally Brisbane, isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong, Rach. They normally start at Brisbane, and that's going to be Perth, I think, this time. But a little mix-up. We still get a traditional Boxing Day game, and I'm sure all you cricket fans out there will be behind the boys and hoping they can bring that little urn home across the seas.
Yeah, I've got to say, even just after being involved with this, with the England Seniors over the last year or so, I'll be an avid watcher of the Ashes now in the winter. Very interesting to watch all of that action unfold, but for now, England over 60s providing us with some compelling viewing in Newport. just over 10 overs remaining for England.
Lovely shot there, just square cut out here, kind of went forward to deep extra cover, but he just lovely balance when he played the shot there. For Gayward is Simon Roth's now on strike, I believe, and he's just defended that. I think Paul Murphy's had a good game regardless of result. He's taken those 3 wickets. I'm not sure what the limit is on overs for bowling. He's in his 7th now, but I mean here we've got dot one. He's taken 3 wickets for 48. I think he'll be really pleased with his day's work today.
Yeah, definitely so, Matt.
Oh, good fielding there as well. Good fielding. He kept that down to 1 run as well, didn't he, I think?
Yeah, he did indeed. 225 for 5 now. A few Dodds are walking around the Newport Cricket Club pitch now. Always good to see.
Yeah, I've been amazed. We had a good ground, didn't we, in Oakham, was it?
Yeah.
A good turnout with a lot of school kids there. Obviously made a bit of a kind of village event of it. I would have expected bigger crowds at all the other venues, to be honest. I mean, it's a cracking standard of cricket on show here. I presume it's free to get in. I've not seen anyone charging anyone, and to sit in and watch this cricket with some really good standard would be fantastic.
Yeah, and just a quick mention, to a few international viewers who are watching, you might have heard it earlier, but we'll mention it once more as we know they're watching now. Big thank you to the children who was, played in the Street Child Cricket World at Lords in 2019 and India in 2023. That was led by the Karanulia Social Service Society. That was a centre for street and working children in Chennai City. They are watching along from Chennai this afternoon, whatever time it is in Chennai, actually. That's a very good point. But thank you very much for watching, taking time out of your day to watch, of course, close to home for the England team who you met last year in India as they were there for that World Cup, I believe. But yeah, fantastic for you guys to be watching it, and I hope you're enjoying the cricket action like we are today.
Yeah, don't be a part of people. It's only 2 minutes to 7 in the evening.
That's not too bad then.
Sending these children to bed already.
It's not like they're watching in the middle of the night, but they're enjoying the cricket coverage nonetheless. Thank you for watching, guys.
Yeah. I don't know what the delay was there. It looked like the Welsh skipper he called both the umpires in and had a word. I have no idea what it was about, but that was the delay to this 36th over. It's a lovely shot, that. Gareth Edwards comes in again from the football ground, and that was I think Simon Roth, he just waited and waited and waited for that ball to get to his bat and just guided it, kind of gully area. But the patience and timing to pull that shot off was fantastic, and well fielded again by Wales. Only 1 run taken from that. It's 226 for 5 here down in a sunny but blustery Newport. Wales have made a good fist of this. They look like they won for a bit of a Tonkin like last year's match, and really Paul Murphy's dragged them back in with a cracking spell of 3 wickets, and it's probably still in England's favour here, but they've certainly got more to say about the result now than they did maybe an hour ago for Wales. Oh, was he? Shouts for LB from the football ground end. Gareth Edwards, but umpire's not interested there. That's the loudest appeal I've heard today. The whole team went up there, so it must have looked good out there on the field. But Gayward survives one. Just prodded there back by Gayward, the left-hander to Gareth Edwards. And it's hard to say sat here, but I wonder whether there's a bit more life in the pitch for the spinners here. Certainly the slower, turnier bowlers have got more to happen in the second half of this Welsh innings. As Gayward just flicks that off his pad. Down to fine leg. Fields it, and they have managed to run 2 there. But this certainly seems to have caused a little bit more trouble than any bowlers with a bit of pace or pacier bowlers in the attack here today, as England move on to 228 for 5. You've got Gayward on 19 now and Roth on 7. That was the end of the 36 over.
Now for England, 228 for 5, as Matt's just mentioned. We've got a few more comments to shout from Trevor Lee. Enjoying the commentary and action, guys, as I work in my prep for this afternoon's recording of the Silver Stumps podcast. Thank you for taking your time out of your preparation to give us a watch. Got to be looking at a minimum of 325 here. Trevor says as well, and look at this, Gloucester City have been in the comments, Matt. Matt Evans, one of our own. Hope all is going well, guys. I can confirm that is from Noah Woodland. So, another Noah, and would you believe another football club commenting on our... Thank you for watching, Noah.
Up the Tigers. Cracking season they had this year. Really did really well. Just lost in the final to Tottenham. Fantastic team, great club, brilliant chairman. Really enjoyed my my year's internship on the media team there, and wish them the best of luck for next year. If they're short for a commentator, they know where I am, because I've really enjoyed it. I know they've got a big reshuffle going on this year. I think a lot of players going out the door and a lot coming in, and a new manager turned up after the back end of last season. So really looking forward to see how the Tigers get on next season. And best of luck to Noah Woodland. Yeah, he was our media manager, so he was kind of thrown into the fire there with that role and did really well with it. So we've got Anthony Smith bowling here. I think that's his first spell today. So we're going to have a look at a new bowler here from the scoreboard end. Chucks a quicker one down there to just caught Roth out there. I think he had to drop the bat down on that again, stop it getting to the stumps. Anthony Smith's coming in from the town centre / scoreboard end. That wind's really whistling now. He seems to have a little bit more. Oh, that was a short one, and it's picked up there. Just bounced up. Roth just guided that into the ground, and it just bobbled up and bounced away from kind of silly point area, and they couldn't quite get it, and they run a single there.
Yeah, we've been mentioning it though, Matt. That run rate has really, Wales have really done well to shave that down. 6.3 the run rate has gone down to now. 229 for 5. But yeah, that run rate now, that's the crucial thing for Wales, because obviously as 171 for 1, and now you look at it, 229 for 5. Wales have done well to control that over these last few overs, and just under 8.5 overs remain as we approach 25 to 3 here in Newport.
I don't think that wind could get any stronger, but I think it is getting stronger, isn't it? Oh, he's launched that one. That's going to be close to a 6. Lovely shot. Certainly 4 runs there. Was that Gayward on strike there? I think it was on the left-hander, yeah. Again, just put all his weight into that, a bit like a golfer would on the drive and the tee. Launched it straight over mid-off and found the boundary before the Welsh fielders could react, really. So maybe they're just looking to put the hammer down now here. They've got a few wickets in hand. What are we left? 6 overs? 9 overs? 9 overs? 8 overs?
Yeah, 8 overs remaining.
Yeah. They might just be looking to put the hammer down here. I don't know if the team would be thinking that this is not a warm-up, because obviously Wales are formidable opponents, but do they want to get everyone out there for a knock in the first game of the year, or just let people go at their own pace? But Nick Gayward certainly opening his shoulders up here a little bit more and trying to find the boundaries, Merriman-esque in the first half of the innings. Smith was on early. He's done 5 overs, Smith. Must have been when you were commentating with. Oh. It's like the Leaning Tower of Pisa falling over that, wasn't it? That's the Welsh fielder went down, just perfectly placed by the English batsman there and just guided it under his body. Did his best to cut it out, but to no avail as we get to the end of the 37th over there. It's 235 for 5. Interesting climax, isn't it? You know, just
It is.
hinges on if Wales can just. You know, we were talking 320, 350. I think they've got to go some to get there now.
Yeah.
They'll be happy with 300. I think they've really curtailed this run rate. It's now 6.35, which I think is credit to Paul Murphy and Hudson at the football ground end, who I think's staying on, and Gareth Edward Hudson before Edwards at the football ground end now. As we see a couple of fans enjoying the sunshine and the dogs enjoying the warmth of Newport, which you can't say very often on a 12-month calendar year. But yeah, like I say, I'm surprised not more down here watching this fantastic standard of cricket. Big conversations happening here with the Welsh field. They're really, really trying to stifle the run rate here for these last few overs for England, give their batsman a chance at hitting a target. And he's bowled him straight through. He's had a big swing there. Big swing. Simon Ralph, I think, has had a big old hoik at Gareth Edwards. He's gone straight through his gate and knocked out middle stump, was it? If we look at the replay here, cracking delivery, but he's gone for a big heave-ho. We were just saying maybe they're trying to open the shoulders a little bit. Good pitch length. Oh, yeah. Off stump's gone. And the big moan and cry there from Simon Ruff just as he comes off the pitch there. He obviously feels like he's let one go there. And the new batsman will be our newfound commentating star.
Oh, yes.
Phil Deakin, who's going to be making his way out there to the centre.
Yeah, with 7.5 overs remaining. Bit of a blow to lose that wicket, as it looked like England were just trying to try and get a few more points on the board as they those remaining overs left. Dayward, as we said, 24 runs from 33 balls, but now Phil Deakin. That was Gareth Edwards' second wicket.
Yeah, well, it's kind of what I was saying. It's just. I think this is the game here in the next 7 overs. This is the game, because if Wales can keep them under 300, from what we were looking at after 10, 12 overs, they'll be more than delighted with that. Really pleased. We were talking about 320, 350 being hit, so if they can keep this under 300, they've done a cracking job in the field in the second half of this innings. They're just breaking up those partnerships. That one just looked like it was getting going as Gayward started to swing his bat, and the Welsh have taken another wicket. And if England, certainly, if they walk off here, and if Wales put the hammer down now, they walk off with a 280, they'll be really, really disappointed with the start they made as Edwards comes into bowl Deakin his first delivery, little nudge away there. So I really think this is a massive 3, 4, 5 overs here for this game. You know, if England get away from it, it's going to leave the Welsh batsmen a lot to do, because we know how formidable the England attack is. But if the Welsh can just keeping this run rate down, again, it's now 6.32. We're up at 7.20 at one point, so they've done a cracking job of stifling them. I got a feeling of confidence from Deakin though when he sat with us with it earlier, wasn't he? He was in good. Yeah. He was in good spirits, and whether that means he's feeling good about his game or not, I don't know. But he's certainly looked confident enough facing his first couple of balls.
Certainly so, Matt. Yeah, Phil Deakin plays his county cricket for Lancashire. Littleborough Cricket Club, Mr. Deakin. Also, can put on his CV a bit of commentary now. Ooh.
Taking it. Straight down the fielder's throat. And there's another one gone.
Wow.
That's Gayward walking off for 24, is it? And all of a sudden we're 2, 3, 6 for 6. And the Welsh are really piling the pressure on here now. As Gareth Edwards just tossed one up there. That's 2 wickets in the over. Putting the same sort of pressure that Paul Murphy put on the other end earlier in the game. He just tossed one up there. Gaywood took the bait, left-hander, went to swing the hook, kind of looking to smash it over deep mead wicket for the boundary, and it's just swallowed up by the Welsh fielder as a lonely figure in the middle there of Phil Dakin waiting for his new partner to come in, and another partnership broken up before he got started, really, because Dakin's only faced one ball, and Gaywood's heading back to the clubhouse as we get ready for Mike Palmer to come in and see if they can get this score anywhere near the 300 mark that England were expecting, what, hour and 20 ago?
Yeah, it's quite the drop-off. And Paul Bradley watching on from Malta won't be very happy with that. He looked very at one point it looked like it was going to be, like we say, that 300 mark especially was looking quite in reach. But now, just like that spell a bit earlier on, those few wickets gone has just happened like that again. And now it's 236 for 7, with 7 overs left. Goodness me, it's going to be an interesting finish to this. And when Wales are let to the bat, they'll be very pleased that at the moment they're keeping this below 300.
Well, the opening batsmen, 1, 2, 3 and 4, you expect to put your runs on the board. They'll be more than pleased that this fielding side and bowling side have given them something to shoot at, really, because at one point it looked like they were going to be out of it before they had a chance. And it's kind of a strange. I said the game was in these next 3 or 4 overs, and it's completely flipped here from England looking like dominating to a really, really solid comeback from Wales as Edwards is going to come in here to Mike Palmer from the football ground end. It's another left-hander. He's just prodded away at that, and Deacon's got... he got almost halfway down the wicket there on the run, and if the Welsh fielder had just been a little bit more alert looking over his shoulder, he could have had a cheeky little run in, but that's the end of the 38th. It's 236 for 7. Looking exciting, Owen.
It is, isn't it? That 3rd wicket for Gareth Edwards. $236 for 7, as Matt just mentioned, as the wind keeps going, keeps flowing around here in Newport.
Didn't mention that in the song, did they? Windy Newport.
Yeah.
Is this to say, yes, Anthony Smith again. He hasn't got a wicket yet. Was it 3 for Murphy, 3 for...
One of the Welsh players was admiring a bit of our camera work. He just went behind the camera for a moment. Bit of freelance work.
Oh, a bit of a reshuffle here. Yeah, but they're trying, aren't they? This is what I get from this, is they're really thinking about this. They're not going to let this slip like in Stratford 12 months ago. They're not just going to let some silly, easy runs slip away from them. The fielding's been much, much improved from the Welsh here. And again, that's the sort of thing that would have just trickled for 4, and they've just kept it down to a single there.
Yeah, 6.2 that run right now, Matt. That's quite something. Like you say, it was at 7 at one point. And not too long to go either. Like that drop off has been quite significant in these last few overs.
Yeah, credit to the Welsh team, really full of determination. It's I suppose as a coaching and management team, you want to see improvement in your side, and I'm thoroughly impressed by the improvement of the Welsh team sticking with this. And what could have been a dominant display, like we said, as we saw in Stratford 12 months ago, has turned into a really, really good Welsh fight back. And he's just edged that as well. He's come down to meet that Mike Palmer, just a little thigh/edge. And again, the only thing I would say is I'd like to see a more attacking field again. They've really got England under pressure, and there's another one. A little slip wouldn't have hurt there. That delivery just nudged that away, and yeah, good fielding again. Stop the run.
Yeah, if they're not careful, Matt, that run rate will go below 6 in just a moment, won't it?
Which I don't think we've seen since, what, 5th or 6th over? I don't think we've seen it below that time.
Yeah.
And again, Sillyman on there, really sprinted to get that ball to stop a little single getting away. And they're really yellow appeal. No, only the wicketkeeper interested in that. To just not let kind of 30 or 40 runs float onto the board without any sort of fight here, like we sort of saw last year at Stratford, didn't they? They kind of, I'm not saying they gave up, that's too unfair to say, but they certainly maybe allowed 40 runs they shouldn't have allowed onto the board at this stage in the game. And again, a nice shot there played by Marco Palmer, driven out there to kind of silly mid off and silly mid on, and the Welsh field was all over it and just hold them back to a single. It's 39 overs gone, 238 for 7, and a really, really exciting climax to this game coming up.
Certainly is, with 6 to go. As, you know, as both sides will go in for that break, you know, those team talks will be very, very interesting. England at one point, as we said, were looking to really cruise towards that 300 after a fantastic spell with Merriman and Radic. But now that Welsh team tour will be quite interesting. As like you say, a similar start to how England had for that Welsh batting team in that second innings. You've got a proper game on your hands there.
Yeah, and I presume the bowlers are limited to 10 overs, I think. So Gareth Edwards is coming on for his 10th over now. So that's another thing you see in the latter stages of a cricket game. Is he's 3 for 48 off 9. Cracking bowling, good figures. They've really pulled it back after being smacked around a little bit at the start and taken 3 wickets now. If this is the end of his spell, you start getting to the lesser known bowlers, I suppose, shall we say. And you hope that they can keep it as tight and keep the run rate down, which you're just waiting for it to flicker across our screen here, because I'm sure it's dropped a little. Yeah, it's 6.1 now, so we're really heading towards the 5 point something mark for the first time in a good 25 overs. Crikey. Gonna take off here. Because you're playing havoc out there for the fielders and the bowlers, because it was a dot ball first one from Edwards, sent down from the football ground end. Second delivery comes in, prods forward, nudges it away. Good shot there from Mike Palmer, just guided it out there to mid on, but again really alert fielding from the Welsh side and kept it down to 1 run. And I like to see that Edwards again moving his field around, keeping the England batsmen guessing, keeping the pressure on. We've got the right left combination again. I know that because I heard the squeaky wheels of the sight screen moving.
Yeah.
They're really trying to keep their concentration up right to the 45th over here, the Welsh over 60s team.
Yeah, 5.5 overs left. It's not a bad effort.
Yeah, just slightly down leg side made it able for Phil Deakin, part of the commentary team, just to nudge it off his pads and flick it round the corner towards kind of long leg area. But again, only 1 run. Just pushed there by Mike Palmer to the silly mid-on area, collected quickly for a dot ball, and more dot balls the better now for the Welsh side. We're on 240 as we play this. Oh, he's had a swing there, didn't quite time it, got it a little bottom edgy. He's come out here to the deep square leg, who's again all over it, got it in quickly. 1 run conceded, they don't mind those, but as I was saying, the more dot balls from here in, the better for the Welsh batsmen to give themselves a target that's gettable.
Definitely so, Matt. Just over 5 overs remaining. That run rate's got to 6.08. 241 for 7 now in this Newport sunshine. That's a nice effort once again from Deakin.
Kept to a single again there, wasn't it, you know?
Yeah, that seems to be what Wales are aiming for, and they're achieving that at the moment. Just limiting England to that one run.
And the run rate continues to fall. So 40 overs down, I presume, as we change ends. 242 for 7. 5 to go. And England have really got to kind of start swinging the bat here, I think. I think it was Doherty, the manager, at the start said it's a 300-run pitch. So if they got, what, 6 as 30, it's going to be around 270, which is well below par. If we go off the facts of everyone that we spoke to today, basically.
Yeah.
And certainly below what we thought England were going to manage after 10, 12, 15 overs when they were flying along. As again, it's Anthony Smith, who's not picked up a wicket yet, comes in from the scoreboard town centre end. Lovely little flick off the hips there, and well fit. He's bowled it. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed it.
Oh, that was a...
From less than a couple of yards, it looked like from here, and they've got another run on the overthrows. So it was a little turn off the hip from Deakin, kind of pushed it silly mid on. Maybe my wide mid on was coming in. I don't know if we get a replay of that now. And the bowler Smith collected the ball, turned, didn't choose to throw it first, and ran it in, and then from 3 or 4 yards away missed the run out anyway. So England got away with one there. Big swing of the bat there. That Deakin sprinting for 2 there. Oh, and he's very happy there, was he, for Michael Palmer, who really put the gas down, and Deakin was having a Sunday afternoon stroll down to the other end.
Oh,
missed it
goodness
again.
me.
Missed it again. They've definitely been told to put the hammer down here, haven't they? Get a few more runs on the board. And again, I think it was Smith the bowler had a shy at the stumps from 5-6 yards, and again missed it. It was easy. He was out by miles if he'd hit the stumps there.
Yeah.
So Smith comes in again. Oh.
Goodness me.
That Palmer's tried the big kind of slog sweep. Wicketkeeper's made a kind of goalkeeping football save there to stop it going for any runs. But again, just showing great determination and a real team effort here, Wales, to keep the run rate down and the total down to something respectable. Oh, big appeal. He's giving it. There's another wicket gone there for England, and Wales are really putting the pressure on here. I think it's Mike Palmer was on strike there, was he? And here's the replay now. You see he's come in and just turned one, I think, here, Smith. We'll see on the replay there was just a little bit of a panicky feel about England here now. He's lovely delivery. He's just grabbed a bit of the pitch. He's missed it totally. Hit his pad, LBW. And another one bites the dust.
Crikey, I tell you, that is a very, like you say, there was how many, 2 bites at the cherry there where they almost got out, and 2 terrible misses really, but oh my goodness, Mike Palmer's out, and that is an 8th wicket, unfortunately.
Nice button pressing there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be Nick Newman in now. But again, I think it's credit to the Welsh pressure. They've not let England get away with this, not let it run away with it. We're now, 245 for 7. So, I mean, imagine if you had said to you at 10 overs, they won't play out their 45 overs, you'd have laughed at me. And Wales are just stuck with this, fielded brilliantly, bowling pressure's been great, broken those partnerships up as quick as they can. And I think the England batsmen are really feeling they're trying to squeeze this total towards the 300-yard mark, because if we, like I say, everyone's saying it's a 300-run wicket, so they're probably feeling the pressure anyway. And some really serious bowling by the Welsh attack. Smith, Murphy, Hudson, Edwards has really, really put them under the cosh here.
Yeah, in terms of an hour and 15 minutes ago, England were at 175 for 1. And you look at it now, 246 for 8. Quite the drop-off, unfortunately.
How many overs was that? About 15, was it?
Yeah, I'll double-check. It was...
there was a few under their belt at that point, wasn't there? As Smith comes in to give a first ball here to... He's had a slot. Ooh!
Brilliant.
Nick Newman's come in with a bit of aggression there, just smashed it through wide mid on. But I think kind of silly mid had a little dive for that and thought he had a catch on his hands.
Yeah, they played 25 overs at that point.
25, wow. So 15 overs later, we've lost 7 wickets and, 70 runs added? So it really has been a second half to the Welsh team here. Curtailed the run rate, taken the wickets. And again now, I mean, there was a wide in there, so what, they've lost 6 runs, but taken another wicket. Really making the England team think about this. And I think Deacon's got to start smashing her through around the park, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, with 4 overs remaining. Yeah, that run rate 6.05 from that high of about 7.2 earlier in the day. My goodness. We'll be Deaton again.
Yeah, no, that's not a terrible run rate. You're not
No.
disgraced by that, but from the drop from where they
Yeah,
were,
exactly.
just shows how they've really turned the screw in the field here, the Welsh, and put the pressure back on.
Definitely so. Made it more of a contest before their innings.
Straight through him again there. Straight through the batsman. Don't forget replay of that one. He's had a swing there, Deacon. Try to prod it with his... Yeah, there it goes. There it is. That was it. That was it, Nuala. Job well done. No, he's just prodded that there. Now they're in trouble. He gets... No, he's not going to get to that. Yeah, Chris Hudson's back on the attack here at this football pitch end. So obviously Smith was there, wasn't he, before saw out his overs. It was Edwards. Edwards took 3, didn't he? 3 for 30 odd. He's seen out his overs. Chris Hudson's back on. Just want to get the job done now, I think, Wales, as he throws one down. He's had a swing and a miss. It's hit his front thigh bad. And they've just, for me, they've just lost a bit of composure here, England. They're kind of hoiking at it and panicking, and it is credit to the Welsh fielding and bowling display.
Yeah, definitely so. You know, at one point when you're looking at 175 for 1, Wales are staring down that barrel and they're thinking, goodness, whoa, I say that, we'll just watch this.
He's got it. Oh, unlucky. He's right on the edge of a shadow of a tree there in the sunshine, and I think the ball was coming out of the sunshine in the skies. He just hit the shadow. It's very, very hard to see, and he's knocked a little 6 there, which alleviated a bit of pressure off the England batsmen as they just tick over into the 250 mark. So that was, I think Deacon, was it, hit that 6? Yeah. He was almost losing his balance as he ran backwards there, the Welsh fielder. So they've hit the 250 run mark. And this is what you don't want now as a Welsh fan, just to let all that good work slip with a few silly boundaries, because they are going to go for it now, England. They're going to start swinging the bat, as we've seen already. That's just been knocked out into a long off area. That's got back in for a single again, so it's 255 for 8. As we look to face the last ball of this 42nd over. Wales have really clawed themselves back into this game. He's up top edged it. The wicketkeeper's there. It's bounced between the pair of them, and then they've had a little mix up there. Top edge there by Deacon, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, Deacon's top edged it. It's gone between kind of wicketkeeper and it's kind of a third slip deep gully man in, and just bounced between the pair of them. But that's the end of the 42nd. It's 256 for 8.
Yeah, only 3 to go now in terms of overs. And now in England with that sits, their first sits in quite a while actually, I think in over an hour of play.
Yeah, when's the last big score we had as well by a batsman?
Yeah.
That's what I mean about Wales. Have been breaking up these partnerships. You obviously had Merriman got a 91, Radic 70 odd, was it?
Yeah.
I think. We've not had anything big. 40 for Braithwaite. I think that's it. So after the 2 massive innings at the start of the game for the English lineup, the Welsh really have curtailed this, and we're going to see. Is that a new bowler at the scoreboard end? Or is it still Paul Murphy? So Paul Murphy's back on. He's taken 3 wickets. 49 off 7 overs today. So that's the last thing you want to see as an England batsman. Probably the most decent bowler today. He's coming back on just as you're under the cosh and looking to knock a few runs around.
Very true.
So Murphy comes in, he's given up 2 runs there on that first ball. He's just prodded out there to mid-off point there. They've run a good 2 runs there by Dakin and Newman.
Yeah, 2.5 overs to go. 259 for 8 for England. And shortly, we will have that break for tea. Lunch. What am I doing at tea?
What time? I don't know what time it is.
Yeah, getting close to that anyway. 3 o'clock.
And Murphy comes back in, he's given 4 up in 2. Oh, that's out.
Oh,
That's got to be out. He's
it
out,
is.
yeah. He's missed it totally. He's hit his back leg right in front of the stumps. That's another wicket down for England. It's Dakin. He's going to walk for 12 runs. Here's the replay coming up now. Another decent delivery from Paul Murphy. Just getting his line and length. A little flicker out the back of the hand there. He's had a swing. Leg in front of the stumps. Plum. And that's it. The last batsman walks in, and they're going to do well to see out their 45 overs here.
very true, Matt.
This should be Razi Ahmed coming in. Superb recovery from the Welsh fielding performance. And that was a clever bit of bowling there. He went for 2 runs the first 2 balls. I think he let Dakin think he could just smack a few around the park here, and then he's flicked one up the back of the hand, it looked to me, and just got a bit of movement and got his back leg plumb right in front of the wickets for an LBW, leaving England 261 for 9 in the 43rd. And in all honesty, Ahmed's going to have to bat fairly well here just to see out the overs for the England attack. And apparently he can. Deacon was telling us on
That's
comms.
right, yeah. Like you say, they need that just to be able to see out that 2 overs that are remaining. You'd like to think that Razi Ahmed will be able to do that, but we have seen it where, you know, Ed Gordon-Lennox didn't get a single point on the board. I keep saying point, run, there we go. Didn't get a run, there we go. And that must have been a bit gutting for the captain, you know, to have that first game out this summer and to not even get a run.
Well, he said it was he said it was a competitive lineup this year, didn't he?
Definitely.
So might be dropping himself next game.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm always waiting cricket to see the second team come and have a bat on the same wicket to see how they perform. So we don't know. Oh, he's totally missed that. He's definitely not a batsman. The batsman's really tossed up high there, trying to make Ahmed have a swing in it, wasn't he?
Yes.
And he's just caught with a big dust of dirt come up as he caught it a fat shot in golf as he caught the ground before the big ball before the little ball. He's got that one. It's catch. Oh, that was nearly a delightful take there. He's flicked it around the corner there. What, leg slip maybe? That sort of area, and he's just stretched out there and taken it. No, I suppose he's a bit more like kind of deep square leg. Dropped the catch, but stopped a certain boundary, which is, I think, invaluable. He's had a slog there. That's gone straight down the ground as the fielder got there. Really well taken. Took a really awkward bounce in front of him. And again, the Welsh fielding side keep it to 1 run. He's absolutely smashed that back over the bowler's head. It took a horrible little bounce in front of him as he was just the... where are we there? The long off was coming in for the Welsh side, and he stopped again another certain boundary for 1 run. And oh, he's got hold of that. Well fielded again, 1 run. There's also been a couple of wides in this over as well, which you didn't notice.
Yeah, 2 overs remaining, and like you say, Matt, they've really, really limited England to some slim pickings, really, in these last few overs, and they've gained some crucial wickets themselves.
You'd probably take 6 runs for a wicket. You'd probably take that as a payoff, wouldn't you? Do you want to sacrifice 6 runs to take another wicket? Yes, please. 265 for 9. 2 overs to go. Well below what we thought was going to be par. So again, the Welsh field really getting shuffled around here by Anthony Smith. I think he's had 8 overs on our screen there, 1 for 40. He's going to be delivering the penultimate over here from the football ground end. Just making sure he can keep this run chase down. It's a bit short. Batsman's all over it. He's nearly a caught and bowled. Again, he stopped it, got a hand to it, and stopped any runs. Dot ball. Good work, Anthony Smith.
Yeah, very close to catching that there.
Smashed back at him very quickly, wasn't it? Smith
Yeah.
comes in again, bowls, release one, little turn around the corner there as the fielder can get it. Again, good fielding, in nice and quickly. 1 run. That's what the Welsh want really, is to get Ahmed facing. He didn't look too full of confidence in the couple of swings he had at the other end. Facing Paul Murphy a minute ago, so Anthony Smith's going to have a little nibble at him now.
Sorry, man.
Swung. Oh, that's bold. Bounced over the stumps. I thought it came back and hit the stumps, but maybe there was a quick keeper throwing at it. I thought he'd run him out. But he survives. I don't know quite how. It's 266 for 9. Smith comes in again, bowling to Ahmed. Thrown it down. He's had a swing. He's caught hold of it. That's a great shot. There's no one out there, is there? There is a fielder out there. Stuck right behind the camera, and I couldn't see. So again, kept it down to 1 run. So that's what's that? Smith 4 deliveries now. It's gone for 2. 2 dot balls, 2 singles. As he finds his mark again at the football ground end. Comes charging in. Ahmed's going to have another swing for it. He does. Gets that same shot he's got. They've got a little bit of mix up, but now they're going to make it in. Just went for the underarm throw there, the Welsh fielder, and Ahmed was clearly in. So gets Newman back on strike. But as this is the last delivery of the over, you'd imagine as long as the Welsh can keep Newman up that end with this delivery, which they can't. He's hoiked that in the air. Someone's underneath it. Are they going to take it? Are they? Oh, he's dropped it. Dropped an absolute dolly there, I'm afraid to say. That could have been end of innings there for the English side. And instead, Newman, who seems to be the more proficient batsman, is on strike with the last over and is going to have a bit of a swing. It's 268 for 9. 1 over to go.
Yeah, a few close calls there. Almost ending the innings with 1 over remaining. But England just about holding firm, and that's it. Yeah, 268 for 9 with 1 over to go of their allocated 45.
I think that was the first really clear fielder mistake by Wales. I know they dropped one over there in the deep, but I do think looking at it, he was right between shadow and sunshine, and running backwards always difficult to take a catch. Running backwards over your shoulder. As Murphy, probably the pick of the bowlers today, is going to see us through this last over. Newman face, and he chucks it down there. He gets a good strike on that, straight out towards us here at mid wicket. Fielded again. He's gone for 2. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, he's gone the other end there. Bowler, can't believe that. Chucked in. It wasn't the best throw from the Welsh fielder there. It was kind of 5 yards in from the stumps. Murphy's picked it up and elected to chuck it at the other end, the wicketkeeper's end, and I think the batsman at his end was struggling more, so Newman stays on strike. Very sensible play by Newman, again looking like the more confident batsman, not putting Ahmed under the stress. Murphy reshuffles the pack here. There's a bit of miscommunication there from the kind of square leg silly mid-off fielder. Sorry, point silly mid-off fielder. Murphy sends him back. Batsman's not quite ready. Everyone's having a little move around now. as you see on your screens, he's really concentrating on his field placements here. Murphy, as he comes in to throw one down to Ahmed. He's at that end. He's had a swing that's up in the air. That's got to be taken, or is it gone for 6? No, well fielded again. He's gone for the run out. It's got to be the run out this time. Oh, no. Again, the Welsh fielder in the faded wide brim hats has just thrown that back in pretty much middle of the wicket rather than at the end of the stumps. So a cheeky little couple put on there by England. Got to keep this tight, Wales, haven't they? They're letting a little silly few runs go. They were also creaked up to 273 for 9.
Yeah, that's, you know, at one point it did look like they were really going to limit England to perhaps just 260. But 273 it now stands with just short of half an over to go.
A little slog out there to deep square, well fielded quickly by the Welsh field. That's a better throw there, Gareth. That was throwing that in more towards the wicket-keeper than into no man's land, but it does put Newman on strike. What have you got left? 3 deliveries to go. 5 off the over so far. We don't have any big numbers going off this one. That's a long hop, which is going to go for 4. That's a very loose delivery there. One of the few ones today by Paul Murphy, I'm afraid. He just put away there by Newman and kind of flicks it around the corner, long leg area. It's gone over the boundary for 4, and that's now 9 off the over again. Couple of runs going. I mean, I think they'll still be pleased. It's well under 300. If they get over 300 from here, they've done well, haven't they?
Yeah.
As Murphy comes in for the 5th delivery of his innings. Oh, he's hit that again. That's got to be taken this time. On the air, someone underneath, the catch taken. That's the final wicket taken by Wales. Newman gets caught, and Murphy gets himself a 5-for.
And that's it for this innings for England. 278 all out. That final wicket took, and like he said, Paul Murphy, a 5-for him. Brilliant return from him, because at one point, goodness me, it looked like it was all she wrote for Wales. 175 for 1 at one stage. We had an extraordinary stat that at one point in this innings it was 66 for. I'll get that stat actually. I want to get that right because it was a great stat in the comments. Will be just one moment on that. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, 62 for 6 in 14 overs. So that's quite a stat that Wales got, you know, quite some points on the board. Some wickets on the board, I do apologise, just to be able to limit England, because at one point it looked like that 300 was certain. It looked like it was a dead cert for that. But that is the break for lunch. And Matt will be joining the Welsh captain in just a moment. We'll cross over to him momentarily just to get the Welsh captain's views on what we've just seen out there. 278 all out as we approach the Welsh innings to come after the break. But yes, it's a really enjoyable afternoon so far here in Newport. Apart from that wind, it's been a sunny afternoon. 278 all out, and Matt is just coming over now with the Welsh captain, Michael Hayden, and he's ready now. Sorry about that, we have got no audio on that just a moment. We'll just momentarily get back to you. The mic, a few gremlins in the system. But one moment on that, and we will just get that interview back to you. Looked like a riveting conversation between Matt and the Welsh captain. We will get that to you before we break for lunch. We've got it. Matt will be coming back with the Welsh captain, and here he is.
Right, take two, Mike. That's it. That was it. Just said like an hour or ago. Sorry.
Sorry, still a few issues on the mic. One moment on that. We will get third time lucky on the Welsh captain. We had a few. Yeah, as we'll say, play will resume at 3:45. We'll have about an hour, half-hour break before we return. And now we can go third time lucky to Matt and the Welsh captain.
Hello, hello, hello. There we go. We're in. Right, Mike. As we were saying, around 20, 30 minutes ago, England 171 for 1 after 20 overs. What a comeback. You've skittled them for 278.
Yeah, absolutely delighted with the players. I think we've got great spirit in the team, and it showed in that second half. We could have easily rolled over, and it could have been a very challenging score for us. Still is a challenging score, but it could have been nasty, couldn't it? But
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone we spoke to said it's at least a 300-run wicket, and you've kept them to under 300. We were talking 320, 350 with Paul, your manager, Doherty, I think half through the game. So you must be pleased with that being under 300.
yeah, I think our spinners did a great job for us, and supported by the lads in the field. I think our energy was good, and despite not taking early wickets, we did just stick at it. So really delighted with the players.
Yeah, I think Murphy had a 5 in the end, which is great. And just saying, last 12 months ago in Stratford, you seemed to dribble away 40, 50 runs with a bit of sloppy fielding. And okay, a couple of catches went down today, but the fielding was really tight. And the bowlers were really corralling their fielders to keep the run chase down at the end.
Yeah, I think the bowlers managed to bowl in the right areas in the second half, and it allowed me to set better fields. And yeah, we had a lot of players in the right positions to stop the four balls, which was key. But yeah, really chuffed.
Yeah, brilliant second half comeback there from Wales. Great fielding forward. Watch
response to England's 278. 279 required by Wales, 45 overs. Paul Keneally opening the batting, facing the first ball for Wales, and Neil Williams at the non-striker's end.
Yes, good to be back here on the commentary. Nice to be joined by a Welsh commentator as well. Nice for you to join us. And yeah, it's be interesting innings now. But is it what? And Hugh, yes, it was a 100. You know, at one point it was 175 for one, and you're thinking, oh, where is this going to go? And I tell you, for Wales to bring that many back, and you know, to the 278 all out, that was a great comeback by Wales.
Yeah, I think the boys were very pleased with that in the changing room at tea time. Paul Murphy, an outstanding display, 5 wickets. First ball of the innings comes in to Keneally. It's a little short, beats him outside the off stick. Yes, Paul Murphy taking a fifer. I think some of the England boys said they were finding it very difficult to pick his googly. I can't pick his googly about 2 balls after he's bowled it, if that's any help to anybody.
Yes, is there any, say with some of these batters now, is there anyone to watch, would you say, from this Welsh side?
Neil Williams, the non-striker, scored over 1,000 runs for Wales last summer. Carried on, went on the tour to South Africa, got a couple of 50s out there, quite prolific. And then to come in further on, John Jones got 100 against Gloucestershire earlier this week.
Fantastic.
So Leighton O'Connor, explosive batsman. Mike Hayden, Mr. Dependable, runs year after year after year. Probably coming in at 3. I would have thought we'll see Mike. Gareth Edwards, I think, got a 50 in midweek as well. So yeah, plenty of batting in the Welsh side to come. And I think the plan will be use the 45 overs up, see where it gets us. It's a high-scoring ground, this at Newport. You see Premier League matches played here, and 250 plus is a normal score here, sort of thing. Bowler's in, Keneally back foot, defends, out to short cover. Wales still to register on the scoreboard here. Start of the second innings.
Yeah, we heard that from the Welsh manager, Pete Doherty, earlier. Just, you know, in terms of, you know, like you say, a high-scoring pitch, and of course, we heard it earlier. Of course, there's been so many games played on this pitch with the, you know, the great weather we've had. In terms of, you know, that normally looks like a late July type pitch, but you know, we're only in May, and you know, it's quite a you know, metric. You know, just to see how many matches have been played. It's, you know, tribute really to the ground staff and how, you know, how just getting that many on.
Oh, when you come down to Wales, and it's taken you about 5 minutes to start talking about the weather. That's a world record. Normally it's in the first minute when people come down here.
That's right.
It's been remarkable weather, absolutely remarkable weather here, and it reflects on Saturdays. You look down on a Saturday night to play cricket, and there's 250s, 300s, 350s scored, because the tracks are, as you say, they're like late July tracks. More than that, the outfields are fast, and that can make a huge difference as well. But this here it's a Premier League ground. It's always a very, very high scoring ground anyway. So it's game on, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely so.
So Neil Williams facing now. Neil comes all the way from Pembrokeshire. He's probably travelled a lot further to this game than probably half the England side, I'd have thought. Probably 2.5 hours down the road to Pembrokeshire, where Neil plays his cricket and lives. Plays for Cresselly Cricket Club. Here he is to face. I think is it my friend Mel Hussain bowling, I think, isn't it?
That's right.
We last saw each other in Rome. That's another story for another day.
Fantastic.
And Neil off the mark. First ball, dispatches it through square leg for 4. So Wales on the scoreboard at last. Hussain is in to Williams. Back foot, jabs down on it. Back to the bowler. Yeah, I think we're lucky today. I think the rain is due in tomorrow, or win, and we'll rest here for a good couple of weeks, I think.
Yeah,
it's asks the question of the umpire. Not sure he was completely convinced. But why not ask the question?
Well, exactly.
Why not ask the question? They're saying in. Wheeler Williams jabs down on that, keeps it out.
Yeah, it was how well England started under Merriman and Radic. You know, it took. It come to about. I think it was about 125 to 1, Hugh. Where the I say that
That's a bigger shout.
Yeah.
He was a bit more confident in that one, wasn't he?
That's right.
Yeah.
Still no movement from the umpire, was it?
No.
But yeah, you had the spell under Radic and Merriman, 125 for 1. And it really looked like, my goodness, England might put quite a big scoreline. And again, another.
That's been given.
And that's the first wicket.
Caught behind, I think. Let's have a look at the replay here. It's forward. No, it's got to be LBW, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I thought the keeper had caught it. Huge apologies, but no, it's LBW. Neil Williams was forward. Hit him just below the knee, probably. That brings Mike Hayden to the wicket. It's a big blow for Wales. As I was saying earlier, Neil's got a lot of runs in the last couple of years. It would have been one of the batsmen Wales would have been looking towards to playing around, getting him to anchor one end. But big blow early on for Wales.
Yeah, that early on, Hugh. Like I just mentioned, I think it was it would have been Radic out 125 for 1, and you think, that's quite a difference where you're only out after only four runs. So it's a bit of a blow, and it's similar in a way to, obviously, we had the game at Stratford-upon-Avon last year, England and Wales, and obviously Wales only posed a score of 101, and I think there was a few early wickets that day as well. So it's unfortunately for Wales. Hopefully, in their persuasion, they can just save on the wickets a little bit.
Yeah, it's all the cricketers listening to this will know exactly what I'm going to say. But when you go out to bat as an opener, your target is 15 for 0 off 10, because the score doesn't really matter that much. It's having the wickets in the bank at the end of 10 overs, because you've seen off arguably the most dangerous 10 overs of the innings.
Yeah.
Because you're nervous, you haven't got the feel of it. More importantly, you've got the shine and the hardness on the ball. If it's going to be doing stuff, that's when it's going to be doing stuff. So the opener's job really is to see off sort of that first 10 overs. As a bowling side, if you take a wicket in that first 10 overs, it really lifts your spirits. It gives you just the psychological boost that you want at the start of the innings. Good shot from Paul Keneally there, but he hit it to the sort of the deep gully area, and a very, very good stop by the England fielder there.
Yeah, so we heard a bit earlier that obviously, just break off all this effort.
Again, goes to the same position. A less convincing shot from Paul Keneally that time.
Yeah, as I say, you had a few. Say the Welsh team had some games in Cape Town, and you were there to commentate on them. How was that experience out in South Africa?
Oh, that was an experience of the capital E, I think, in so many ways. From a cricketing perspective, it was terrific, because they love the cricket over there. Yeah. They've got these great big clubs, a bit like Newport Club here, and they're filled to the brim, chock full of cricket fans. And that's what you want when you're on a tour, isn't it? Bowlers in, Keneally again dabs it down again. The third ball of this over that's gone to gully. Yeah, you want to, if you're going to cricket, you want to be amongst cricket fans and cricket followers who've got something to say about every ball of the game, every word that you said, and it's just great, Yeah. So from a cricket perspective, it was superb out there. I think we learnt a lot. We had a couple of lads. They are lads, youngsters, Paul Murphy we saw earlier today taking 5 wickets, and Michael Cann, who will be 60 in a few weeks' time, will be coming up. So it was an opportunity for them to sort of come into the fold, get to know the boys, because obviously the two of them will be stalwarts of this side for quite a few years. So that was is great from that perspective. We had a lovely 2.5 weeks together. Again, before the start of the season, what a great way to get to know each other and to build relationships on the pitch and off the pitch in terms of the forthcoming season. It was great. And the wickets, wow. As a batsman, wow. I didn't even batten them, but they were still, I was like, oh, that's lovely.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a busy summer ahead for Wales, as it is for England.
Yeah, I think a lot of us, when you get to my age, a lot of these boys as well, sort of thinking, you know, by the time I'm 60, I won't be playing much cricket. I might be doing a bit of umpiring, maybe a bit of coaching. But to be playing on grounds like this, against opposition like this, at this sort of standard, it's just such a privilege, you know. And it's great because we keep active, we keep fit, we lose weight, we keep, you know, we're socialising and everything. It's a brilliant thing to be doing, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, so the more cricket, the better. Let's look at the next tour now.
Ah, fantastic.
Hussain in to Mike Hayden. Confidently out to mid-off, but no run. 5 for 1 Wales are in this, the 4th over.
Yeah, quite a... You know, it's a lovely sunny day, Hugh, but that wind is definitely a bit of a factor, isn't it? My goodness, you know,
we're a few hundred yards from the Severn Channel here, so that wind is probably coming from New York. I don't think there's much land between here and New York.
Crikey.
So yeah, you wouldn't know it from looking at it here, but we are very, very, very close to the coast, and that wind is coming up the channel. So it is, yes, I suspect it is probably affecting the sound a little bit at home. That's what it is. It's the wind from New York. I can smell the bagels on it, can't you?
well, that's it. It affects the actual... Does that affect the flow of the game, of course, as well? Because, you know, if this was as we see, it is a sunny day, but if it was a clear day, no wind in sight, that would make it a much different contest, wouldn't it?
Yeah, wind affects everything at cricket. As a batsman, it affects your balance. As a bowler, it affects your balance. As a fielder, if the ball's in the air, the wind affects the flight of the ball. As an umpire, it affects because you haven't got the sound there and everything. Yes. So it does. No, it has a huge effect. Physically, it has a huge effect. Psychologically, I think it has effect on you as well when you're playing cricket. Hussain is in. That's a bit short. Keneally punches it out. He'll only get 1 though. I think he quite timed that. Didn't quite put it where he wanted to. I think he wanted to put that through point. There's no fielder there at all. But he got onto it a little bit early, and it went out to the deep extra cover boundary for just the 1 run. And that's the end of the 4th over. Wales have reached 7 now for the loss of Neil Williams. Yes, it's interesting. A lot of the cricket in Wales, most of these boys playing today, is along this southern coast. We call it the M4 corridor.
Yeah.
It only goes just beyond Swansea, really, but you've now got, since a couple of weeks, you've got dual carriageway all the way down to Haverfordwest, which is almost the end of Wales. And most of these boys play their cricket within 10 miles of that M4 corridor. The huge exception in the Welsh team today would be Gareth Edwards, the vice-captain, who plays his cricket up in Bangor in North Wales, which again is on the coast, but a different coastline to the one that everybody else plays here. Paul Keneally is from Swansea, almost virtually on the beach. Mike Hayden, also Swansea. Leighton O'Connor, Maesteg originally. Everybody remembers and associates Leighton with Maesteg. Played rugby for Maesteg, and probably would have played rugby for Wales if he hadn't been around the same time as people like Gareth Edwards and Brimmer Williams and Terry Holmes. But Leighton's now living down in Pembrokeshire as well, and is one of the main movers of the Pembrokeshire Vets side that's been set up for the last couple of seasons, with a growing fixture list and a growing band of members. Some very, very nice cricket there. So huge thanks to Leighton O'Connor for everything he's done for cricket down in the very west of Wales, in Pembrokeshire. Bowlers in, Keneally faces. Again, it's down to that little dap down into gully, no run. John Jones next down, John Swansea boy. Tony Smith settled in Cardiff for many years. Gareth Edwards, as we say, from Bangor up in North Wales. Paul Murphy, a Barry boy originally. Come back to that in a second. Bowler's in, and he's forward. No run. Yes, Paul is a Barry boy. Now, Barry Cricket Club is literally steeped in Gavin and Staceyism. And we played there at the weekend, actually, and you've got Bryn's Burger Bar on the boundary there
fantastic.
at Barry. But it is only literally 50 yards maybe from the calf as well. So that's where Murph started his cricket, and he plays up in Usk now, which is 20 yards up the... I'm really going to mess this. No, I'm not going to mess it up. It's the Usk Valley. Of course it is. Or is it the Wye Valley? I don't know. So Paul plays his cricket there. Adam Glasnick plays Swansea again. Jim Watkins, Pentirch, Cardiff, and then Chris Hudson. North Walian originally, Chris, but came down to university in South Wales and has stayed in South Wales ever since. Was a doctor, was Chris, until he retired, I think, last year. And now sort of travels the world and plays a bit of cricket in between. Fantastic. So that's the Welsh side in a nutshell for you. And not to forget Colin Tucker, who's the 12th man, but he's nursing a bit of an ankle. I don't think Colin's going to bat. Colin's based in Carmarthen, which is again at the western end of that M4 corridor. So yeah, all of the Welsh side coming from very close to the coast, used to these sort of conditions. I was looking at the England side, a lot of them are playing for inland counties, aren't they?
Well, that's right. Yeah, that makes a really big difference in terms of...
Lovely glance there from Mike Hayden. It's not going to make it to the boundary. No, pulled up by the fielder. They'll pick up 2 runs. Sorry, yes.
No, you're right. In terms of, like you say, in terms of inland counties, you know, like they say, you wouldn't be experiencing, you know, temperatures like this. Which is interesting that, you know, say, and that's another thing you almost have to factor in, isn't it? And especially when you're abroad, then, and you've got different climates, and it's so many different things to think about rather than just the cricket on the pitch. You know, it's a lot to think about psychologically, as you said.
Well, it's a wonderful thing about cricket, though, isn't it? Is every ground has its own little peccadillos anyway, before you start talking about weather conditions on the day and everything like that. It's a huge part of what makes cricket the magical game that it is.
Yeah, we spoke a few times today on the commentary. We spoke obviously with Phil Deakin and the Wales boss. That, you know, in terms of like you mentioned, Hugh, like socially, physically, and you know, especially in Wales, the sport of cricket for the over 60s group, you know, younger and older age groups as well, really, really on the rise, isn't it? And that's fantastic to see, just for the game of cricket in general, but for the age groups, it just gives them a new lease of life.
Yeah, we were saying we've been going as over 60s for just over 10 years. I started playing over 60s cricket 4 years ago. We had, I think, 4 or 5 of us playing in a 4th team, where we bring in friends, families, relations, rabbits, and all sorts of other things. And a lot of the over 70s players will be playing. By now, the 4th team won their division last year. We've got, I think, 15 players not having a game this week. So in itself, in 4 years, that's how it's taken off. Just in Wales. And I know the same thing is happening across a lot of English counties. We're seeing sides really getting stronger and stronger every year, and they're saying, yeah, it was great, we're attracting players from all over the shop, and guys who haven't played for 20 years coming back and going to nets and losing 2 stone. It's brilliant, isn't it? It's just brilliant. Such a positive story.
Oh, fantastic. You know, it's, since me and Matt have been involved with it over the last year or so, and coming back this summer for it, it's just really opened my eyes, especially as a sports fan myself. I hold my hands up, I was never the biggest cricket fan beforehand, but I've been fully invested in it and really quite enjoying my time here commentating on it now.
I would say this, wouldn't I? But it's a great sport. It's a great sport for all ages. It's great for youngsters to get involved, and they're spending 6 or 7 hours in the company of adults who can pass on experience to them, not just about cricket, but about life and everything. You don't get that with many other sports. You don't get ages being able to mix like that, certainly not in the environment that a cricket match offers. It's another ball played back by Mike Hayden. Certainly it's very much, let's occupy 45 overs. Let's see the first 10, 12 overs off. Let's see, shine off the ball. Let's see if it gets a bit easier. If we don't bat 45, we're not going to get anywhere near it. Our only chance is to bat 45 overs. Ooh, he's done well to keep that out, as Mike Hayden. Well done, Mike. But yeah, what a wonderful sport for all ages, and I think this over 60 stuff and the over 70 stuff is just extending people's cricketing careers, and there's so many overall benefits for everybody involved with it. He's looking for a single, but no, not really on there. And I think, you know, the other thing to note specifically about this, just in the 4 years I've been involved with it, is the way that A, the fielding is improving, and B, people's physiques are improving. Fitness is becoming more and more important. Agility is becoming more and more important. We were talking about South Africa just now. There was a group of the boys which grew as the fortnight went on, who were doing yoga every day. That's, you know, 60-year-olds starting to do yoga because they can see the benefits of keeping agile and keeping fit and everything like that. So it's just all good, really.
Fantastic.
That's Paul Keneally's favourite spot, picked out by Mike Hayden there in the gully. No run again, and that's the end of the 7th over. Wales 10 runs on the board, just for the loss of Neil Williams' wicket.
Yeah, as we say, obviously still early doors, but with our metric, a run rate of about 7.8 is required, you know, to get anywhere near the total. As you say, early doors though, Hugh, and in terms of like you say, like you made a great point, they need to play out these 45 overs to have any chance, really.
Yeah, we're 60 odd, and we know that, but if there are youngsters listening in, then that's a big shout again. I think Mel thought he was going to get a similar result to what he got a couple of overs ago, but he was disappointed. Yeah, if there are youngsters there, I was told this when I was a kid. Hey, if you're back in a pavilion, you can't score any runs, you know. And I thought, yeah, oh, so and so saying that to me, but absolutely right. It's probably taken me 50 years to realise that. But if you're out, you can't score any runs. If you can use up 45 overs, you're going to score a lot of runs. So. That'll be the approach from Wales here. Hussain in to Paul Keneally. It's on the back foot. It's out to mid-off, but they won't take a single. Score stays on 10. It's not only all the runs have come from Mel Hussain. Wilson at the other end's bowled 4 overs, 4 maidens at the moment. It's clipped through mid-wicket. I think that's going to go all the way, or is it just going to stop? No, it's just crept over the boundary at mid-wicket. 4 runs to Keneally. Eases the pressure a little bit there on Wales.
Yeah, they needed that, didn't they? Like you say, just eases the pressure there, and it gets a few more for Keneally.
Again, there'll be a lot of batsmen listening to this, and they'll know, you know, you've played back a few tight overs and you start getting a little bit nervous. Where's the next run coming from? And then all of a sudden you're able to put one away like that, and it just immediately relaxes you, and it makes the next few balls that much easier to play because the pressure's off you. It's such an intense psychological game, cricket. Hussain turns, comes in. Keneally. Nice little leg glance, they'll get at least a couple. And only a couple. Oh, is a misfielder, but no, it'll just be 2 runs. So good over for Wales this. Good over for Paul Keneally, 6 runs from it so far. Seven runs off it, there was a no ball. It's that hard but short extra cover straight into his hands. The end of the over, the best over for Wales of the innings so far. 7 runs from it. They've moved on to 17 now from 8 overs. This England side coming from is a good spread, isn't it? From all over the country. Yorkshire, Cheshire, Warwickshire, Leicestershire, Derbyshire, Essex, Lancashire, Gloucestershire, Kent. So yes, a very, very good spread of players from all over England here.
Yeah, that's it. It's a quite that wide pool, isn't it, in terms of all the counties there, and quite a few. Like and even Phil Deaton was saying he knows a few of the Welsh lads, obviously through playing a few of them here, in the last few years, or being involved in and around cricket for many years as they have been, and in terms of like when you are playing like you said out in South Africa, but when you're playing a home nation like this, it's that friendly rivalry, isn't it? And it really brings out a really good game of cricket, doesn't it?
It's great, I'm catching up with all mates and everything today. You don't get that in many other sports either. And as you say, a lot of these boys will have played against each other at age cricket for more than a decade now. But possibly going back even further than that to club cricket and representative cricket at further ages. And it's a lovely sport in terms of friendships that remain for the rest of your days. Mark Wilson's in. Hayden's on the back foot, and that's the first runs from Mark Wilson, and it is going to be a boundary. Lovely shot there. Mike Hayden just rocked onto the back foot. Didn't really hit the ball, he just placed it through extra cover. Lovely, easy, comfortable 4 runs, which, as I say, is the first runs that Mark Wilson's conceded in almost 5 overs. But again, as you're saying, it's these first 10 overs that are critical. Wilson in. Ooh, that's beaten him. That took off a little bit, didn't it? That took off a little bit. I think it was just back of a length. Yeah, you can see where Mike Hayden's doing a bit of gardening there. It's just back of a length. Similar to the ball before that Hayden had dispatched, but I think that grew on him a bit. Fortunate not to get a bat in it, probably. That's Fuller. Oh, and mid-on and mid-off was sprinting away, but it was stopped by the stumps at the bowler's end. Probably saved 4 runs there.
Yeah. That's unfortunate there for Wales.
Yep. 9 overs gone, 21 now for Wales. They've doubled the total in the last 2 overs. Is it getting easier? Is the shine starting to get off the ball? Are the bowlers starting to get a little bit tired? There's all of these questions to ask. I think we're seeing a change of bowling, aren't we? I think we're going to see a change of bowling. I think Mel Hussain taking a rest after 5 overs. Is he? Or is he going to carry on? No, I think he is going to carry on. There are 3 or 4 guys there around the umpire, which usually tends to suggest there might be a change of bowling in the offing.
Yes.
But they've decided to carry on with Mel Hussain's off spin. Ooh, that's the gap that Keneally was looking for, but he hasn't quite got enough of it, which gives the chap at deep cover the chance to come in and field the ball. So just the single to Paul Keneally. It's a lovely shot from Mike Hayden, but fielder gets a foot to it.
Yeah, 256 required for Wales to reach their target of 279.
Creeping up towards 7 and over now. Not too worrying at this stage of the innings. 9 wickets in hand, but they won't want it to go much higher than this.
No, that's right.
And certainly the runs they've scored from the last few overs, and that's another one there, will have eased that pressure quite a bit on them. Hussain in to Hayden. nurdles it round the corner to backward square. They think of a run, but they don't take it.
Yeah, you mentioned that run rate. You know, in terms of that 7 and over at the moment. In terms of, you know, like you say, they don't want it any higher. And if they can get, like, you know, a few fours and a sits here and there, like you say, that really would add to the confidence of this Welsh group.
Yeah, I mean, it's the last couple of overs, they've added 20 odd runs, I think, to the total. 14 runs to the total in the last 3 overs. If they'll carry on at 4.5, 5 and over now for the next 10, 15 overs, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. They won't want to they won't worry if they don't do much more than that.
That's right.
24 off 10, 255 required, 35 overs left in the innings, in the game.
Yeah, it's a big one for Wales, this. As they look to try and... Oh, it's up in the air and he might just
I think he's cleared it. Yeah. He's cleared him. And they'll think it too, but it stops at a thought. Just the single to Keneally from that slightly skied toeish.
Yeah, and joining Hugh now at the swap over. 10 over point is Matt Evans.
Wilson in. Hayden on the back foot, doesn't get hold of it properly. No run. Wilson in. Again out to extra cover this time, no run again. Hayden a bit more gardening. Another confident, good shot from Mike Hayden there. But again, the same result, no run. On the back foot that time. Comfortably plays it out to short cover, no run. Single this time out to deep cover. It's Keneally on to strike for the last ball of the over. Matt, you've been looking at the first 10 overs of this innings. What are your impressions of it so far?
Steady old start, I thought, for Wales, apart from the one wicket. They've not done too bad. I mean, the run rate ain't the best, is it? The England bowling attack is tight, though, isn't it? I think it's, is it Mark Wilson?
Yeah.
He's on debut, isn't he? So
yeah.
He looks to be a bit of a handful. He's quite rapid at this level, I think. We're looking at the side over there.
Yes. Yeah, we certainly don't see much bowling at that sort of pace at this level.
So I think that's obviously kept the run rate well down. Was it 2.36? So yeah.
And there is a bowling change now. We thought it was imminent, and it's now happening. Mel Hussain off after opening the innings. First 5 overs from this end. Whoops. It's still windy here, boy. It's still windy. Stuff flying everywhere around us.
Phil Deakin, is it?
Deakin is the new bowler.
Yeah. Stature and frame at that end.
A Lancastrian.
Yeah, that's right. He enjoyed his spell on the comms this morning. He gave us a good old hour there, Hugh. Enjoyed it very much.
And I'm sure you'll be hoping he enjoys his bowling just as much.
Yeah. Well, it's a tough one now for the Welsh, isn't it? Because they've got to up the ante. They've got to start playing some strokes around us. This game's just going to fizzle out on run rate, basically. So they need to do something in response. But it's tough when the deliveries are flying down like Mark Wilson sending them down.
Yeah, but they've kept the scoreboard ticking along the last couple of overs. Certainly 4 or 5 overs ago, there was a stranglehold on them, whereas a few more runs have come in the last few overs. So we're saying probably if they can carry on going at 4 or 5 and over for the next 10, 15 overs, it gives themselves a good chance to launch. There's some very hard-hitting batsmen to come in further on for Wales, so that's what they'll be. They'll be wanting to set up a platform for the likes of O'Connor, Jones, Gareth Edwards to be able to give it the long handle, as we say.
So if they just keep the scoreboard ticking over with singles and twos and don't lose too many wickets, and then the big boys come in, they'll probably have a go at it.
Yeah, you don't ever want it to be going much above 8 and over.
No.
And it's under 8 and over at the moment. And if they can carry on sort of at this rate, I think that's what the game plan needs to be at the moment. I think that's what we're seeing here. I mean, the big difference, of course, to cricket at this level on a Saturday, you sort of think, oh, let's see what the 4th and 5th bowlers are like. They might not be quite so good. This is an international, chaps. There are no weak bowlers in this game at all. No. So there'll be no respite. It'll just be 5 or 6 very good bowlers bowling a bit differently. Yeah,
certainly was the case last time when we watched the England boys. They were very, very solid.
Yeah.
Oh.
Keneally clips off his legs, but he won't get a run.
Sent him back there. Thought there was one on for that there.
Yep.
Nicked it down to long leg almost and sent him back.
Yeah.
Did we get to the bottom of the first time Wales have bowled England out? Did we discuss that? Some chap in the bar was telling
a lot of people were discussing it, but I don't think anybody quite had a definitive answer on it. But I think the smart money is on the fact it probably was the first time.
Yeah. Chap at the bar certainly thought so. Part of your gang. I think this is Deacon's last ball, isn't it, of the over?
Yeah.
Come down.
Keneally will take a single from it. Moves himself on to 13. Wales on to 29 for 1 at the end of the 12th over.
Yeah, just 4 for the over there for Deacon, so keeping the run rate tight. And I guess if you're looking from an England point of view instead of Welsh point of view, you go, if you just keep that happening and the bowling tight and then the runs down, and they're just going to run out of time, aren't they?
You know, what we'd be shouting out there now is it's all right, boys, singles will win it for us.
Yeah.
6 and over is not going to be enough for Wales.
No.
So 4 off that over, England would be very, very, very happy with that.
So if one of these opening boys eventually got to be a sacrificial lamb and start swinging it a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Mike's a stroke player. Mike will just play strokes and he'll just up the tempo a little bit, whereas Paul can go ballistic if he needs to.
Right, okay.
But I don't think they'll be anywhere near that yet. Having said that, Paul just lofts it over mid-wicket in the air, but it reaches the boundary, 4 runs. That's what PK can do.
That's what you need, isn't it? And that's still that's still Wilson on bowling, is it?
Yeah, still, and that's. No, it's the second boundary from him, to be fair. He didn't concede a run for the first 4 overs. That's a sign that Keneally's starting to get the feel for the bowler.
Thinking about it,
pitch. Yeah. I get the sense that the odd ball is keeping a little bit low out there.
We had. I know this end, a couple raised up, and caught the wicketkeeper off guard, what we called the football ground end.
Yeah.
And this end, a couple stay low in the England innings when we sat here watching. So, shots.
What's in the air, but short and mid off.
I thought he turned that round the corner in the same area as he just got that boundary, but it went straight over the bowler's
head. I was exactly the same as you. I was looking in a completely different direction to where the ball went.
Yeah.
That's
out.
That's
out. He's got it?
Yeah, he's got it.
Oh.
He's got it. Good catch.
Yeah, good catch. He definitely put the accelerator down there a bit, didn't he? In the
yeah, well, as I said to you, Paul can go ballistic, and I think Paul started to go ballistic, but he didn't quite come off for it.
I think that was the sacrificial lamb we were on about. But Paul Keneally started to go for it. Fair play to him, being a team man. He's knocked up 17, but he's unfortunately been caught off the bowling of Wilson. He won debut. Is that his first wicket?
Yes, because Mel Hussain took the other
Mel
wicket.
got the other one, yeah. So Mark Wilson gets his debut wicket for the England over 60s, which is always nice. Teammates around him
Second
congratulating him.
England debutant today in international cricket to get a wicket on debut.
Who's the first one?
It would have been
Cook.
Mr. Cook.
Yeah, Cook. He got young one of the brothers out, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did earlier on. So
Ben, is it? Ben plays for Zimbabwe, and obviously Sam and Tom for England.
that's right.
Curran. So I'm presuming, if our sheet is right, that Leighton O'Connor is coming out to the crease, replacing Paul Keneally.
Is it Leighton O'Connor? It looks like Leighton O'Connor.
Yeah.
I suspect it is Leighton O'Connor.
The score box, they've got that on the telly for us.
Yeah.
O'Connor.
Leighton's lost a lot of weight over the winter.
Really?
He's been training heavily, doing a lot of nets. Not the figure that we're used to seeing striding out to the square.
You've got to take a second glance when you look at that. Haven't you?
Yes, it's a svelte Mr. O'Connor that we're looking at here. Let's hope it hasn't diminished his powers at all, because he can be a very, very powerful batsman on his day. He's off the mark immediately.
Very nice little tickle around the corner there between the first and second slip. And it's kind of what the bowlers have given you, isn't it? Because you held the total down with some good attacking bowling in the end.
Yeah.
They've got something to go at.
Yeah, I think there was a danger at one point that England could have batted themselves out of sight in this game, but Wales came back at them very well, didn't they? To restrict them to the 278 that England made in the end.
Very good. I mean, we were sat here for the first hour saying it's going to be working out 350s and 320s, and fair play to Wales, especially what we saw 12 months ago in Stratford when they capitulated a little bit and just let sloppy runs go. They certainly tightened up the run rate and took some very important wickets.
Yes. Paul Murphy in particular.
Yeah,
I think having
an
an inspired spell, didn't he?
So we're at the, we've called it the town centre or scoreboard end. I don't know if you knows better, but Deacon's going to be coming from that end again.
I would say the C end.
We've got football pitch end that end. And
football
this is
pitch,
scoreboard
football
end
pitch
this end.
is good, yeah. The trouble is, all of the features that I know of are all down the one end.
you got
Football
nothing.
pitch, C, Cardiff, you name it, that's that end.
Right.
Yeah, probably City end.
Yeah,
Probably
we
City
guess-
end
we
will
guess the
do.
City end,
yeah, I think so.
There's a city that way eventually, isn't there?
Well, I think
It might be
it
Stockholm,
might
but it's
behind us. Yeah, the city that way would be New York, as we were discussing earlier. New York or Darwin or something like that. New York or Darwin.
Yeah, one of the two. So Deacon's had a couple. Not much happening here. He's keeping the run chase down.
It's a question. It's a question. Just a question. A polite question of the umpire.
Deacon comes in again from what we're calling the city, and a big old swipe there, but it stopped straight back at the bowler, and Deacon's slim frame stops the ball from going past him.
We do like a bit of irony here, don't we?
But again, the run rate staying down. He's not conceded any runs yet, and there's oh no, I thought I'd commentator cursed that. So that's 5 balls, no runs. Exactly what England need, and as Hugh explained, they'll be quite happy with that because they know if they just do a run of ball, they've won the match.
And they're constraining Wales to a lot less than a run of ball at the moment.
Yeah.
And that builds up the pressure every over that goes by. I mean, that was a maiden.
Yeah.
But you know, any over with less than 4 in this sort of situation is a huge over for the fielding side.
Yeah, they've just got to.
Yeah.
hard to know what to do if you're Wales, isn't it? Because it's a stick or twist, isn't it? You know, you go for it like Paul Keneally did, and you give your wicket away. It doesn't help the team any either.
But you've got to do it, haven't you?
Yeah,
You've got to do it.
Yeah.
You know, to do nothing is not an option here.
Yeah, but I think your idea is probably the best. They need to wear down the first 2 or 3 bowlers with some sensible singles and twos, and then, like you said, there's no weak bowlers, but they can go for it then as Wilson comes in again, and he has got a bit of speed to him, this fella.
This is his 8th over now, so I'm assuming he's going to bowl his 9 on the bounce, isn't he?
Is it 9 they're allowed, is it? We were discussing earlier,
Yeah, 9, 45 overs, maximum 9 overs per bowler. So it looks very much as if Mark Wilson is going to bowl his 9 overs through.
Shot.
That's a trademark Hayden shot where he just stands proud and clips it off his legs, backward a square for 4. If I had a cake for every time I've seen Mike Hayden doing that in the last couple of years, I'd have a plateful.
But you can say Phil Deakin's figure.
Didn't say I was going to eat them.
Yeah.
Just said have a cake.
Yeah.
Big plate, piled full of cakes.
Yeah, there's a lovely little flick off the hip that for the boundary.
That's a trademark.
Oh, that's a good stop. That
Mike
as well.
Hayden shot that. That's another. His cover drive is also something to be admired.
I mean, you have to say good field placement, but I thought that was through once he struck that. Straight at the fielder as Wilson comes in again.
Ooh, good piece of stumping there.
Yeah, very quick wicket keeping that.
Hayden didn't leave his crease, but just as well, because that was like lightning.
He did that a lot last summer as well, stood right up to even the quicker pace bowlers and got a few stumpings. That's just another bit of doubt in the batsman's mind, though, isn't it? If the wicketkeeper's going to be at that game.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't help
Again, as a batsman, the last thing in the world you want is a keeper that's that good. Standing up to a pace bowler, you like to be able to use your feet to a pace bowler, maybe get outside the crease a little bit, mess his length up a little bit. But when you've got a keeper keeping like that, it changes your game plan as a batsman completely. That's another good over from Wilson. I know we had the boundary from it, but as we were saying, 4 and over ain't going to win Wales this game.
Yeah,
we've got a drinks break.
What's that, 15 overs? That's flown by, isn't it?
That has.
That's flown by. So at the first drinks break, it's 39 for 2. Required run rate has just hit that 8 mark that you were talking about, Hugh, which is not very good for the Welsh side.
No, so maybe this drinks break is the time where the Welsh batsmen re-evaluate the situation and they put the risk dial up a notch or 2. Let's see what happens now after this drinks break.
Yeah, for my money, you've got nothing to lose. Carrying on like this isn't going to get you anywhere near it, so you may as well go a bit Bazball-y, as we tend to call it nowadays.
Well, you don't have to go mad at this stage. It's just a matter of saying the odd ball in the over that it's not quite a half volley. It's just maybe fuller length, and you say, right, maybe just go at that one a little bit more. It's not going at everything at this point, but it's just taking a couple more risks than they have been taking, maybe.
Yeah, so it's first drinks break after 15 overs here down at Newport Cricket Club. Cracking day as well, isn't it? That cloud cover's cleared. The wind's still here, unfortunately. So, well, we're probably grateful it would be a scorcher without that wind.
There is, as we were saying earlier, we're very close to the 7th channel here, which acts as a wind tunnel almost. So there's generally a breeze around you, but as you can see, there's a huge, what do they call them, a windmill?
Yeah, wind turbine.
Wind turbine. That's the word. I brought up in a different era to you, man. You're known as windmills in my day, but wind turbine.
Wind turbine.
Yes. So that's there because people know that it can be quite windy here, I suspect. Yes.
We did start off calling it the windmill end this morning, and then we spotted the goalpost behind the fence there.
Yeah.
We switched to the football ground.
The sea end, the Manhattan Island end, it could be anything, couldn't it?
Yeah.
So as we say, I still think we sport for choice with names for the one end, and then at the other, it's just,
The tree end.
The tree end, yeah. The dual carriageway end, but that doesn't really define it. There's quite a few of those around Newport. maybe some of our listeners might have an idea. Somebody who's a little bit
Yes.
more local to the Spitty ground in Newport may know definitively what this end is called, but they may have some good creative ideas for us for some of the landmarks just to the other side of the fence here. Wouldn't it be nice to think that we could end up creating a name for an end
Yes.
at Newport Cricket Club? We could go down in history.
Yeah, everything's at the other end, isn't it? Even the pylons. So,
Everything.
Oh, we'll have to stay on top of the social, see if there's a local Newport cricketer who knows the official name of the end opposite the football pitch.
Or, maybe there's a wonderful tale about an octogenarian squirrel or something that lived in those woods and who was called Humphrey, and we can call it the Humphrey end.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows? Open to interpretation, chaps. Give us your best shot.
So the players are back out there. They've had their squash. 2 Welsh batsmen in is Hayden and O'Connor, who've had 15 overs. They are lacking in run rate at the moment. The Welsh side, 39 for 2. It's just crept up to that required run rate of 8 that Hugh was talking about earlier, and we spend the next 2 or 3 overs seeing if they're going to just put the accelerator down a little bit and go for a bit more of a run rate.
Yeah, I think the next 10 overs will tell us a lot about the direction that this game is going to go.
Definitely.
What's that? Half a question of the umpire, half a question. No conviction at all there.
I think that is glove and arm, that was pad. The Deacon comes in and there's a shot.
There is a shot.
It's 4 runs, isn't it?
There is a shot.
It's quite a very athletic dive there from Hussain, but he got nowhere near it, and it's shot for the boundary before we knew it. So that's 4 runs, 4. Who's on strike? O'Connor.
O'Connor. Like a bullet from a gun, wasn't it?
So hopefully for our benefit of entertainment, they're going to have a good old swing at this now, Wales, and try and hunt down that target.
Let's get the sense so that this bowling is giving no quarter at all to the batsman. See, it's just short of a length, it's straight, you can't even realistically get out to drive it when it's that length, and when it's straight, it's in your head the whole time, as if I miss this, I'm in big trouble.
No, it's very, very good, very tight, which is exactly what they need in this situation, isn't it? It's very, very tight.
Oh yeah, as a fielding bowling side, you're thinking just bowl it straight, just back of the length, make the batsman make mistakes, and this run rate then really works for you as a fielding side. Because you've not got to think about wheedling batsmen out or anything like that. You've not got to think about constraining their runs too much. You're thinking about just put it there all the time. The batsmen are going to have to take a risk, and they take a risk. They might come off once or twice, but eventually they're going to make a mistake. We're going to get the wicket.
Yeah.
It's a lovely situation to be in as a bowling side.
And they're also not hanging around you either. We've had 50 minutes and we're already 16 overs through, so they're getting on with it, England.
And that's the other thing that you see in 60s cricket. We play it like we used to in the old days. We get through our overs, 16, 17 overs an hour. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, no.
Except it is in the modern context.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
They're bowling at 12, 13 overs an hour at Test cricket and county championship level these days. It's incredible. But yes, over rates of 16, 17, even 18 overs an hour is the norm in this sort of cricket. It's another bowling change for England. That's interesting. That's interesting. Mark Wilson bowled only 8 of his 9 overs. So Ahmed is the bowler. Hayden
Ahmed,
facing.
yeah, Razi Ahmed.
Yeah.
I thought there was a bit of life when your spinners came on earlier, so I presume the England boys are thinking the same. When the dry days crusted it up a little bit.
It's generally a spinner's wicket here at Spitty
Is
Park.
it? Okay.
Generally a spinner's wicket. Certainly in this weather.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely track to bat on, though, if truth be told.
So again, another dot ball, which isn't helping the Welsh cause at the moment.
Famous old club, Newport. They moved here, I will hazard a guess, about 25 years ago. But they used to play down the road at Rodney Parade, which is where Newport Gwent Dragons play their rugby and Newport County play their football.
Yeah, yeah.
And the cricket pitch used to be just the other side of there, and that was Newport's home for many, many, many years. They redeveloped that land.
Shot.
It's a shame because there was a huge factory behind it, and right at the top of this massively tall factory there was this little clock tower, and there was a pane of glass shattered there, which apparently Wally Hammond did when he was scoring 300 odd for Gloucester against Glamorgan back in, I'd say, the 30s or the 40s. Again, I'm putting it out there for people with Playfairs in their laps to correct me on that one. But
What, the clock tower end?
that would have been at the clock tower end, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
If only we had a clock tower down this end.
Yeah, somebody build a clock tower. Come on, come on, you can do it.
I think there was one run off that over
One
there,
run
which was bowled
off
in
the
rapid
over.
pace by
Yeah,
Ahmed. So
yeah.
whether the England boys just want to get this done and get up the M4, or they're just giving everyone a run out, I don't know. But it's very strange that Wilson did bowl those 8 overs and not one. I wonder whether he was going to go off because they had he was 12th man, wasn't he, while they batted. So someone sat out the fielding side of things to give him a run out with his bowling.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things at international level, that we tends to be 12 aside with a nominated batsman and a nominated bowler, which is interesting because they were talking about this on Test Match Special today. The Zimbabweans lost one of their bowlers yesterday, as they were effectively playing the rest of the Test match with 10 men.
Okay.
And yet we're seeing in the IPL, which, love it or hate it, is certainly a great place for innovation for cricket. It's basically become a 12-a-side game there now. And is that the way the cricket's going? We've already reached it at 60s cricket.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you see what happened yesterday for Zimbabwe, it makes sense. It's just like a substitute in football, isn't it? And if it's a genuine injury,
Yeah.
I think everyone's happy with it. When you back in the day when I was a kid, you had your Pakistan and Australia kind of abusing it to rest the bowler, then bring him back on, and it started getting a bit kind of game management-y, didn't it? If it's a genuine case of an injury and he can't play again, I think there's no issue with that whatsoever.
And the likes of Inzamam ul Haq, who didn't really feel that they needed to run their own runs.
Yeah.
When there was somebody else they could bring on and do it for them.
Exactly. So that when it gets game management like that,
Yeah.
a bit of Mourinho tactics, it's a bit dubious.
And
But
that's
for a
the
genuine injury,
Yeah, with all sport, the rules come in for good reasons.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take long for people to find workarounds on them.
work
does it?
around it, yeah, and get a bit clever with it.
And
That's
it's almost as if, well, let's just make it 12 aside then, and let's allow people to substitute in and out, so that your genuine injuries then you're not punished for them.
Yeah. So Deakin comes in for his 5th delivery again. Only the 1 run, as that's again fielded for a dot ball. His economy must be superb, Deakin, with this spell of bowling.
Yeah.
He's hardly given away anything.
Yeah. Of course, I guess what that would mean is that the 12th player every time would be an all-rounder then.
Yeah.
So that if you lost a batsman
Or a
you'd
bowler,
replace him.
you've got it covered. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So your second best all-rounder would just be the 12th man every time.
Yeah.
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 So that's the end of the over. That's what 18 overs gone already. It's 45 for 2 for Wales.
Yeah.
Again, I can't see what the required run rate is now. Edging towards 9, sadly, for Wales. It's
Give me a
8.67.
couple of seconds. I'll try and work it out if I've got enough fingers.
8.67 it is.
Yes, 8.67. My fingers tell me. Do you know, I've got this thing with technology, but I have to admit sometimes it's not a bad
It's
thing.
handy,
is it?
yeah.
Not a bad thing.
Good shot.
Taking the first one quickly.
Just
Oh,
do it.
yes.
Oh.
Two very fast athletes
Nice.
out there.
Very
Two
good.
very fast athletes out there.
Yeah, lovely drive there through the covers for Hayden. Was it on strike?
Yeah. Two to Hayden. As you say, Leighton O'Connor was a scrum half and a very, very, very good scrum half at rugby in his day. Mike Hayden does triathletes.
Okay.
Does triathletes? No, he does triathlons.
Triathlons,
He is
yeah.
a triathlete. He doesn't
Get
do
arrested for doing
triathletes at all.
triathletes.
Yes, you can. You can indeed.
That's a court case.
So, yeah, so 2 super fit men out there. I mean, that's a 2 that wouldn't look out of place at the T20 Blast at all.
No.
Very, very well run runs.
It's just good bowling right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Keeping the run rate down.
Just what you keep telling the youngsters all the time: bowl straight, you won't go far
No.
wrong. And they are bowling straight because there's hardly a ball being left. The batsmen have to play at every ball.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, the game of cricket, whether it's T20, 50 overs or Test match, the skills are pretty similar, aren't they? You know.
Yeah, I mean, as a batsman, if you think I need to start chasing runs, what you want is balls off the wicket, because it immediately takes out 2 of the ways of you getting dismissed.
Bit too long that in length.
That was full.
4 runs, yeah.
Full, and Mike Hayden again clips that off his legs through the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Takes him on to 19 now. Leighton O'Connor on 5.
Yeah, so not 4. Ahmed has quite found his line in length yet. He's gone 2.4, so he just a little bit of inconsistency this over, but I guess that's what Wales are hoping for this run chase.
Oh yes.
Shot.
Yeah, if you've got a head on you which says I want to be scoring runs here, what you want is inconsistent bowling.
Yeah.
The odd full toss, the odd wide ball, the odd short ball.
That's well defended there again.
And that's just a
line and
good
length,
straight back of the length ball. And it's very, very difficult to get your head around how you're going to hit that for runs. So perfect bowling from England there.
Yeah, and like we said, especially with the wicketkeeper's work a couple of overs ago, it's not like you're going to skip down the wicket and try and launch them over the bowler's head, is it?
It's just increasing your risk factor by times 10, isn't it? When you start doing that with a keeper that's this good.
So Deacon's back on at the City end. Which City we haven't discovered yet, but it's the City end now, unless Owen can tell us otherwise on socials. And he's going to be bowling.
I mean, Newport's close as a city. Possibly going north, Wrexham might be the next city you come to.
On that direct line.
It'll be somewhere then, Liverpool, Manchester. Chester? Chester's a city, isn't it? Yeah. Lancaster? Carlisle, they're not a city, they're United, aren't they?
Yeah.
See, Mum, this is where being a football fan comes into it. In a situation like this, you can work out where your cities are.
Just try to go backward square cut that there and missed it.
Glasgow, that's a city. That's
Yeah,
probably on a
that's the
similar
same.
sort of line. Whoa, that shot on the deck.
That stayed low, didn't it?
That stayed very low.
Stretched for it and got it, luckily.
So Leighton played one of his ping pong shots, one of his Wednesday night ping pong shots there. Squatted down and one-handed hit it out to cover off a ball that barely got off the ground.
Nice 4 defensive, so 4 balls down. As we come back to the end of the 20th, Hugh, we're going to thank you for your time, and Owen's going to come in, and I hope you've enjoyed it, and it's been fun having you.
Brilliant. I've loved it, and I shall immediately go and find my map and find out what the
You can message us on social.
the city north of here is the first one. I shall get a ruler out and I shall tell you, and
That'll be
put
it
you out
forever.
of your misery.
Hugh, thank you so much for your time. It's been
Thanks
awesome.
ever so much. It's been
Thanks a
great,
lot.
great fun.
So that's the one delivery left here in the 20th overs. We say thank you to Hugh. Some great insight there from a local voice and a great knowledge of Newport Cricket Club. Dakin just rolls one down, and there's a flash of the bat there from the Welsh batsman who does find the boundary. Does indeed. Another 4 runs. That's just what we need a bit more of from the Welsh team, chasing this England run chase as we welcome back the legendary Owen Mason as Wales, a 53 for 2 after 20 overs.
Yes. Hello again, Matt. Yes, it's Like you say, that run rate is going up and up and up towards 9 now for Wales as the overs progress. But like you say, it's absolutely flying by. They're not wasting their time, are they? We're almost halfway through the overs here.
I can't believe it. And what we've done an hour just.
Yeah.
Just an hour, and they've done 20 overs, so someone's obviously got a bit of a party plan back up the M4 in England. They're trying to whiz back for as he just flicks that lovely off the hip there from Hayden, and that's going to be another 4 runs, so a bit more of what the Welsh team need. It's early days to say the comeback is on, because the required run rate is still right up there. Is that 8.88?
That's right.
3/8, what's that? An octi Nelson. Double Nelson, triple Nelson, octi Nelson. If you know your cricketing.
Shaved down to 8.78 now, that run rate.
Boundary. He's had a little swipe of that as well, yeah. We were saying how economical the bowling's been from England. I haven't got the figures for her, but I mean, Phil Dakin's been going for 1, maybe 2 runs and over. He's been very, very tight on his bowling, so it's made it very difficult for the Welsh batsman as one sneaks through the wicketkeeper there for the first time. England wicketkeeper just letting one go, but the Welsh batsman decide not to take a gifted single there, and it's still at the football end with Razi Ahmed, who's coming in for his 4th deliveries in his 3rd over. Only conceded 11, chucks that one down. Again, Hayden gets some back to it, but straight at an England fielder once again. Doing exactly what they need to do here, Owen, as she was saying. They're quite happy if they plod along at this pace, conceding 4 or 5 runs and over, they know they'll win the match.
Yeah, that's right. You know, it's when you build, you know, it wasn't as commanding as they wanted it in the end, but it's still a very good lead of, you know, of 2-7-8 in the end for England. And yeah, you know, they've got that now in their heads, like you say, very economical bowling wise. You know, that's impressed with that. You know, only limiting, you know, 1 run there, here and there, and a few. Obviously, that 4 was their first in quite a while as well. So it's it's just trying to limit them as much as they possibly can. Especially, this is the sort of game when, you know, if you remember back to the Pakistan game, there was, you know, at one point, you know, what was it, 103 for 7, and then Pakistan brought it all the way back to almost 200, didn't they? You know, it was quite an incredible moment there. So when you know, it's interesting in games like this. So then when you compare it to games a bit later in the summer when you're playing Australia, that's when they're going to give you a hell of a test. And a target like that, you've still got to watch it, haven't you?
Yeah, I did say at the end of the innings, although we were cheerful and pleasantly surprised for Wales, they kept it to that total, but it was still, you've still got to get it done. You've still got to score 279 to surpass it. It might not have been 300, and having seen this England attack before, I knew it wasn't going to be the easiest of tasks as we go through the 21st over at 64 for 2 Wales. And again, Dakin's on at this end. He's had 5 overs and conceded 15 runs, I can see from the figures now, so that's literally 1 and over is his current economy, which is absolutely superb. Yeah. Just exactly what England need to kind of take the fire out of this Welsh dragon fight back.
Yeah, and it was great to hear some stories from Hugh, wasn't it, in terms of like where, you know, he's been covering the team in South Africa, been playing alongside them as well. And yeah, it's a great insight, as we've had all day, really, haven't we? From different. So from Phil Deakin, we've also had obviously the Welsh manager, and you know, and even now with Hugh, it's great to see it, just to see different insights as the game's being played as well.
Yeah, you can't beat that bit of local knowledge. It'll be the same as you and kind of Kidderminster Harriers on the footy, wouldn't it? I mean, there's just a couple of little snippets in you there that we'd have no clue about, knowing, you know, these boys being at Rodney Parade before they moved here 25 years ago, being an example. So yeah, really good to get them, and just hopefully for the people watching and listening at home, it just livens it up and freshens it, and you don't want to listen to boring old me and Owen all day, every day. And Hugh added a nice bit of Welsh colour and flavour to the proceedings as Dakin comes in from, really, that's another delivery that stayed really low. That's 3 or 4 now in the Welsh innings, quite unfairly, that literally just hit the deck and never bounced at all. And I think it was O'Connor's done well there just to drop the bat down and move it away from the stumps with the fine edges. Dakin comes in again, he goes really forward there, waiting for that low bounce, which we've seen 2 or 3 times, and England mop it up as we get to the last delivery of this over. No. I think his foot... Was he giving it? I think he's given a stump in there, hasn't he? It's either a stumping or an edge of you. I don't know if Nuala gets as a replay, but it's a stumping or an edge that we've just witnessed. Weren't quite sure. I know that the wiki looked at the leg side umpire. The bowler looked at the umpire behind the stumps, and the upshot is Mike Hayden makes his way back to the clubhouse. Is the upshot, and we welcome John Jones to proceedings, which is the chap that I think Hugh was earmarking for swinging the bat with a bit of fear, and the boundaries might start flowing, which they need to now, don't they? We're 23rd over, they've only scored 65, just not enough, but very, very difficult when the bowling's this good and economical as England are throwing down right now.
That's right. No, very true, Matt. And like you say, it's still 214 required. And with a rate of... Oh, wait. Is that right in a minute? At a rate of about 9, wasn't it? 9... Yeah, there we go. 9.3 run rate required. That's quite something, isn't it? For each over. But while we've got a little lull in play, we'll just... we've got a few facts from the England side of his... Here's one for you, quite an interesting one. During Mike Palmer's time at Stratford-upon-Avon Cricket Club, he told the famous South African quick bowler Alan Donald that he could have the other end. There you go. See, he's telling him what for there. And here's another one just before we get into the batting. Where are we? Nick Dayward has played 18 years of minor county cricket for Devon and won the National Club Championships in 2000 with Sheffield Collegiate Cricket Club. Got some more facts in just a moment. So keep us entertained.
Yeah. So it wasn't Hayden, in fact, that's gone, I have to say. I think that's, unless our scorers have not updated correctly. Oh, well, stop there, Dakin, got down there. Yeah, it's actually O'Connor that got given out or stumped. And John Jones has joined skipper Mike Hayden in the middle. Hayden on strike now with 31 on board, and it's hard to know whether you want to, well, for a team effort you want to go for it really, but then first game of the season, do you want to get some time at the crease and get your game in shape? It's hard to know what the boys think. It's a nice shot there by Mike Hayden, some real side drift on that, just taken away from the England fielder. He's come back for the second and sent home by the other end batsman who's halfway down the wicket there, Mike Hayden, but did well to turn around and get back before being run out.
Yeah, that's just another point there. I keep saying point. There we don't run. 66 for 3 now. 4 Wales. Let's say 213 left, of course, so the run rate of now 9.54. As Hugh said, it was those early overs, wasn't it? If they were ever, that's where you had to get your runs in, and fairly quickly, because now you're just playing a game of catch up. Yes, you can have, as we said about that spurt from Pakistan last summer. But that's where you've got to earn your money.
Yeah, and during our lunch break between innings, I was in the gents when a couple of the players were having a chat, and the Welsh opening bowler was saying that they were just too good. Glasnetz, I think, was saying, Adam. Someone asked him, and he said, "There's absolute class. You can't take away what Merriman did at the opening of the innings, and Radic, and just put a lot of runs on the board very quickly, and kind of pulled their bowling apart, which is looking like the difference in this game now."
Yeah, that was that spell, Matt, wasn't it? 125 for 1. That was until I think it was Radic who went out, wasn't it? And that was quite extraordinary, and even to the point where we said it got to a point of 175 for 1, and you think, goodness me, how many runs are England going to get on the board here? And it was quite a spell of wickets every so often for Wales that led it to 278 in the end.
So wide there from Dakin, very unlike him on this innings, just giving away a wide. But again, we've rattled through another over on the 24th. Over halfway already.
Oh yeah, and you think it took 3 hours for the first innings, and it almost took, that was almost all 45 overs, wasn't it? So like almost, we're over almost halfway there, and we're not even an hour and a half in.
No, they're just getting on with it here, I think, England, and a bit of match practice for the, like I said, the lovely fixtures we've got ahead of us this summer, and with a mighty old Rash back helping us out, hopefully, with Australia visiting and the West Indies, and even a game against USA, you said.
Yeah, that's right. Some fantastic fixtures to come for England. You don't.
Lovely shot there from Hayden. Just through the covers there. Down to the far side, away from the clubhouse. Takes him on to 33, as it was only 1 run. John Jones still not off the mark, I think facing about his 7th ball, if I can read the screen right there. 3rd ball even. Just having a look at the field and taking his time as Dakin comes to give his 4th delivery, but there will be an extra one, of course. He's given it, he's out.
Yep.
He's gone for a duck. John Jones has swiped straight across the line, and that, as you see on the replay, another good delivery from Dakin. He swiped right across the line, trying to sweep, push it, and it's just clipped him straight on the pads. And I don't think there's a lot of doubt in that one, and unfortunately John Jones makes his way back to the clubhouse, having not scored.
Yeah, that's a blow. That is for Wales. That's the big. It's a big problem, isn't it? When you're chasing a lead like that, like we said about it, it was that. Do you go for it? And then look at something like that. It's a shame that for them, but it's another wicket. And there, it will be Tony Smith to come up next for Wales. We do have a few more fun facts here. Paul Radage was recently the highest run scorer in the Malta Seniors Cricket Festival. He was awarded the player of the tournament. The Cheshire batter made a half-century in each of his 4 innings.
Cheers for that fact, Paul.
That's right. And here's one for you. Razi Ahmed became the 2nd Gloucestershire player to take a 5-wicket haul for England's 60s when he took 5 for 57 against the Western Australian Veterans Cricket Association President's 11. That's a mouthful. Last winter.
Did we see Razi Ahmed last summer when we commentated?
We didn't, no.
I don't think we did, no. I thought he was a new player to me.
Yeah.
What is that, injury or just...
Yeah, great point. I don't know if he's come in just recently. So no, he's not a debutant today because that was only Mark Wilson, but he might have been in from November in Australia. But we have got some, obviously, the more fixtures they've got. We'll just break off for a bit of batting, bit of bowling. Sorry, I should say. From Deakin. But yeah, we've got some fixtures obviously to come. It's a packed old summer schedule for England. It's Deakin bowls again. That's a nice one. Very nice.
Is that made? No, stopped before the boundary, but great shot. Just rocked onto the back foot. That's a good throw. It's going to be tight, but fair play. I think Anthony Smith got back there. Sorry, Hayden got back, just allowing Anthony Smith to get 2 on the board.
Yeah, to round off the month of May, England will play Scotland at Saltburn Cricket Club on the 29th of May. Then there's 3 games against the West Indies in June, and then finish it. We've got the start of a series against Australia to end off June, and then 4 games against Australia on the 7th, 18th, 21st, and 24th of July. In August, 3 games against the USA, and it all rounds off with that Tri-Nations, which involves Wales, of course, and Scotland, from the 16th to the 18th of September in the Midlands. And a lot of those games will be covered by me and you, Matt.
Yes, looking forward to it. Haven't we got getting the magic camper van out with Benny and Noala, travelling around the country with our cricket tour this summer.
That's the one, yeah. It's going to be a summer to remember. Yes, 70 for 4. Now, 209 required. as that run rate
Oh, that's close.
does reach 10.
We're right down the line there, and he's right on it. Nuala, sorry, Nuala. Heard her shouting at me in the background. Keep getting her name wrong. She needs to spell it phonetically for me.
Yeah, that run rate now 10.03. It's the first time
Is
it's
it
gone into
really?
double figures.
Wow.
Wow. Which again doesn't look unattainable, but you've got to have a very consistent rate, haven't you? There, like you've got to have 4s and 6s quite often, haven't you? There.
Well, it looks unattainable when there's very, very tidy bowling like this
That's
going on
right.
and very tidy fielding. I mean, England are just not gifting anything away here. It's there, straight line and length there from Ahmed, and popping that straight back to the bowler's hands. Just see the... Oh, he's taken out a full toss, that, and has curved it round for 4 runs. Lovely little sweep around his kind of ankle region. I think he took it on the volley, and it's gone over there to the practice nets, but no chance of stopping that for 4 runs here for Wales. That's a little bit more like it.
Yeah, 74 for 4 now.
He's getting some abuse from Welsh fans now about calling this work, as they wander around in their flip-flops getting a suntan.
Fantastic.
So last ball in from Ahmed. Oh, he left that really late and played a really good shot there. He just cut that all the way for a boundary. That was absolutely fantastically timed. Again, I think by Hayden, he's just trickling towards 50 now. That's commentator's curse written all over that. As we just have a break here, and I'm in the... If anyone is watching on YouTube, aspiring sports journalists, youngsters, or their parents, I mean, we're only doing this because of the fantastic opportunities offered to us by the University of Gloucestershire. All this kit, even Benny and Nuala the same on the TV production team. If you do have a look at some of the pictures, I mean, I said it on my Instagram this morning, but the facilities provided by UOG and Ivor, his fantastic company. We're all here doing this for experience, so anyone aspiring to get into the sports journalism world, do look up the University of Gloucestershire. Head the way of Brendan, John and Chris, and you'll have a fantastic time and experience at the University of Gloucestershire doing sports journalism or TV production. Wouldn't you agree, Owen?
Very true, Matt. Yeah, you can get involved with some fantastic opportunities. You know, and just even in terms of like this, you know, in terms of we didn't think we were doing this, 2 years ago. But look at this now. You think of the opportunities we've got covering seniors cricket, having an incredible day out, and really just getting some really good experience under our belt. Get down to UOG. That's what I say.
Yeah, we can reflect now, can't we? I'm presenting the Varsity live on YouTube, and Hartpury University netball we've commentated on, and we really are. Catch it. Oh, he's top edged that, and then just sort of deep gully dived for it and didn't quite get there, and they got away with one there. Wales just got through for the run, and that was Hayden moving on to 42, I believe. So he's 8 runs away from the magical 50, which would be really nice for the skipper to get something out of today, even just personally, because they worked really hard in the field for that to keep that run rate down this morning with his field placements and his kind of cheering along the team when they were looking a bit forlorn after the first 10 overs. So it's 79 for 4. We're in, the 26th over. Deacon bowling superbly. He's 2 for 23 at the moment on his 8th over. Fantastic economy. And giving the batsman absolutely no room whatsoever to play the shots that are required, really, to get Wales where we are. And we're on 10.29 required run rate now, so something's really got to give here. Unfortunately, Hughes' man, John Jones, who was going to wield the willow for all sorts of wonderful boundaries, has been dismissed. And that's fallen to Anthony Smith and skipper Hayden here, but I fear time's running out with how quickly England are also rattling through these overs, as Deacon sends on another fantastic delivery to end his 8th over with figures of 2 for 23. Wales 80 for 4 after 26 overs. What are you thinking, Owen?
Yeah, like you say, against any other sort of bowling, Wales might have a decent chance of getting some boundaries or some sixes. But my goodness, like you say, Phil Deakin is just keeping Wales at bay completely at the moment. It's and like you say, they've 199 runs required, and that's where it starts to become a bit unattainable, which is a shame for Wales, given especially how they kept England, at bay, and especially that run of wickets that they acquired. It was looking rather good for them. But they did fall away just ever so slightly, didn't they? Right at the end of the overs. And if they would have kept it to about 250, but yeah, it's an interesting one. But yeah, we've just got another comment as well.
Oh, shot. Took that on the volley. That's no one stopping that at all. That is 4 runs all day long, he says, as the fielder stops it.
Tracking fielding again. Like you say, there's been so many of them from both sides today, hasn't there? In terms of it's looked like a 4, it's looked like a dead cert to be a 4. And look at that. How many times today has that happened, Matt? The field has been excellent today from both sides.
Yeah, very true. He just didn't time it as well as I would have done, obviously, Good backing up there from the fielder behind the bowler again. And what's that? Hayden's on 44 now. Still on strike, so it'd be lovely to see him get to this 50 mark. Give the Welsh something to celebrate today for their efforts. He's prodded that into the covers, but it's just been picked up there by the dominant figure of Phil Deakin, who's there at about cover, maybe slightly closer, silly mid-off. And that's another good shot there from Hayden. He's looking for 2. No, just taking the single. And again, good tidy fielding from England as the wicketkeeper takes it in his glove, finds Deakin, gets the ball back to Ahmed, and they go again. It's lovely, like Hugh was referring to, actually see it being played at a nice pace, not messing around and getting on with this here. We're 20 past 5 into the 27th over. As the skipper just has a little bit of a reshuffle. How many balls has Smith faced on your screen? I've got the sun shining on mine.
Oh, 7.
He's out. He's gone. He's gone to slog that into the football ground behind the bowler's head. Completely missed it. Got a little nice replay there from Nula. She's on the ball. And he's completely had a fresh air shot and missed that. As you'll see on your screen now, he obviously decided enough was enough. He's had a couple little skips down the wicket. Big old driver, swinging golf. Absolutely no contact, and the quality of the England wicketkeeper isn't going to miss that, and stumped. And unfortunately, Tony Smith heads back to the clubhouse, and let's just hope that young Mike Hayden doesn't run out partners to get him across the line in this 50.
Yeah, he's getting close to that, and he's 45, only 5 away now for him. But like you say, he'd be gutted not to get to that. It's been a good innings for him.
And it's nice to see here now what we are, +5, loads of kids rocking up here for at Newport Cricket Club. Obviously a proper cricket club, part of the community. There's been, 30, 40 kids just walked past me here with their Cricket Stars T-shirts on, going to the ground behind us to have kids cricket from 16 to about, 7-year-olds I've seen so far. So well done Newport Cricket Club for spreading the word of this great game and keeping up the good work within the community. Quite important in smaller places like Newport and even smaller villages around Wales and England. In fact, some places I've been a part of, it's a real kind of pillar of the community cricket clubs, and Newport Cricket Club are obviously doing a fantastic job here because there's children running everywhere and have been very welcomed as well, which isn't always the case in other sporting venues. So he's just taken his guard here. Young Gareth Edwards, who had a good little spell with the ball today. He's the one that's really started off the fight back and keeping the run rate down, along with Paul Murphy, probably the pick of the bowlers, facing his first ball. He's got some nice bright red Welsh gloves on for his batting. That's end of another wicket over there, so it's 28 overs in. Sorry, 27 overs in, 83 for 5. And Wales really under the cosh here as the run rate reaches 10.89. Looks like we've got a change of bowler here, which hasn't yet come up. They've still got Dakin on the screen, which I know that's not the case because he's about 3 foot shorter than Dakin is as he comes in. Delivery just swatted away towards the boundary there. It's Newman who's stay. Oh, nearly a bit of confusion again from the Welsh running. Hayden wasn't interested this time, and his partner was interested. So it's Nick Newman who's going to have a little spell at bowling here from what we're now calling the city end. What city that is, we still haven't decided. Hugh was going to come back and let us know, but I think he's found the bars open, so we might not see Hugh again. And Newman comes in from the city end to face. Yeah, well played that. Nice full defensive there from Gareth Edwards. So after Edwards, we've got Murphy, Glasnett, Watkins and Hudson to bat for Wales. Still a couple of players there that can do some damage, but they really do have to up this run rate if they're going to get anywhere near it. As Newman just misses that, and it Edwards misses that and it rattles his pad. And Owen has returned from his trip.
Yes, I'm back. Yes, it was, like I say, not much movement in the score since I've been gone. That run rate, it's up to 11 now. As another shot comes in. Oh, ordered one to work with, but...
Yeah, Edwards looks like he's trying to play a little bit. He just hit that one down into the ground rather than he rocked onto the back foot. Very kind of Mel Hussain in the first innings. Rocked back, tried to hit it and just... dug it straight in the dirt, and that's gone through everyone. That gone past the back, gone past the wicket keeper, and they've run a cheeky little single out of that to get Hayden back on strike.
Sierra now only 4 away. Is Hayden from reaching that half century. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Could be it there. No, it's going to be cut off again. That fielder's done some work down there, hasn't he? It's a good throw in as well. He's run 2. I can't quite see it. There is down on that. I always want to say Mel Hussain, but that's him here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, he needs to bring binoculars next game so we can spot these fielders on the far boundaries. As that's the end of another over. 28 overs gone. It's 87 for 5. Gareth Edwards will face here. He's on 1 run. You've got skipper Mike Hayden in, who's teetering on. Oh, says he's got 3 runs there, but it's definitely more than that. 48 on the board. Don't know what they've done there with the ball. 48 on the board. Edwards is facing, and we've got Ahmed coming in here for his. Is that 9? Can't see many overs he's bowled. Okay, that's another low one. That stayed very low on Edwards there. He had a big swing in it. Like I say, he's looking to play shots. He just went completely under his bat, and luckily for the Welsh batsman, it didn't strike the 3 wooden stumps behind him. Little number at the end there, the last one.
6.2.
6.2 by, so he's in his 7th over here, Ahmed.
99 balls remaining. With 192 runs needed to win.
Hit it, he has.
Oh, crikey.
Has that gone all the way? What's the umpire calling that? I think he's going to ask the fielder to help him out a little bit there. 4 runs, calls the England fielder. We press the magic button. There goes your entertainment graphic. 4 runs to the Welsh. 87 for 5. Which is going to become 91 for 5. And that was Edwards, was it? Struck that? I thought it was Hayden on his. Oh, he's tickled that away nicely. They've gone for a cheeky little run here. Well done. Very good run in there from Gareth Edwards.
Yeah, they've given that to Gareth Edwards, I think.
That's probably because he hit it.
No, that 5. I don't know where that
Oh,
went.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, here's Hayden now. Go on, just 2 runs, fella. No. Prodded it back. He needs 2 for his 50.
Yeah, he doesn't need much now.
No, like I say, the I'll send him over. So, and it's probably the 30th over for drinks, is it? 29th. So you have to wait a bit longer for this 50. I thought he did really well in that morning innings as captain. He was taking his time, setting his field. Again, like we said 12 months ago, when the runs just got away from Wales, he held the bowlers back, changed the field, kept them guessing, kept them under pressure, and that's the reason really, with some fantastic bowling and fielding. That only reason really that kept England under the 300 mark.
Yeah, it's just gone 5:30 here in Newport, South Wales. It's been a lovely day all day. That wind has, I beg to say, it has just subsided for the time being. We are getting a lovely sunny day of it. $91 for 5.
Oh, was a call. No finger up this time.
No. Umpire unmoved.
Yeah, it's new. Oh, and again. No. Newman's appealing, is enthusiastic, but the only man not enjoying it around the ground is the umpire, because no finger's been raised, and Edwards stays in his place. Is this 3rd time lucky? Left it that time just outside the off stump. But again, good bowling, 3 dot balls. You know, that's just killing the Welsh run rate, giving them no chance to get on top of this. As Newman comes in again and throws one down to. Oh, he's got hold of that. Oh, well stopped. That's fantastic athletic, that, wasn't it? That dive.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
You didn't put any sun cream on today, did you?
No.
Looking pinker than Barbie's car.
It's terrible. My mum always says the wind gets you. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It did. Terrible, really.
Yeah, because you're sat under the shade today, so you're in trouble when you get home. Sunburnt all over one side of your face.
Oh dear.
And nice little nudge there from Edwards, a little forward defensive as we predicted. I think that's one more ball to go. As more drinks are brought to the sidelines for the 30 over mark, and they're absolutely flying through these, aren't they? Yeah, it's 5:30, so it's an hour and a half to play 2/3 of the game. And he's had a swipe at that and missed it for the last ball. Oh, given him wide. So we're going to have one more ball. That was a wide thrown down by Newman, according to the umpire. Drinks carriers had to scurry back off the field there, getting all excited. One more ball to come, thanks to that wide. In comes Newman. Edwards facing, he's just defended that. And umpire calls over, and that's going to be a drinks break.
Here they come with a squash.
At snail's pace. They're not walking too far, are they? Get the camera on there. Look, one step over the boundary rope, stop walking. You'd think they'd been playing cricket all day. That poor bloke over the far side, he's got to walk about half mile just to get a half orange squash.
I wonder if it is Robinson's, Matt. You said earlier.
Other squashes are available.
Yeah. Plenty of cordials about.
Good point, well made. Looks like it.
But yeah, mate, it's like the story of the day, really. In terms of scoreline, it was that Merriman-Radage start, wasn't it? Because I think without that, my goodness, we'd have a closer game on our hands, wouldn't we?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've kind of put it out of the Welsh reach from the word go, really, after that. If you take those two scores off, and I know those two are never going to make zeros, but
Yeah.
it's a really close game with pretty much similar outcomes. Because like I said, after Braithwaite, Neil Braithwaite's 40, there wasn't really another big score, I don't think, from memory. It'd be a tight game, but again, that innings and really the tight England bowling. I mean, I think I forgot what I said now, but Deacon's basically bowling at one run and over, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, very true, Matt. Yes, we're just approaching 24 minutes to 6 on this Friday evening in Newport. It's been a great day, and if you've been with us all the way through on the YouTube, thank you very much for joining us on the England Seniors YouTube channel, courtesy of the University of Gloucestershire. Thank you very much for watching us. Much appreciated. We've enjoyed all your comments throughout the day.
Just looking at the England score there, we're 265 for 9 in Trent Bridge, so getting close to finishing that off for England, and they trail by 300, so I'm a bit rusty on my... Is that a follow-on score? Not that I think they'll put them in again. I think they'll not go for it. Just to give the boys a bat, I think they'll, again, it's like a bit of a game like this, a one-off. Maybe gives the middle order batsman a bit of a knock.
Yeah.
So that's drinks over with. The players make their way back to their fielding positions. Everyone is thoroughly refreshed. What we won, 30 overs, 93 for 5. You've got Neil Hayden in the middle there on 48 and Gareth Edwards on 6. Looks like Ahmed's going to be bowling his 8th over at the football ground end. I did have his numbers up there. He's 1 for 30 off 7, so pretty good.
Yeah, the last wicket obtained from England was at 83 for 5, so Wales have acquired 10 runs since then.
Oh, this is a change of bowling, isn't it? By the looks of it. Unless Ahmed popped off during that rinks break and got himself a skinhead. What do you believe we're here for? Mike Palmer? Is it?
I believe so.
Waiting on the old scoreboard boys to update us. And it is Mike Palmer coming from the football ground end. Ooh. A lot of chatter going on between the England fielders still as well, which is always good when you get late in the day at the cricket, spurring each other on and getting the job done. And Hayden's facing here, so just 2 runs away from his 50. Palmer obviously hoping to stop him doing that as he waves some instructions from the bowler's end, sending a fielder further around the boundary, and starts his run up in towards his delivery towards Hayden, who just digs that out very low again. He's run the 1. Is he going to go for the 2? Edwards was keen and Hayden wasn't this time on 49. Don't blame him. It's a tidy little shot there from Mike Hayden that gives the strike to Gareth Edwards. It's 94 for 5. They're looking to chase 278, so that's looking more and more of a probably not happening for us tonight here, Owen, isn't it? That run chase.
That's right. Yeah, it's that. It's a shame for Wales, really, but they will give it a good crack.
Shot. Yeah, he's clubbed that over the top. That's definitely not going to be a boundary because the fielder's got to it again.
Yeah.
I might get one right by the end of the day. Good fielding again. They've seen it all day, to be fair, from both sides. Very, very good fielding. amazing without this one to come across rude. How athletic they are in the field. As it comes down, finally offered a cup of tea from Ivor. We're just only 48 hours into the shift. Thought Nulu was going to do that when she filled the kettle up, but no. Left it to the big guy.
Yes, 183 runs to win it for Wales. 87 balls remaining. 182 needed now. 97 for 5.
Oh, good delivery. Yeah, great shot as well. And that's it up there. Very well played for Mike Hayden, skipper for Wales. Gets a round of applause from the crowd around the ground as he reaches his 50, and it's really, really good knock under testing conditions for his team. He stayed patient and played some good shots all around the ground for that strike rate of 58.14. 6 fours, no sixes in 98 minutes. So, yeah, I think he deserves that with his captain's performance this morning for my money.
Yeah, definitely so, Matt. Really good return for Hayden. Yeah, 50 from 86, wasn't it? As Wales approach a century themselves.
Got a fine little edge there from Edwards that's brought up the...
Ooh.
Oh, it's a 4. See, whenever I don't say it's going to be a 4, it is a 4. We can throw you our punchy little graphic there.
Yeah.
I thought that was just edged out here to the field. There was no chance of being a 4, but just he didn't even bother running for it. I think it was a very, very fine edge that just takes Wales over the 100 mark onto 101 for 5. Oh, thought about going there, didn't they? Yeah, Palmer just really full delivery. Edwards just defence blocked it. It nearly spun away and offered a little bit of a running opportunity for the Welsh boys, but they decided to turn it down. And that brings the 31st over to a close.
Yeah, we've just got a few more facts to give you on the England team to keep you entertained between the overs, as well as captaining England 60s in Australia in the winter. Ed Gordon-Lennox has previously led the combined services on a tour down under in 1989 during his time in the services. Go on, Ed.
Fact.
Yeah, and finally, there's one about the Maltese Falcon, Paul Bradley. The manager, Paul Bradley, has represented Malta internationally in T20 competitions and Hungary, would you believe, in a 50-over international game.
Fact. Yeah, our new slot, Owen's Facts.
Yeah.
There we go. There's just a little first delivery there from... Oh, just almost forward. Sorry, leading edge that, but it's Newman again, who's just coming from the city end. 2 deliveries, 2 dot balls, I believe. It's not coming up on my screen yet, but he's definitely bowled 2. Skipper Hayden to nearly top edge that, but got away that he plays a stroke there, just a little drive through the covers, straight to the fielder though, so it's just going to be a single. Showing incredible patience here in a game which he must know slipping through his fingers now, with this run rate climbing higher and higher as the afternoon goes on. Into the evening, in fact, now, aren't we, I suppose?
Yeah.
Guides that round the corner and just gain good field placement and good fielding from the England side to stop Edwards, adding to his total of 13.
Yeah, 13 from 21 from Gareth Edwards, 51 from 89 for Hayden. 80 balls remain now for Wales, and they still need 175 runs to reach and beat England's target.
What's that, 2? That's more than 2 and over, 12 and over, isn't it? 2 a ball.
Crikey, yes, that is quite a return needed.
Oh. one of those funny little deliveries you've seen a couple of today. Just rose up on him, pulled him out of his shot when he really wanted to play it, and bring us to the end of another over. 32 gone, 104 for 5 Wales. I presume we're going to be back up this end here with Mike Palmer. Just opened his bowling spell a minute ago. Haven't seen that. Does the run rate machine not work above 12? Because we've not seen it for ages, have we? Once it gets above 12, it just gets too embarrassing and they don't show it or something. I don't know. I'm trying to do the maths, but my brain ain't good enough. So Palmer's just shuffling around the field here, sending Paul Radich around the boundary a bit further. Kind of looking to stop the square cut. As he comes in and fires one at Hayden again, digs that out, very full toss. And it is in fact Radich that runs in and picks it up in the sort of cover point area. Returns it to the bowler. We'll run through those fixtures in a minute, Owen, when you've sipped your tea and stuff before this production ends, because it's a good shot there again. Very full, dug out by Edwards to Radich. That's coming straight towards us at point, and he's fielded it well and got it back. Yeah, just to say, really, get yourselves down there. I'm pretty sure there's no cost to any of them. There's some fantastic cricket played, really good standard. You obviously get to meet our beautiful TV team and us if you come down as well. And if every day's like this summer, we're gonna have a blast. So we'll get through this over and get those fixtures up from Owen to say where we're going to be and what they're playing. And oh, shot again, very full delivery. Very full delivery there. So it's like I said earlier, we're going to be taking the camp van around the country and having a little tour of these matches that the over 60s are playing this summer. Very full fixture list, including the Windies in there and Scotland and USA and Oz. Oh, he just pulled out of that, didn't he? Yeah. Hayden went to smash that through the covers and just stopped himself at the last minute, but drilled it along the ground. And to be fair, skipper there for England, Edward Gordon Lennox dived low down very athletically and stopped it being a certain boundary. Is that a wide? No, good delivery. Thought umpire was going to signal a wide there for a minute, but he was happy with it. Yeah, see from the replay there now from Newland. Touch and go on the wide there. And just plays and bats that one away. So, you ready with your facts and figures, Owen Mason?
As I say, did you want the full fixture list of the England cricket team?
Not?
Yeah,
we've got all this time in our hands, watching this wonderful cricket in ahead of us.
That's right.
Rattle through it.
Yes. So the England cricket team will go to Saltburn to face Scotland on the 29th of May. They'll face the West Indies. Plenty of trips to face the West Indies, Australia, the USA. Yes, another run there. Well, it was 107 for 5. Now we'll get those fixtures to you in just a moment. As the match continues, 70 balls remaining now, 172 runs needed to win, as it's starting to get more and more unlikely for Wales, unfortunately. As we said earlier, that Radich Merriman duo earlier on really put a dampener on any Wales come by that 125. I can't get my words out. 125. 125 for 1 earlier in the day. incredible return, really, for them two. We spoke to Richard Merriman. He wasn't very happy that he didn't get his century earlier today.
Shot. Very good shot, that. Hayden again is obviously in great touch here, just trickling along and bumping up his scores for singles. Some good fielding game by England. Yeah, well, he got to 91, didn't he? So it's you get into that last zone of thinking, I'm going to do it here. And like we said, would have liked to see him get across the century line, but still a good knock, 91.
Yeah, definitely so. Approaching 6 o'clock now, 10 to 6 here in Newport.
As Newman comes in to Edwards, just pushes that away. So where do we get up to? What is that? All the fixtures, is it? We've got the West Indies 3.
Yes, we'll get them to you.
3.
The West Indies. On June the 16th, it kicks off at Littleborough Cricket Club in a free match series. Dunnington Cricket Club on the 18th of June, followed by Handsworth, which we will be at. That is the next game we'll be streaming live to you on the 22nd of June at Handsworth Cricket Club. Sunday the 22nd of June. So we've got that third ODI. It could be 1-1. It could be academic by then, Matt, in the West Indies series. But it'll be an exciting game nonetheless on June the 22nd. And they play Australia on June the 30th at Littleborough Cricket Club. July the 7th, they play the Aussies at Fairburn. And at Tame Cricket Club on the 18th of July. Sparsholt on the 21st and Royal Ascot on the 24th. Both of those against the team from Down Under.
Another great shot there. Little drive through the covers by Hayden. Off the bowling of Palmer. Just ticking along again. On to 54 now his score. Yeah, there's going to be a great summer of cricket, isn't it? I just... you don't want an early bath at Saltburn, do you, with the thrashing, so...
That's right. And they take on the USA at Winchmore Hill on the 6th of August, followed by Chipping Camden on the 10th. Hursley Park on the 13th of August, followed by the September Tri-Nations in the Midlands, down my neck of the woods, 16th to the 18th of September. Those will involve, obviously, the Welsh and Scottish teams alongside England, so that'll be a great occasion to round off this summer of cricket for the seniors, Matt. It'll be great to get all the way down to September. Those will be our last few matches, won't they, with the team?
Sure will, as Palmer comes in and Edwards just leaves that. Yeah, it'll be a really good summer.
And we were speaking to Phil Deakin earlier, and they say Australia really like to play England because of how they give them a challenge every time. Australia have got the better of them in quite a few occasions. I remember Rash was saying at a World Cup abroad, but it's been some really close games, and maybe this summer that might be the occasion when they get that big test win.
Let's hope so. I mean, the boys certainly looking in really good touch, don't they? So, and like I said, with the real Ashes coming up in the winter, it's been good to get that started. Yeah, and I was just reminding me of the game against Wales being watched today by the children who were living on the streets and played Street Child Cricket World Cup 2019 at Lords and in India 2023. This team, India, was led by Karanhu Social Service Society and Centre for Street and Working Children in Chennai City. In 2019, the team India South won the Street Children Cricket World Cup at Lords, London, against England. Paul from the orphanage was in touch with us and said the children would get a chance to watch some of the game. So we, I know we've mentioned this already today, but we just want to get out there 2 or 3 times. So if the kids are watching, they can hear their shout out. And very, very well done on your World Cup wins. I mean, England only had one of those at the cricket, haven't they? And at the football, in fact. So yeah.
Yeah, some really international influence this afternoon. People from the US, Greece, Chennai, all watching along here in Newport, Wales. It's really good to see the whole world watch alongside the England seniors. And thank you very much for watching. 111 for 5 now, 60 balls remaining. Slowed down a touchdown for Wales. As that bowling has just been, like you say, all game, Matt, from England. has been quite extraordinary, hasn't it? Really, really limited Wales to anything this afternoon.
This is one of cricket's superstitious numbers here. 111. He's called a Nelson after Lord Nelson's one name.
Sorry, wasn't expected it to be called a Nelson there.
So let's hope Wales don't succumb to the old tales, as it's Newman still bowling to Edwards. Comes in as a swipe, pushes it away, although they're still on the Nelson, 111,
Yeah.
so they haven't got off it yet.
That's right, could be the curse. That's right. Sorry for the uneducated cricket fan here, Matt. What is DLS? I've been looking at that at the cricket board.
Duckworth Lewis.
Yes.
Don't ask anyone apart from the bloke who invented it to explain it, because not met anyone who does know it yet. And
It's sort of like a predicted score. Because I know they
Yeah.
use, I know they use it when it's rained off, don't
yeah,
they?
when it's rained, some mathematical genius who worked out a system to, if they lose a few overs and they can come out for a few and work out what runs they
Right.
need to win the match. But there's been many. He's done it. Nelson strikes again. That's the commentator's curse. That's bowled him, LBW. Edwards goes on 1-1-1 for 5
That's another wicket there.
for England. There's he's the same as the who was at the top of the order. Williams was it? Just swiped across the line, totally missed it, smashed into his front pad and left the umpire no option but to raise the finger and send him back to the changing room. So commentator's curse or superstition strikes again as a wicket falls on 1-1-1 for 6 Wales.
Yeah, that's a big blow again. Another wicket lost. And it will be next up. Who will be next up, Matt, for Wales?
Paul Murphy.
Yeah.
He had a decent game of the ball, didn't he? Took a 5 for.
Well, we did, didn't he? That's right.
Yeah. Took a 5 for in the field, so he's had a good day, whatever. Hopefully he can stick some runs on the board, and I mean at this point they've got to smash it around the park.
Yeah, very true.
Yes, I've tried to work out the DLS for many years, but can't. My in-laws were a big cricketing family. With my wife's dad was the groundsman at Guildford for many years. I spotted the groundsman here today. Spotted groundsman's tan anywhere as he tucked into the buffet, which is also a telltale sign he's a groundsman. in the clubhouse there. Her brother James is very, very, very good cricketer in his youth. I think he played for Lancashire Youth or something like that. But yeah, still haven't had an explanation of the DLS law. And like I say, there's been a few controversies over the years when the maths have seemed somewhat askew. So there he is. Paul Murphy makes it to the middle, takes his guard, has a little chat with Mike Hayden, the skipper, who's crawled his way to 55 now. 55 of 99 balls, so he's had a decent little afternoon to himself. What have you had? 35 overs, so 10 to go. About 4 million runs to get, so not sure they'll cross the line, but it's. I presume Wales have a lot more fixtures this. I can't remember what the chap was saying. The clubs, they've got a lot more fixtures this summer as well. So obviously culminating that Tri-Nations.
Yeah, we finish off in Dorridge for the Tri-Nations. Noel and Dorridge Cricket Club as the wind comes over again. Looks like we're back in a storm. But yeah, it's some fantastic cricket. We can't wait to get involved with it throughout the summer for the England over 60s.
Oh.
That could have been close again. Nothing unmoved is the
That's
umpire.
a nice replay there from Newland. If you're watching this, you see how attacking England have gone with the field now.
Yeah.
They've got like a wiki, first slip, second slip, silly point, silly mid-off, looking for a little edge. And they could have had it, it's just crept through the gap there.
God, he calls for it, doesn't he?
I don't know if that was a peel or he had cramp, but there's some sort of noise coming from the middle of the pitch there. Yeah, England are obviously going for the juggling here because they've got, what, forward short leg, maybe silly mid-on, silly mid-off, first, second slip, keeper. I think that's a leg slip. I can't work out if it's first slip or leg slip, but they're all round. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 around the bat. For, is it Mel Hussain back on the bowling, was that? Or was that still, no, Newman, so. But it was a wicket maiden, that's the One of the best overs we've seen today, and he's just finished his 5th over and only conceded 8 runs. That's fantastic. Fantastic bowling there by Nick Newman. 8 runs of 5 overs with a wicket in there as well. He'll be really pleased with those figures. So not got the same at this end on the attacking field, because I think Palmer, is it, coming at this end still? There's a little bit more pace on his deliveries. And Hayden's just fended that off as he sits on 55. So I don't know the history of Paul Murphy's. We need our mate Rashid, don't we? There's obviously maybe he succumbs to a bit of spin bowling time again, but to have 6 close fielders around the bat as soon as he walked in, maybe they were just getting revenge for all the wickets he took.
Yeah, 5, wasn't it? Incredible.
Yeah, fantastic. Swinging a hit, he's blasted that straight at the fielder again. Lovely shot from Mike Hayden, the Welsh skipper, but it's straight to an England field, unfortunately, so no runs off that, and Michael Palmer plods his way back to his spot to start his run-up. So the turbines look like they're slowing down, but the trees aren't blowing any less, are they?
It's very true.
Shot. That's gone. I'm confident this time. Hit the 4 button. He's nailed that out the middle. Cracking little cover drive that from skipper Mike Hayden.
115 for 6 now. Still chipping away our Wales, and they will get a respectable total come the end of the over. Won't be anywhere near 278, but they'll still do a decent total, won't they, Matt?
A lot more positives this time than 12 months ago, like we said. I mean,
definitely so.
Again, they capitulated 12 months ago. Stratford, they didn't do that this time. Stayed tight with the fielding. The bowling was superb second half of their innings. Like the chap said in the gents, I think just the opening partnership of Radic and Merriman was just too strong. After that, they were probably the better side for 25 overs of the first innings, and they've not disgraced themselves here. Again, the bowling's been so tight and efficient. They've just done what they've been allowed to do, really. So it's just been a dominant performance from England, but they haven't disgraced themselves. I'm sure they'll have a lot of success this summer, the Welsh cricket team.
That's right. Even with half of that return, just over, less than half of that return, you're looking at a bit of a grandstand finish here. You're looking at quite a. That's quite something. They would have only had, say, if England would have only got a return, if that would have been halved, about the 200 mark. With this now at about 116, I tell you, they really would have given Wales a bit of a grandstand finish here.
Yeah, again, like I said earlier, it's just a couple of innings there that have separated the teams. There's a lovely little cut-down shot there, and again, quick fielding from the England. Second, third slippish as they end the over, but Paul Murphy, played a lovely little cut-down shot to backward point, and the England fielder was on it very sharply. I'd be surprised if it's not Edwards bowling here again, as he's been so efficient and getting that wicket maiden last time out. You're hard to pull him off the bowling when you've just had a wicket maiden. So he's coming in for his 6th over in a row. And yeah, just as I was pointing out, thank you so much for the your conversation on the chat and all day. It's much appreciated. Glad to know someone's watching, and normal service will resume next time with Rash back, hopefully. Hope we haven't been too terrible. I know the television side of things is always brilliant because Ivor and his team are superb. Nuala and Benny working hard there. Poor old Benny stuck out there in the sunshine all day. Got his sunblock on.
Keeping us on the air, that's very true. With their camera work. Well, they do again.
He does look very solid, Mike Hayden. Does he look like he's standing there all day batting? I don't think. Well, now I've said it'll get out, but it looks like he stand there batting all day. Cue wicket ball.
And it comes again. Oh.
Lovely little back foot
Very
drive.
good.
They're going for 2. Oh, sent him back again. Bit indecisive.
Only the one on that occasion. 117 for 6 now for the Welsh.
Yeah, that's the one difference I've noticed. You remember how positive England were with the running, even if it looked a bit touch and go. They just went for it this morning.
Oh yes, yeah.
And I mean, that's the 5th or 6th time that the Welsh boys have kind of, sent themselves back and not taken the run. So not as positive on the crease running as England have been. And again, Murphy on strike. We've got a wicket keeper, first slip, second slip. Silly mid on, silly mid off. And silly point. So they're really looking to get something off him. I think this is... Oh, he's edged it. Got away with it as well. They're all so close and tight. That's gone through first and second slip again. Not going to make the boundary this time. They've run 2. Are they going for the 3rd? No chance. Over 60s cricket, don't forget. Don't run 3. You had enough there. So who was that? That was Hayden. So he's up to 60, Hayden. So he's on for a good knock. He'd like to stick around for his ton, wouldn't he? What we got left? 8 overs. So that would be a really nice reward if he could. His teammates could stick around long enough for him to make the 100 mark. As you've just seen the lovely scenes here at Newport Cricket Club with families and parents enjoying the fantastic festival of cricket we've had on today. Bring your picnic chairs and come and watch some cricket. All those dates that Owen read out, you're all more than welcome to those, and it's really is a decent day out.
Yeah, if you've got a cricket club near you and you've got a seniors game on, come along. It's a fantastic occasion. Like me and Matt have just said, fantastic standard of cricket and international cricket as well. Something you don't see very often at your local cricket club.
And if you fancy a dabble at commentating, we're always partial for 10 minutes off, aren't we? We'll leave you in charge and go.
That's right.
Just thinking that now, they've just fired at the barbecue behind us. It smells absolutely gorgeous.
Brilliant. Yeah, we've had Phil Deakin on the comms today. He's been looking for Rash's job, I think. But we've also had the Hugh, who does a lot of the Welsh commentary. He had a fantastic
Oh,
few
bowled
stories.
him. Bowled him.
Oh, yeah.
That's Hayden gone. That's a shame. 61. He's again same. There's a couple of 3 deliveries today. You see, he's just swiped across the line, missed it, straight through the gate, and taken his middle stump back. But that was a great little knock from Mike Hayden, to be fair, and has been congratulated his way off the pitch from by Deakin there, which is really nice to see. And the England skipper don't know, where's Hugh when you want a burger from that barbecue? He seemed disappeared, didn't he?
Yeah. 119 for 7 now, and that's, like you say, a great return for Hayden. 61 of 109 balls there. Cracking return for him.
Yeah, really good patient innings. Like real captain show today from him. Great in the field, kept the team spirits up. Gave us a lovely chat. Yeah. The whole ground clapping him off there for that innings. It's difficult circumstances. Great bowling out there, so he's done well to nerdle 61 out of that. And very, very good captain's performance, I'd say.
So, question is, will Wales play their overs out? Of course, it's only, 2 or 3 needed now for England to bowl them out completely. 3, isn't it? Yeah, to bowl them out. And if not, 7 overs remain. Of course, England almost played out all their overs. 44.5 of their 45 allocated overs were played. And they were eventually bowled out. But will England allow them to play all 45 here? Either way, they're not going to reach the 278, but they'll give it a good crack.
So that was Palmer's first wicket as well, which is nice because, again, he's bowled decent. 4 overs, 20 runs, even I know that's about 5 and over. Adam Glasnett's come and joined Paul Murphy in the middle. He's facing this one. Palmer charges in. Releases one.
Ooh.
Oh. He just kind of hit that down in the ground and it popped up, didn't it? Again, some more fantastic scenes around Newport Cricket Club. An absolute advert for club cricket around the country. Families everywhere, barbecue going on. Young girls practicing cricket over there, young kids practicing behind us. A few older folks on the picnic chairs enjoying international cricket. It's been absolute delight to visit this South Wales Cricket Club today, and they've been very welcoming.
Certainly have, Matt. And this sort of camaraderie, being around a cricket club like this, makes me want to go to my local cricket club, Worcestershire. Makes me want to go and see a game at New Road.
Steady on, let's not go too far. I'll have to take you to the Green King Day in September.
Oh, yes.
Very enjoyable. Oh, lovely shot. Opened up the blade there.
Ooh.
Turned it around the corner, and another good bit of fielding. Dive into the ground there to prevent 2 or 3 runs and just keeping it at a single.
That shows the professionalism of these England players. They know, barring any incredible comeback from Wales, they know that Wales won't reach it. They just don't want to concede as many runs, do they?
Yeah, the game's already won, and they're diving around, saving every
Fantastic.
single they can. It's absolutely superb.
That sort of commitment, I think, will put them in good stead. Ed Gordon-Lennox has got a few selection headaches in his mind in terms when it comes to those big games against the West Indies and the Aussies come the summer.
Shot. Saved it there. Very well bowled there. Is that nearly... No, 1 run. I thought we'd had another wicket made in there, but they got 1 run off of that. But it's more superb bowling and fielding from the England outfit as the 2 Welsh chaps have a little chat in the middle, wondering what they can do. Well, turning water into wine, and it's not going to happen. They broke up the one, took care of the one Welsh batsman having a good day. Mike Hayden took him down for 61, which was a superb knock. And they're just trying to get to the end of their overs now and put some more runs on the board for Paul Murphy and Adam Glasnitz. Lovely little flick around the corner there from Glasnitz. It's Newman again. This will be his 7th over. He's 1 for 11 off 7 overs. That's really, really good figures.
Yeah.
And they're obviously again targeting Murphy here with 6 fielders around the bat. If you can see that on your screens, there's so many around the bat. I don't think we can get them all in one shot. There's also a couple little silly kind of. What's he going to be? He's going to be silly mid on, silly mid off. There's like a really close extra cover, silly extra cover, silly point. Must be getting a bit claustrophobic out there, Paul Murphy. Thinking everyone wants an autograph off him or something. But it's showing the England confidence in their bowling attack, really, that they've got the confidence to have that, set that field. You've only got a couple of guys set back deep, and he's gone for that now. He's hoisted one straight past a lot of them for 4 runs. Cracking stuff there, Paul Murphy. That'll might retract the field a little bit, but I'm not so sure in this late stage. That's the first loose ball there from Newman.
125 for 7. Now 32 balls remaining. But yeah, as Phil Deakin said earlier, when we had a word with Ed Gordon-Lennox, didn't we, in terms of this game and the game against Scotland, will really prove to be quite decisive in terms of who gets to play in those big games against the West Indies and Australia. That was a close one again. There's some big, some big series in the summer.
So is he saying then kind of using them as trials, selection games?
That's right. Yes, I believe it's a slightly different squad for the games against Scotland. I will just double check that. Yeah, we've got quite a few different people we haven't seen today in terms of the likes of Steve Aston, Sanjay Berry, Tony Burbeck, Monty Douglas, Nick DeGaro, Lee Self, Graham Shaw and Kevin Watson all will be involved at Scotland. So that'll be interesting to see how they get on. A few of them from last year we know, and they did very well, didn't they, Matt?
Yeah. Nick DeGaro was very tidy, wasn't he, as was Monty. Nula's favourite, Nick DeGaro, she reminded us in our earphones there. We'll have to get his autograph at some point this summer.
So Wales look to just accrue a few more runs to their total of 127 for 7. Last wicket was took at 119 scored for Wales.
A couple of slips in and a wicket and a silly point now as we get to the back end of this innings. Maybe England just trying out a few different field positions that they wouldn't. Nah, not that far down. He was well down the wicket there. Struggled to give LB there. He's had 4 or 5 steps there, look.
Yeah.
He's had more steps than a dancer on Strictly Come Dancing before that hit the pants. Would have been brave to give that one, to be fair. So it was Michael Palmer bowled well again, though. Another bowler, isn't it? You know, it's kind of what the Hugh was saying, wasn't he? That, you know, some games you get teams where you think, well, let's get rid of the first 3 bowlers and see what number 4 and 5 can do, because in club cricket, he said, or lesser standard, you feel like you've got a chance against bowlers 4 and 5 once the first 3 out of the way. But at this level, and certainly this team, the England team, renowned for it, there is no let up in it. They're very, very strong in the bowling positions.
Yeah, very true. And that just shows, doesn't it, the quality that you've got in this England side.
Shot, very good shot. Oh, fielders around there quickly as well. Great bit of field in that. He's driven that, smashed it. Mid-on, right out the middle of the bat. That fielder there, can't see again, the far side just got run so quickly, thrown it in quickly. He's actually had to scurry to make the single in the end. Great bit of cricket all round there.
Yeah, spot on that. 128 for 7. Delivery in once again. Comfortably picked up.
And he's got one of the longer run-ups, hasn't he? The overs have slowed down here, is what I'm trying to say. If you look at Palmer there, he's over 60s. They tend to have
that is a lot. That is a
have a shorter run-up, but he's looks like he's getting Uber down to the seafront of Newport here for this run-up. Maybe he's trying out to get some more pace. You can see on your screens that long run-up. He's got decent amount of strides before he just releases that delivery. And oh well. God, the wicket-keeper was so quick there, I thought he'd bowled him. By the time I looked up, there was a bail on the floor already, so that's how quick the glove man for England is playing today. So what's that? We've had 41, we've got 4 to go. 128 for 7 for Wales. England have knocked them around the park a little bit here this morning. They had 278. Well, it doesn't really tell the whole story because they got out the traps very quickly with Radic and Merriman. I think we said we were 171 for 1 after 20 overs. Looks like it was going to be a dead rubber, but Wales came back brilliantly in the last 25 overs of brilliant bowling and fielding to stem the flow of runs coming from England, giving themselves half a chance. But then this emphatic display of fielding and bowling, very, very economical bowling for England, has really kind of put this game to bed, unfortunately for Wales, and they're trying to drive home that dominance now by setting a really attacking field. Again, I think it was actually not Murphy on strike there, was it that time? We've got a wicket keeper, first, second slip, silly mid on, silly mid off, and trying to get some little nicked catches and stuff. As Newman comes in again, he's had a swing at that, and he's nearly taken a brilliant caught and bowled there. Or was that that was the silly mid on, wasn't it? Silly mid off, wasn't it? I think, but yeah, Newman's figures are incredible. He's at 19 runs off 7 overs. 20 runs off 7.2 overs now. He's bowled really, really well. I think he's given up 1 boundary in that time. And of course, he's taken a wicket. As again, we've got some Girls cricket going on here on the side. It's superb to see. As Newman comes in, bowls it. He has a big slog swing at that. Takes a bit of a divot out of the pitch as he digs it out and gets a single to the other end as they a couple of the cricketers run into each other and have a bit of banter about that. But Paul Murphy moves on to 9 and Glasnex is on 3. As Newman comes in once again, tosses it down. That's a bit of a short one. Oh, well stopped. Well stopped. Dive into his left-hand side there, was it? I couldn't quite see who that was fielding.
Yeah, I can see that. And as you know, we approach that end of the over. 131 for 7. (21 minutes past 6) here on this Friday evening in Newport. Thanks for joining us. If you've been here for the whole stream here on YouTube, we'll be over 6.5 hours on the stream. Thank you very much for joining us from all over the world as well. Thank you for joining us in Greece, the US, and Chennai as well.
Be surprised if anyone's done the whole 6.5 hours.
Somebody's definitely had a break for lunch.
Yeah, with our waffle. But no, you're right. So it's lovely to see people on board. Nice to hear from Rash, the Maltese Falcon, helping us along. Especially this morning, we had a few technical difficulties, which we can only apologise for again. But luckily, we had Rash on hand to tell us it was England versus Wales and not Ireland versus Scotland. No, we just had the lineups wrong with the batting lineups as all as Palmer comes in, bowling to Glasner. Oh, yeah, I think he did that on purpose. I thought it was an edge to start, but I think he's opened his blade up there and just nurdled that down to third man, who comes in and throws it into the wicket keeper. It goes round the usual fielding ring and makes its way back to bowler, who shines the side of the ball as he makes his way back to his mark. Again, quite a lengthy run up, as we've said before, for Michael Palmer, especially in seniors cricket.
Here we
He
go
does
again.
give it a good old wang when he releases it down there. And that's cuffed away there, straight past the bowler for 4 runs. Got one of those little comedy sketch moments here at local cricket where the match ball has nestled under the covers, which are sponsored by Nando's, I see. Fantastic.
Trying to find that ball now.
It just made me even hungrier seeing that Nando's after I smelt that barbecue, and Hughes left me high and dry here, not returned. That's all was going so well all day. We've had a few technical difficulties. The ball has been retrieved from said Nando's covers. It's back in Mr. Palmer's hand, who's going to start his run up. Coming in, charging towards the city end. Release that delivery, and it's, oh yeah, great little shot. Kind of late backward cut down to third man. And they've run a couple there. Wales, and deservedly so, from that fantastic cricket shot played there, I think, by Paul Murphy. We've again mentioning those gremlins we had this morning. They've popped their ugly heads up again, so I hope we're all seeing and hearing okay. We've lost the scoreboard in a couple of bits, but no doubt we'll see through to the end of the match.
Yeah, 139 for 7 with just under 3 overs to go. Palmer once again.
That's an edge, and he's dropped it. It was a hard one, quick, low down at his ankles, and he just couldn't take it in there. Definitely half a chance. we pass Nando's on the way home?
I think we did as well.
That barbecue set me right off behind here. Palmer comes in again. I mean, what's he had? The last delivery, I think?
Hell of a run up, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, he's bounced one there. Oh, he's gone a bit early there, looking for the run out. Didn't quite for once. This time the England field didn't quite pick it up clean enough to offer the run out. That was the last delivery for Palmer from the football ground end.
Yeah, another great day of seniors cricket action, almost coming to an end now. But still a fantastic day of action. The weather's held out. It's been fantastic action here in Newport. Great entertainment on this Friday. Can they keep this winning run going when they face Scotland, Ned Swede?
Oh, missed that. That must have been close. He's gone for a back foot drive straight through covers there and missed it. Keeper's taken it. I think it's Edwards still bowling. Pretty sure that's the same chap. We lost our info, as you can see from the screen. He comes in again. Oh, he's just nudged that one back there to silly mid off. Edwards makes his way back again for another delivery down the crease. I'd assume it's Baker batting, is it? Because he's still got all those close fielders in. Cut shot just played there, but again straight to the fielder. No run screamed at the batsman from the non-striker's end.
Still it remains at 139 for 7. As we approach the final few overs here at Newport Cricket Club in South Wales.
Yeah, and again that goes straight to a fielder there, Owen. So great field placement by the
very
England
good
skipper. So many times that's happened. I don't think Wales have batted particularly badly today, but the field's been placed really well. Just as he swipes across one, misses it, and the LB shouts go up, but nothing doing for the umpire, given leg byes. That's finished there for Edwards. We've lost the info, but I suspect those bowling figures are absolutely superb, to be honest, from where he was. A couple of boundaries at the end, but that's maybe a bit of tiredness. First game of the season, but he's bowled really, really economically and
wins that final over now, Matt.
yeah. So the last one, it's Palmer, I believe, charging in from the football ground end. And he's really going for the kill here. You've got point, first slip, second slip, third slip. A lot deeper than the wicketkeeper, who tends to stand up as well. Going for a little edge here just to finish his day with some nice bowling. One delivery down. The more fielders coming in now. Is really backing himself here to not go leg side, as we've got first slip, second slip, fourth slipish gully, silly point. As he charges in, there's only one fielder on that leg side, and he's cuffed that. Stopped with your foot, as you're not allowed to do in junior cricket, but get away with it in seniors cricket, I guess. It's a lovely little cut shot out wide by the Welsh batsman, but yeah, it's I guess they're really going for it now. Yeah, it's Paul Murphy on strike. So you can quite get that from the pictures. We've got a wicket keeper, first slip, second slip, third slip. Gully, backward, yeah, backward point Gully. He's hit a lovely shot there, but again, straight to the fielder. There's absolutely no one. There's one leg side fielder, which is kind of wide mid-on. You've then got an extra cover.
$141 for 7. Only 3 balls remaining. And this is the first of that trifecta.
Oh, he's lofted it. That's straight to the fielder. Taken.
Oh, that's another wicket lost.
Yeah, cracking bowling, cracking field placements. And that's good night, Vienna, for Paul Murphy. It's a great little knock, really, down the order, 17. But they were just piling on the pressure there, England, that field placement and that bowling, which was a line and length all day long. And he just chipped it straight down the throat of the fielder I was just talking about, extra cover, and he snaffled it up. And we're, what's that, 8 down, 1-4-1 on the board. 2 balls to go. And it's going to be Jim Watkins striding out for his 2 balls. It's been played in a great spirit, this game, and there's always a great spirit and camaraderie between these players who've probably come across each other several times in the past, in their younger careers, I guess. So again, just as we wind up, we've got to say a big thank you to Ivor and the BBA truck. BBA? Yeah, BBA. I thought BA, BBA. Nula on the desk inside the truck, making it all work. Benny, sunburnt over there on the camera. And my co-commentator, young Owen. It's been absolutely fantastic production again.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it thoroughly. Let's hope everything goes as well as this summer, which I'm sure it will with these people behind us. It's been a fairly emphatic win for England as Jim Watkins comes in as a left-hander. So that's flipped the field around and see if Palmer can bowl us. Ooh, cracking delivery. Efficiently to the left-hander, which he does. Nothing straying down leg side. We've got 4 slips in. A gully, maybe.
Yeah, and there's 1 final ball remaining, Matt. From Palmer, with that long old run up for 1 final time tonight.
Defended there, but Jim.
And that's that.
Jim's kept his batting averages up, so he's prodded that back, and Wales have finished today on 1-4-1 for 8 wickets, trailing England's 2-7-8. So England are victorious here as the 2 teams congratulate each other. In the middle there, England seniors have won by 137 runs against Wales over 60 seniors. Cracking game, some brilliant cricket, great knock from Welsh captain Mike Hayden. I suspect Richard Merriman may take the Man of the Match award for his 91, but he's got to be run closely, surely, from the bowling that was kind of turned the game around in the middle of all that from Paul Murphy. His fifer that really helped Wales stem the tide here in this game. And to being on the winning side, I think Pereira deserves the accolade of Man of the Match, Player of the Match, as we see the this is the camaraderie and sportsmanship you get at this level, with the Welsh players coming out to congratulate the final 2 batsmen who carry their bats off the field, and obviously the England team. It's going to be handshakes all around, played in a wonderful spirit, and as we've said before, the dates are online. Find the England Seniors Cricket X page and come along and enjoy some fantastic cricket this summer. Really, really high standard, and we're just hoping after the handshakes and congratulations that the England captain is going to join us, Edward Gordon-Lennox, over here for a quick word with Owen Mason before they head down the tunnel. And that's all round. It was a good game of cricket. I think he was just a little bit stronger. As we see the England skipper very, very pleased with his day's work, as he should be. I don't think anyone underperformed out there on that pitch today. All had a great game, and hopefully before not too long we'll have the England skipper having a word with Owen Mason.
So after the conclusion of that game, we've got the England captain, Ed Gordon-Lennox. Ed, congratulations, that was a great victory. What did you make of the game?
Thanks, Owen. Yeah, no, look, they put us in, which was very good of them, and Richard Merriman and Paul Radage showed us how it's done. Ran hard between the wickets and got to 100 in 15, 16 overs, which set the platform. We then slowed up and thought the Wales bowled really well in the middle overs and at the end to bowl us out actually with a ball to go. So that was great. And then once we attacked hard in the first 10 overs, the pressure was on and the game was almost over then. So our bowlers bowled extremely well as well.
Yeah, like you say, that bowling was fantastic, really limiting Wales to anything there. You know, of course, that especially in that first innings as well, when you say that great partnership early on, you know, you must have been really impressed with just how everyone batted and bowled today.
Yeah, I mean, there are some exceptions to that, Owen, of course.
Yes, of course.
I include myself in that. But look, batting, we're setting out to play an aggressive form of cricket, to put the fielders under pressure, put bowlers under pressure, and that was a great start, as I say. And then towards the end, the wicket slowed down a bit, there were a few balls, but Paul Murphy bowled extremely well for his 5 first, slowed us up. But yes, really pleased with the result.
Yeah, and just finally, this marks a good start to the summer for England now. On to Scotland next week. How do you see that going?
Well, it's a great start. We've got a completely different side, but it's a very good side for Scotland. And it looks as though there's going to be a bit of weather, so we'll have to see what goes on there. But after today, really excited about getting up to Yorkshire to playing against Scotland.
So best of luck next week, and congratulations today. Ed Gordon-Lennox, everybody. Thank you.
That's fantastic, that, Owen. Thank you. That's lovely words there from Edward Gordon-Lennox, and it just leaves me to say thank you again to the production team, Nuala and Ivor and Benny and Owen, my co-commentator, and obviously all the sponsors that make these things happen, the volunteers around Newport Cricket Club that have made us more than welcome today, the scoreboard operators and everyone at the Cricket Club. Like I said, there's kids running everywhere now. It's great, fantastic to see for the sport of cricket. Youngsters playing cricket. There's 25 girls in front of us right now just having a game, a barbecue going on, and it's just shows the game's in a really strong place. And it's a really, really good day here for England, who have beaten Wales by 137 runs, and I hope you can join us next time. Take care and goodbye.